Hello, everyone. I'm here to help you relax and fall into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy the stories, please like and subscribe. It really helps a lot. I'd love to hear where you're listening from. Now, get comfortable and let's begin. The Town of Devilish Secrets. I must confess, this process hasn't exactly been easy for me. Waiting for the memories of what happened feels like digging through the rubble of your home after a tornado. You look for anything worth salvaging and try to ignore the rest. Those 3 days feel like an exposed nerve in my mind. The wounds, both physical and mental, are still fresh. This is a process, my shrink says. The best way to heal is by facing the trauma head on. So I force myself to remember it one more time. I put it all on paper, even the parts I don't want to. The parts that don't make any sense. Let's get on with it. This whole thing began a couple of months ago with a phone call to my office. I ran a small operation out of New Orleans, meaning I answer the phone when I'm not in the field. I'm one of the dozens of private investigators in the city, specializing in infidelity cases. Yeah, not a cliche, but it pays the bills and keeps the door open more or less. Rousseau's Private Investigations, I said into the receiver. Answering the phone is just another part of the job. Usually, it's old clients looking for an update, with the occasional confused telemarketer. I don't get many new cases from clients calling me. And despite what you may have seen on television, there's no such thing as a walk-in client in a place like this. If I want a new job, I have to make friends with one of the divorce lawyers or grease the palms of a certain madam at a certain establishment who knows exactly when a marriage is coming to an abrupt end. I multitask when I can, which means I was cyberstalking a cheating husband on Facebook when I answered the phone. The douchebag was using an alias to lure in impressionable college girls, while his long-suffering soon-to-be ex-wife was at her parents' house taking care of the kids. The douchebag was my client, and it paid me good money to dig up dirt on his old lady. "Hey, hi," the voice on the other line stammered. I stopped what I was doing and gave the phone my full attention. That voice sounded like it belonged to someone young. There was a hint of fear in it. "Hi," I answered, trying my best to sound like a calming presence, something I had zero patience for. "You've reached Alex Rousseau." "Alex, eh?" The voice answered. It was definitely a kid's voice. "It's me, Tyler." I scanned my mind for any Tyler I knew, but came up blank. It's not surprising. I don't know many kids. Well, what can I do for you, Tyler? "This is about Sophia. I don't know if you heard what happened or not." "Holy shit. Sophia. That must mean this kid is Tyler," I realized. "Hey, kiddo. I didn't recognize your voice. How long's it been?" "It's been, a few years." "Yeah, sorry about that. I've never been good at the whole uncle thing. After my only brother died, I swore to myself I'd check in on his kids from time to time. But there's something about real life. It can't be stopped or paused or put on hold. Sometimes it takes all your attention. Look, I know I'm a shitty uncle, just like I was a shitty brother. But at least I could acknowledge that." "So Sophia?" I asked. It was his older sister. I did some quick math and came up with her current age. 18. Geez, it's really been that long. What happened? Is she okay? "Oh, I guess you don't know. I'm not sure who was supposed to tell you." Oh shit. My mind jumped to all the worst case scenarios, and all my years in the city gave my imagination plenty to work with. Stare the Band-Aid off quickly, but I hadn't heard anything. "Tyler, tell me what happened." "She's missing." "Missing. She's 18. She's got rebellious Rousseau blood, and if she's anything like the last time I saw her, smart as hell. Missing could be anything." "How long?" I asked. 2 weeks. "Who was the last person to see her? Did she say anything? Leave a note? Pack a bag?" I was overloading the poor kid. "Can you, maybe, come here?" If it hadn't been my own flesh and blood asking me, I might have laughed into the receiver right then. "Tyler, I have a job." Jeez, I really just said that. "Oh, okay. I thought I'd ask. Thanks anyway. Hey, wait. Is your mom around? Can I talk to..." He had already hung up the phone. "I have a job. What the hell's wrong with me?" It took me all of 10 minutes to make up my mind that I was going to go back to that shitty town when I'd sworn I'd never go back. The town where I grew up, swearing I'd find a way to escape. the town where I left my brother's body in the ground. I made arrangements to put what cases I had on hold. Sent some select screenshots to my douchebag client's wife from an anonymous email. Next, I threw a few supplies into the go bag that I kept by the door. Some clothes, cash, smokes, a Beretta 9mm, and a bottle of liquid courage. Everything I might need for a week or so, away from the comforts of home. I tried calling Tyler a couple more times after I hit the interstate, but his line stayed busy. I tried at least once an hour, but it never went through. You know that sinking feeling in your gut when something bad is about to happen and there's nothing you can do to stop it? That's what I had, times 1,000. I drove all night, stopping only for gas and bathroom breaks, eating and smoking in the car. Sophia was just like her father, probably too much so for her own good. And that backwards small town wasn't kind to smart or different people. I could just imagine how her last few years had gone. That high school where I had to break a few kids' noses just to get left alone at lunchtime wasn't for the weak or kind, but maybe things had changed since I left. It was afternoon by the time I got to Tyler and Sophia's home in Rain. The kid was purely shocked to see me, and the feeling was absolutely reciprocated. He was 15 years old, 2 feet taller than the last time I'd seen him. In fact, he was taller than me now, and the spitting image of his father was downright eerie. I gave him a hug and he invited me in. I hate to say it, but even after all this time, I didn't really do the whole catching up thing. Maybe after this blows over, I'll ask him about his friends and grades and whatever. But at that moment, all I wanted to do was get down to business. Thankfully, he felt the same way. We sat in the cramped, dusty living room in his family's 3-bedroom ranch-style house. It was smaller than I remembered. The front and backyard were overgrown with weeds. They lived in a part of town that looked like nature was slowly taking it back. I would say that they were in the poor part of town, but that place only had poor parts. The fact that they weren't living in a trailer put them in the top tier of luxury. All I could think while I was there was, God, I hate this place. The story fell together like I expected. She'd been talking about getting out and even started working a part-time job at the gas station at the edge of town. One night, she went outside for a walk, and that was the last anyone saw of her. Tyler was in the living room and saw her leave, but didn't think much about it. She wasn't carrying anything with her. She didn't look strange or high or drunk. She just walked out in jeans and a yellow t-shirt around 10 o'clock. And then who knows? These were the facts. The cold, unemotional facts. If I was going to be able to help in any way, it would only be because I used the facts to do it. Her car was still in the driveway. None of the neighbors heard or saw anything. She didn't have a boyfriend. Her classmates hadn't had any contact. Her cell phone was plugged in on the table, next to her bed. Thanks. What about the police? The police had their hands full. They came out and did a report saying that they'd be in touch. They hadn't found anything. What about Sophia's mother? Well, that's where things get uncomfortable. My brother's widow had issues for a while. Losing her husband can just crank them up into a higher gear. She's taking meds for it, but there's only so much you can do for someone that doesn't want to be helped. Laura had delusions in manic episodes. Some days, her grasp on reality was more tenuous than others. I remembered some time after the funeral when Laura confided in me that she didn't believe Sophia was really her daughter. She was convinced that someone had come shortly after she was born and swapped her out with another baby. By God, she said. Sophia was in outer space now, and this thing that she was being forced to raise was secretly working for them. I may be a shitty uncle, but Laura was an even shittier mother, and there's a worst-case scenario. She was my #1 suspect, but Tyler put that to rest. Laura was off in another city, the same hospital she'd been in for nearly 2 years, getting some much-needed help. He and Sophia had been living pretty much on their own ever since. He was shocked that nobody had told me. Look, I finally said after I'd heard everything there was to tell. I know you think I can help, but I'm not sure I'm really qualified to do anything here. I've never worked a missing persons case before in my life. I can pay you, he said defensively. Look, I don't care about money, not right now. I just want to manage expectations. Nope, you know the 48-hour rule, right? Nodded. Well, you also know that Sophia is a smart kid, super smart. She's most likely with somebody, blowing off steam in the city. He nodded again. I don't know if I was being convincing or not. Accompanying clients is the one thing I could never get right. Right now, I had to treat this like a case. Good. That's when I said something I never should have. I want to find her, I promise. I made my first stop at the sheriff's station to check on the status of the investigation. The receptionist made me wait in the lobby for about half an hour, which I spent on my phone looking up any new and public information I could find about this place. It's remarkable how much knowledge is out there on the internet, social media. Everybody is an amateur reporter. Between that, the Freedom of Information Act, and the general delusion of news, there aren't really any secrets left anymore. Death records, police files, a veritable treasure trove of information, plugging all of us into a shared consciousness and giving you whatever you want if you know where to look. And the reason I'm good at my job is I always know where to look. That's why I couldn't believe it. But all my searches came up blank. This town had no footprint online. That's not just strange. That's impossible. With a town this small, in 30 minutes I should have been able to find who the mayor was banging. But I couldn't find an article about Sophia. The sheriff will see you now, the receptionist said, snapping me back to reality. His name was Wade. He was an older guy, bald on top, with a smile that looked forced. The desk was clear, save for a single telephone, and a wall was covered in a giant, dirty American flag. He gestured for me to take a seat. "What can I do for you?" he asked. I explained the situation and asked him for the police reports concerning Sophia's disappearance. "I'm afraid I can't help you," he said. "Miss Rousseau's case is part of an ongoing investigation. Look, I'm not trying to break balls or get in the way here. I just want to help find my niece." The sheriff let out a long sigh and lost the smile, dropping the facade. I knew that look from all the times I'd had it on my face. It was bad news that he didn't want to deliver. We had a lead on what happened. Your niece. A bunch of kids went missing not too long ago. Part of some neo-religious cult, we think. Maybe Sophia got caught up in it somehow. Yeah? What are you thinking? No, we don't know. We had a suspect in custody. Jesus Christ. You don't think he murdered her, do you? We sure as hell thought so. For a moment, he came back with a thick file, dropping it on the desk in front of me. Everything we have is in there. The case got pretty strange. We're still piecing it together. You look like a smart enough guy. I don't have to tell you. Yeah, thanks. You didn't give me this file. I don't know anything. I'm good. But if you do find anything, you'll know as soon as I do. I thanked him, and we shook hands before I left. Out in the lobby, I saw a couple of deputies fixing themselves some coffee. I approached them and asked, "Mind if I grab a cup?" "Knock yourself out," said the bigger one of the two. He was an intimidating figure, 6 feet 2 inches, built like a linebacker. The name on his pin said Brooks. The smaller one was still taller than me, but lanky and young, probably a fresh recruit. His pin said Ellis. Ellis folded his arms and sized me up. "Are you some kind of reporter?" he asked. "No, not me. I'm Sophia Rousseau's uncle." "Oh," he said. I gave them my best cold stare. Sophia Rousseau's, the young woman that went missing a couple of weeks ago. Ellis shrugged and said, "Which one?" Brooks hit him in the chest. "Show a little humanity, man. Sorry, I didn't mean. You know, we got the guy. He hasn't confessed to anything yet, but it's fine." I thought to myself, shitty town. Shitty LEOs. Well, what are you planning to do? That was Brooks. I'm retracing her last few days. I guess I'll go check out the gas station where she worked. When I said that, it was like the air was sucked out of the room. I'd trained myself to watch reactions to know when people are lying, but an idiot could see Ellis got pale. The hairs on his neck stood straight up, and he threw an awkward glance at the older one. This rookie had no poker face. Brooks tried to play it cool, but Ellis already blew that. He took a deliberate sip of coffee, tried to sound disinterested. "Gas station at the edge of town, huh? Have you been out there yet? It's been a long time since I lived here, but I remember the stories. Something weird is going on at the edge of town, where the woods are haunted and the creatures wait to eat you. Had no idea the stories were still persisting. Or maybe not. Maybe this was something else. Not yet. Why? We even searched for the words that would make sense, but obviously couldn't find them. Well, there's been reports of wild bear activity out there. Just be careful, okay? You. There's something going on. Just tell me." "Will do, deputy. We'll do it." My next stop was the town hall. Something about the glaring lack of information online about a mass disappearance really didn't sit right with me. Not surprisingly, the place was closed when I got there. Better look at it. The place had been closed for a while. The front lawn was wild with weeds. Newspapers were piling up in various stages of decomposition by the front door. Somewhere a public official is collecting a paycheck to do nothing. I know I said it before, but seriously, this town, as long as I'm living in a pre-modern hellhole, I thought to myself, I may as well start working like it. The next stop was the Old Faithful for information gathering, and that was the local library. Once again, I was hit with the sensation that this place I used to see all the time as a child must have gotten smaller since I was last here. But that smell, old books mixed with mildew, is as pungent as ever. I found the librarian taking a nap at her station and asked her if the place kept records of local newspapers. She just laughed at me. Local papers? Here? Have you seen this town? Only half of the people here are literate and half of those are on meth. What newspaper do you think these people are buying? I apologized for wasting her time and turned to leave. But she told me to stop and come back. She felt sorry for me. Hey look, if you need information about this town, there is one guy who can help you. He's been around long enough. And he knows everything and everyone. She scribbled an address onto a piece of loose leaf paper and gave it to me. When you get here, ask for Silas. He'll be able to help you. Here I was, on my way to my 5th stop today, and exactly jack shit to show for it. I wasn't any closer to figuring out what happened to Sophia. If anything, I felt like I was further away, being pulled into this rabbit hole of weirdness. Was it even worth it? To check out this Silas guy? When I got to my car, I took a second to center myself and think about it. Facts. Those are all I need right now. Facts. At this moment, I don't have what I need. Why not see what Silas knows? I plugged the address into my GPS and laughed to myself when I saw where I was going. My old high school building was just as horrible and broken down as it had been when I left, but nothing a few coats of paint couldn't cover. I wasn't sure what I was doing as I parked the car and went inside, but that state of blindly fumbling along hoping for a clue was turning into the theme of this trip. The school was small, dimly lit. I could hear the buzz of the light on the ceiling just a few inches above my head. I felt like a giant there. I couldn't believe the children crammed themselves into this building. Yeah, I was all by myself and feeling claustrophobic and a little dizzy. Yo, can I help you? At least I thought I was all by myself. I noticed a short guy in jeans and an AC divided by DC t-shirt holding a mop, looking at me from inside one of the classrooms. Yeah, I said, I work here, and nobody's supposed to be here. School's closed. I'm looking for Silas. The guy gently set his mop down, held out a pair of glasses, and put them on before responding. Are you a friend of his? No, not exactly. I'm looking for my niece. She went missing. And you think Silas has something to do with that? Are you Silas? I asked directly. The man laughed. No way, I wish. Well, if you don't mind pointing me in the direction Silas is in, his office, I'll show you how to get there. Yeah, great. The janitor walked slowly, and with a hunch, hands in pockets, eyes on the ground. He didn't say anything as he led me down the hallway, around the corner, and up to a closed door where he finally broke the silence. This is Silas's office. I thanked him and waited for him to leave, but instead he knocked on the door and yelled, Hey Silas, there's a guy out here who wants to see you. From somewhere inside, I heard a muffled, Go away. Come on, Silas, open up. He gave me an awkward smile and shrug. A few seconds passed before the janitor let out a sigh and grabbed the doorknob, opening it up and stepping inside. Guess if I had to pick the exact moment my case went from weird to batshit insane, it'd be this one. The room wasn't a room at all. It was simply a dirty supply closet, barely big enough for the janitor to fit inside, with shelves on every wall filled with cleaning supplies and boxes. The janitor flicked on the lights, knelt down to the ground, and pulled up an old wooden crate. It was in the center of the floor. Silas, you in there? Didn't you hear what I said? He opened the crate. All right. Jesus Christ. I can't even believe I'm saying this. He pulled Silas out of the box, turned around, and faced me holding Silas in his arms. Silas was an old-fashioned wooden ventriloquist dummy with a black suit painted on. The eyes popped open, and he looked at me, and the head spun around to look at the janitor, then back at me. The dummy yawned and stretched, and went through the show of waking up before I finally spoke. "Who the hell is this guy? Didn't you see the sign? My daughter said, 'Do not disturb.'" Silas's voice had a slight tinge of Bostonian accent. I couldn't help myself. "What the fuck is this?" I yelled. "Some kind of stupid joke. My niece is missing. She could be dead for all I know, and you're playing games right now." It took a lot of self-control not to sock the janitor across the face. Instead, I just turned and started to walk away. "Detective, wait!" yelled in his puppet voice. I stopped and turned back. "How did you know I was a detective?" I asked. "Oh, I know a lot of things," he said to the puppet. It was difficult listening to him because he refused to make eye contact, choosing instead to stare at the puppet who was looking right at me. I had to give him credit. I couldn't see his lips moving at all. "For instance, I know you drove here from New Orleans. You stopped by the sheriff's station and then the library, but they were no help. And now you want answers about what happened to Sophia." "All right," I said. "Explain. How do you know all that?" The janitor refused to break character, saying everything to the doll. "It's the details. The Beretta holstered under your jacket, the tactical boots, the haircut, and not least of all the police reports sticking out of your back pocket. I know you're not working directly with the sheriff's department because you haven't shaved in at least a week, so that says prior to high. I know you hit up the library because the librarian's the only person that could possibly have known I was here. I know you're looking for Sophia Rousseau because unlike some people, I keep up with the news. You say your niece is missing, assuming neither of you are adopted. There's only one missing girl that shares any of your dominant features." "All right," I said. The guy wasn't terrible. Maybe had a few screws loose, but credit where it's due. "Yeah, the Sherlock bit's down pat. What about New Orleans? How'd you know I drove all night?" "Two reasons. First, you smell like you haven't had a shower in a couple of days. And second, I stole your wallet and looked at the address on your ID." He extended the wooden puppet arm, and sure enough, the little bastard was holding my wallet. And to be honest, I wasn't even mad. Little fuck got the jump on me. That's all it takes to earn my respect. I actually laughed. "All right, Silas, how does this work? I'd pay you to be my research consultant." "Believe it or not," said the puppet, "I'm not big on money. What I deal in is information and favors. I can tell you don't have any of the former, so I'll take the latter. One favor at the time of my choosing, and in return, I find out everything that is knowable about what happened to your niece. When I get something, I'll call you." I shrugged. "All right, deal." Now, I'm not proud to say this, but I shook hands with the puppet. Then he gave me back my wallet. I finally got around to hitting up the gas station where Sophia was working before her disappearance, and let me just say what a shit show. From the outside, it looked like it hadn't been cleaned in weeks. When I walked in, I could smell fresh paint and raw sewage. The man behind the register was smoking a cigarette, stacking pennies into little pyramids, oblivious to my presence. It was right then that my tooth started hurting like hell. I grabbed a box of BC powder and walked up to the register. "Hey," I said to the clerk. It was a young, lanky blonde guy with blue eyes. It reminds me of what a golden retriever would look like in human form. His name tag said Kyle. He looked up and smiled at me. "Hey," he said back before turning all of his attention to the coin pyramid. "I want to buy this," I said, getting a little annoyed. "How much is it?" I asked. I don't know. You're the one at the cash register. You tell me." He looked at the box, then at me. "What's it worth to you?" "Look, man, I just want to buy this. I'm not trying to play a game here." Kyle scowled at the box and said, "Just keep it. It's yours in the house." I sighed, put a $5 bill on the counter before heading to the bathroom for tap water to wash it down. I must have been distracted by the idiocy of the clerk, because I didn't even notice until I was already inside the bathroom. There was someone else in there. I went straight for the sink, turned on the faucet, and I heard it. Guitar music. Turned around to see a man standing next to the urinal, wearing nothing but a cowboy hat, red boxers, and boots, playing a familiar tune on the wooden guitar that was slung over his shoulder. "Oh shit," I said. "I didn't know it was occupied." The man started to sing along with the tune he was playing. "There is a house in New Orleans they call the Rising Sunday, and it's been the ruin of many poor boys and God." I know I'm one. He turned, still playing and singing, and walked right out of the bathroom. The fuck? I took 2 BC powders and washed them down with water that tasted especially metallic before I went back to the lobby. The clerk had lit another cigarette, and the $5 bill was still on the counter. What was that all about? I asked. What was that all about? He asked me again. The guitar playing guy in his boxers. Is it some kind of act or something? Kyle looked around the store, then back at me. Where? He was in the bathroom with me. Guy in a cowboy hat. Ring any bells? Oh, he said. That might have been the bathroom cowboy. Did you hire him? No. That does sound like the bathroom cowboy. All right, look, I'm tired of playing games. I want to ask you some questions, okay? Kyle grinned. I like questions. Okay. There's a girl that used to work here named Sophia. Did you know her? Oh, I'm actually pretty new. You're probably going to want to talk to the other clerk, Ben. Okay. When will Ben come? Oh, he should be here in an hour or so. You want some jerky? He extended a half-eaten stick of jerky toward me. Before I could say hell no, the phone on Kyle's desk started ringing. He answered with a yellow. After a second, he looked at me and asked, Are you Alex Rousseau? That's weird. Yeah, it's for you. He handed me the receiver. Is this Alex? Mr. Rousseau, this is Sheriff Wade. I've been trying to reach you. Figured when your phone kept going to voicemail, you must be in the part of town without reception. Was there a development? I asked. No, look. I don't know how you know Silas, but next time you see him, tell him that we're even. What do you mean? Silas is calling in his favor. I know you've probably done interrogations before, right? Well, I'm giving you 20 minutes with the suspect that we have in custody. After that, you're done officially. This never happened. Come here before I change my mind. Are you serious? I'm always serious. Okay, I'm on my way. What's his name? Derek Voss. Derek Voss's hands were shackled to a steel eye bolt that had been lazily welded onto the metal table in the center of the interrogation room. It was barely larger than Silas's supply closet. One light overhead, no window, 2 folding chairs, and a plastic camera tripod in the corner closest to the door. They had to put him in an orange jumpsuit a couple sizes too big, and somebody had roughed him up pretty good. He had a swollen shiner on his left eye that blended into the purple bruises covering most of his face. When he saw me, I regretted it. Hey, you don't look like a lawyer. You sure as hell ain't a cop. Let me guess, you're the newest one they sent to kill me. It took a second to gain a sense of the man that I was about to talk to. The clock was ticking down 20 minutes, but those first brief moments set the trajectory. You could make all the difference here. I was just a few feet away from the fuck that had probably killed my niece. I needed to figure out a way to pry information from him. I was coming into this with nothing. No carrot. No stick. But how do I trip him up? Maybe he'll give me just what I want out of the goodness of his heart. I'd done a little research on the drive over. Derek was a local who had disappeared a while back and joined the army. After an honorable discharge, he made it a point to mostly live off the grid, save for a handful of run-ins with the law. He had a habit of starting or ending fights, depending on how you look at it. I made my move, returning his smile and pulling out the chair on the other side of the table. From here, I could see that the man had a nasty-looking scar straight across his throat. I sat and faced him, waiting to see if he had anything else to offer. He didn't, so I went first. Who's trying to kill you, Derek? He laughed softly and said, Hey, don't I know you? I doubt it. Yeah, I do. You went to my high school, right? You're Mark's brother. I maintained my poker face as best I could, bearing the sting of hearing the fuck mention my brother's name. But it wasn't time yet to show my hand. Said, I'm talking. Hey, you said somebody's out to kill you. Why would someone want you dead? You do something? You know, when I get out of here, I'm gonna cut your face open from here. From across the table, he pointed at the spot just over my right eye. To here. He dragged the point of his finger slowly down toward my neck. Took a long breath. But I'm not a cop or a lawyer. Just an interested third party. Yeah, sure. There's a lot of those in this town, aren't there? What do you mean by that? Derek relaxed in his chair and leaned his head back to stare at the ceiling. Man, come on. Just ask me whatever it is you came to ask. All right. Starting to think you might not know anything. Maybe the sheriff oversold you. Was some kind of badass when really you're just a guy. A guy that was in the wrong place and too dumb not to look guilty. Derek looked me in the eye. He laughed. A short staccato kind of laugh. "You're gonna use pride and ego on me, Russo. This ain't amateur hour. I spent years on the other side of this. I've interrogated Al-Qaeda in a cave in the desert. This fuck had my number. Look, I'm not gonna fuck you. Quit trying to work around it and ask me the fuck question you came here to ask me. Yes, fuck was running the show now. We both knew it. Might as well take a shot. You know what happened to my niece, Sophia?" Derek held up both palms. "Is that supposed to be enough? That's supposed to be, let's make a deal, Clarice. Quid pro quo, right? All right. What do you want, Dr. Lecter? And more importantly, what are you offering? I can tell you exactly where a certain missing teenage girl went, where you can find her, and you can ask her yourself what happened. I could draw you a fuck map if you want. In exchange, I want something from you, something small, something you won't ever miss." My heart was pounding. It took every bit of strength I had, not to just jump across the table and strangle the answers I wanted out of him. "Okay," I said. "Name your price." Derek leaned in and spoke each syllable deliberately. "I want one of your teeth." He smiled and laughed again. "What the fuck did you just say? That's all I want. I want you to pick a tooth, any tooth, and pull it out for me. You got dozens, right? You're gonna miss one? I don't think so. You pull out a tooth for me, then exactly where you can find her. No, if you burn in hell, you're a piece of shit." "Really? You value your teeth more than your own family? Good thing your brother is alive to see you make this choice." I knew he was baiting me, and I wish I'd been smarter, but I wasn't. I jumped out of my chair so fast it launched across the room and swung a wild right hook that would have broken bone if it had landed. But he dodged it by an inch, caught me by the fist, and used my follow-through to pull me across the table. My face hit the metal, and before I knew it, he had hooked his arm under my chin. In a single motion, he twisted me onto my back and locked his arm against my windpipe, squeezing tighter and tighter until I started to black out. I tried to scream, but there was no way air was coming in or going out. The world went black. I knew I was done for. That son of a bitch was faster and stronger than I could have expected, and I'm glad I'm more lucky than careless. I didn't hear the deputies come in, but if they had waited a few more seconds to pull me away, I might not be here right now. As they helped me out of the room, Derek let out a loud, gleeful cackle that followed me all the way into the lobby. It was getting dark by the time I patched up and was leaving the sheriff's station. I decided to spend the rest of the day getting shit-faced. That fuck all but confessed to killing Sophia, but that wasn't enough. He wanted to. He needed to. Rub it in my face when I let him. I had the who. It was not the how, where, or the why. With a guy like that, you even need the why. Armed with this information, I wasn't exactly in a hurry to go back to see Tyler. The only bar in town was closed. Some kind of bullshit holiday. So I decided to celebrate alone. The bottle in my go bag might not be enough, I thought. So I went back to that shitty gas station on the edge of town. The sheriff was pissed at me for what had happened. I didn't blame him. I lost my cool. You can't do that if you're working on the side of the law, which for the time being I was. Couldn't help but wonder how hard it would be to get away with killing Derek while he was in custody. When I got to the gas station, the clerk behind the counter didn't even look up from the book he was reading. He was considerably younger than me, with bags under his eyes like he hadn't slept in days. A pair of crutches leaning on the counter next to him. Bought a bottle of whiskey and a pack of smokes. As he rang them up, I asked, "Hey, you know a good hotel near here?" "No," he said simply, as he handed me my change, went back to his book. "All right, thank you, Mr. Personality." When I got back to my car, I tried to look up the nearest cheap hotel. I was reminded that this part of town doesn't get cell or internet service. All I wanted to do at that moment was drink, shower, and sleep, and after a few minutes of thinking about it, I decided I could do 2 out of the 3. After getting sufficiently inebriated, I put my seat into a reclined position, and I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. I woke up the next morning, still a little drunk to the sound of my cell phone ringing. When I checked the caller ID, I couldn't understand what I was seeing. Marcel. It rang a couple more times while I sat up and tried to wrap my head around the moment. Where was I again? My car. What happened yesterday? The weight of it all came crashing back into place in an instant. Sophia's killer was sitting in a cell somewhere, laughing at me. The phone continued to ring. I looked again. But this part still didn't make any sense. Who was calling me from my brother's phone, and how? I answered. Hello. Hey Alex, it's been a while, huh? What the fuck? Who is this? I'm not sure how long I've got. I've been trying to get through to one of you for a long time. I asked you a question. Who is this? You know who this is, Alex. My brother's dead. When I find you, I'm gonna make sure that you are too. Always gotta be the badass, huh? Remember Merlin? Merlin. I hadn't thought about him in a long time, so we were kids. Sometimes we would play superheroes, take turns being the bad guy. I always wanted to be Batman or Wolverine, but Mark always wanted to be a wizard named Merlin. He started his own mythology around the character, a time-traveling wizard that rode a motorcycle. When I got a little too old to play make-believe, he started drawing comics about the guy. Never told him, but I found them. I read a few. They're impressive. Anybody could know about Merlin. Would anybody know I stole a car in my junior year, but he took the blame for it? A chill ran down my spine. Suddenly, the car felt way too cramped for me. I opened the door, tried to step out, but a dizzy spell almost put me on my ass. I held onto the roof of the vehicle until it passed, and I put the phone back to my ear. Who is this? Told you. It's me. Tell me the truth. You're looking for Sophia. You've got to find her. Look, okay, I watched my brother die. I saw his body get put in the ground. I died, and then they came for me, and they put me here. Where is it? I don't know, but I do know that they're watching you. They've been watching you ever since you came back. I think they haven't decided what they're going to do with you yet. They're running out of time. You have to get to Sophia before they get to you. No, and tell my kids I love them. There's a loud crackle from the phone, and then it disconnected. I stared at the screen like an idiot for way too long, then did the only thing I could think of. I dialed the number back. That exact moment I heard a cell phone ring from somewhere just beyond the gas station. Shit is here. I ran back toward the sound of the ringing. It was hard to pinpoint exactly where it started, but I knew it was coming from somewhere in the woods beyond the tree line. I ran straight into the forest, making a mental note on the way to check out that large, fresh mound of dirt next to the dumpster. It looked like something had been buried there recently, but I couldn't afford the distraction just yet. How many times had it rung? It was 4, 5. The ringing continued now, somewhere much deeper in the woods. I followed, trying to determine exactly where the noise was coming from. As I ran further in, the ringing became more of an echo all around me. I checked the phone still in my hand and saw the message. No network detected, emergency calls only. The ringing got louder, and it turned into something else. No longer ringing, more like a loud chirping, like an insect of some kind. It morphed into a deafening noise, somewhere between a roar and a scream all around me. I pocketed the phone and instinctively reached for my piece. It wasn't there. I left it in the car, right? Look, I know how this sounds, okay? It's crazy. I'm not going to pretend that it isn't, but it only got worse. The temperature in the spot started to crank up like I was next to an invisible fire ready to consume the entire forest. I had the sensation that I was burning up and about to be cooked alive, and my fight or flight response kicked in on overdrive. I picked a direction and started running as fast and as hard as I could. The heat got further and further away as I jumped over logs, limbs, and ditches, and finally caught a clearing. My lungs were ready to explode by the time I stopped and collapsed to my knees, throwing up. I didn't have long to relax before I heard something crunching through the forest in front of me. I pushed myself to my feet and scanned the area for any kind of weapon, but there wasn't anything worth grabbing. Not a rock or a decent stick. Not even a tree nearby worth hiding behind. But what was I thinking? Running out here in the middle of this clearing. I was in the dead center of a nearly perfect circle the size of a tennis court. No trees, only knee-high grass. Basically, a sitting duck. I saw it. A bear. At the edge of the trees right in front of me, I saw that it was a bear. I say that it was a bear that I saw, which is technically true, but also not. It looked at me, and I was convinced that I had lost my mind and gone crazy because at that moment nothing made any damn sense. The thing I was looking at was, best I can tell, an enormous grown man nearly 7 feet tall, wearing a tan teddy bear costume, complete with an enormous felt head and black button eyes the size of saucers. They got a school mascot from a nightmare. It was covered in dirt and leaves, and when it saw me, it started waving excitedly. "Hey," I said uncertainly, and then it turned both its middle fingers up to me and did a little dance. Hey man, I'm kinda lost. The bear didn't say anything, just pointed at me, then its crotch started pelvic thrusting in the air. God, I wish I had my gun right now. I woke up suspended off the ground in a small dark room with that ever so familiar feeling of not knowing where the hell I was. The walls were covered in shelves, packed with cleaning supplies, paper products, and canned goods. When I tried to sit up, the world shook and swung under me. A few tries before I realized that I was being held up by a braided rope hammock. "You're awake," came the voice to my right. I turned and saw the gas station clerk from earlier, Kyle, sitting on a milk crate and smiling. Tried to sit up. A pain shot through my leg like electricity, but I fell back into the hammock. Where am I? What happened? Did you paint my nails? I looked at the nail polish on my right hand, then at Kyle. Do you like it? No, okay, that's fair. You're more of a fire truck than a cherry red anyway. But I thought I'd take a chance. I looked at the source of the pain in my leg and I saw that it had been wrapped tightly in a makeshift duct tape cast that wrapped right around my pant leg. That's where it all came back to me. Bizarre memory that wouldn't have been out of place in a David Lynch fever dream. I reached out, grabbed Kyle by the collar of his shirt, and yanked him close to me. I need to talk to the sheriff now. The man in the bear costume stayed there on the other side of the clearing, spinning his arms and legs in a bizarre dance like a PCP Jack teenager at the disco, occasionally looking my way as if to make sure that I was still watching. I slowly started to back up, putting one foot behind the other carefully, adding to the distance between us. I didn't know the score, but I sure as hell didn't want to push my luck. Once I got back to my car, I could call the sheriff, have him bring all his deputies in an extra-large straitjacket. That plan required that I first get back to my car. I had my eyes locked on the bear man, so I saw exactly when the arrow whipped right through him. Came from somewhere in the forest behind him, entered his bear suit from the back just below the armpit, and passed straight through the other side toward me. I didn't have either the time or the reflexes to dodge. The next thing I knew, I had been struck, hit the ground, and the man in the bear costume grabbed his wound and danced his way back into the woods. The arrow had lodged itself deep into my leg a few inches above the knee, with a light wooden shaft protruding straight out. It was the single most painful thing I had ever experienced, and sheer adrenaline is probably the only reason I wasn't going right into shock. Two men dressed head to toe in camouflage, and carrying hunting bows stepped into the clearing at the same spot the bear man had emerged. They both had shades of green smeared all over their faces like war paint. The fat one was cursing and yelling when he emerged. I screamed partially to get their attention and partly because I couldn't help it. "Oh fuck," yelled the skinny one. "Did we get you?" He dropped his bow and ran over to me while the fat one put his own on a sling on his shoulder and slowly walked over to join us. "Who the fuck are you?" "That's the fat one." The skinny one pulled an 8-inch knife out of its sheath in his belt and sliced open my pant leg around where the arrow was lodged. I took a look and wished I hadn't. "You shot me," I yelled. It was about the only thing I could muster the strength to say besides the lengthy paragraph of expletives that I couldn't hold in if I tried. The skinny one looked at me defensively. "Well, hell, dude, we didn't expect no people but us to be out here. Bear's gone away now, boy." "You're playing," the fat one said. "You think you can walk?" I didn't answer right away. The shaft of the arrow was shaking with my pulse. I knew it was embedded into my femur. The fat man knelt down for a closer look and whistled. "That's in there all right." I closed my eyes and tried to focus on anything but the pain. Every breath, every heartbeat, every micro-movement radiated through the arrow like an antenna into the wound and down into the nerve in my leg. My eyes shot open, and I let out a scream. The fat one had reached out and grabbed the arrow at the base with his other hand, and grabbed the top and snapped the shaft off. I collapsed on my back and stared up at the sky, hoping that the pain had just knocked me out already. "There," said the hunter. "Now we don't have to worry about it snagging on every little thing. Ned, help me get him into the four-wheeler." The other one, Chet, pulled me to my feet, and together we walked back into the woods. I kept an arm over both of their shoulders and basically hung on, letting my bad leg drag the whole way. Not too far into the forest, there was a small trail we followed for close to half a mile before we reached the four-wheeler. I don't remember the ride back to their truck, but I remember them smacking me on the face when we got there to make sure that I was still alive. "Now y'all got him?" asked the fat woman sitting in the driver's seat of the white extended cab truck stained brown from countless layers of dried mud. The fat man got out of the four-wheeler and answered, "No, he got away." "I clipped him though," bragged Chet as he jumped down from the four-wheeler. Left a blood trail, may be able to get to him. Oh, you shut up, boy. We ain't going nowhere tonight. Gotta get home before the sun goes down. The woman looked at me and smiled a big toothless smile, her bright red cheeks standing out against her pale skin like she had already had a few drinks too many. Oh, you got something though. The fat one grabbed me by the hair and yanked me off the four-wheeler, throwing me to the ground. I let out another scream. What the fuck is wrong with you, you crazy? That thing out there isn't a bear. It's a person. And you fuck shot me. I need to get to a hospital for Christ's sake. The fat man looked at the woman and said, yeah, and that got with this one by accident. Well, that ain't a total loss then, she said back. Why is he still alive? They're easy to move when they're alive, and they taste better if they're scared, when you put them down. Chet let out a whoop and jumped down on top of me, pushing my face into the ground and yanking in my pockets. He managed to dig out my phone, wallet, and keys before I finally had a handful of dirt and smacked it into his eyes. He fell off me, and I jumped to my feet, running toward the safety of the forest. Bang. Now, I wouldn't be too keen on running back out there if I were you. I put my hands in the air and slowly turned around to face the fat one pointing .45 at me, from what I would consider point-blank range, close enough that I could recognize it as a Dan Wesson specialist. These guys were bow hunting for sport, but smart enough to bring along something heavier just in case. Smarter than me, that's for sure. Why not? I asked. I doubt there's anything out there as bad as right here. Well, that's where you're wrong. Who's the woman back in the truck? Shoot him. Shoot him. Shut up, woman. I ain't about to shoot him just because you said so. I know, I said softly. Suddenly, the pain in my leg didn't seem so bad. Let's talk about this for a second. You don't have to kill me. I don't know you. You can just leave me here. We can forget all about this. The woman reached out for the gun and said, let me do it. You got to do the last one. The fat one sighed and handed the gun over. Fine, but aim carefully. One shot, one kill. Oh, wait, I screamed. I know where the bear is. I can take you to him. He's lying, whined the woman. No, I'm not. We're friends. Yeah. Why the hell else would I be out there in the middle of nowhere with the bear? Chet gave the fat man a what now look, and the fat man scrunched up his face as he thought about it. Okay, he finally said. Take us to it then. Maybe we'll let you go, maybe. 1 gun, 2 hunting knives, 2 bows, a quiver of arrows. I ran every scenario through my mind quickly. How do I get to one of their weapons without getting killed first? Forest, 4-wheeler, truck. Any realistic way to escape without being shot in the back? We're looking good, but I was still breathing for the time being. It'll be faster if we, take the truck. The hunters were being smarter than I would have liked. The big one. I picked up his name as Paul, put me in the back seat of the cab next to Chet. He threw all the weapons, knives included, into the truck bed and climbed into the back with us. I was sandwiched with Chet to my right, Paul to my left in that tiny vehicle. Smelled like shit. Literally, it smelled like human feces. The seats were torn up and wet. I saw a few small roaches scurry away from us after Paul slammed the door shut. A tiny face looked back at me from the passenger seat. A little girl with matted blonde hair no older than 10. She smiled and said, "Are we gonna eat this one?" "Probably," said the fat woman, and she cranked the engine. "Which way?" "That's Paul." "I'll point it out. Straight ahead. Get up here on the main road. Take a right." "You better not be trying nothing, boy," Paul said. We hit the main road. The truck climbed up a slow 30 miles per hour. "Go straight for about a mile," I said. "You'll see a dirt road on the left." "Ain't no dirt road," squealed the fat woman in a high-pitched voice. "I know these roads like the back of my hand. I don't remember any dirt road up there." Paul punched me hard in the stomach. "You think you're being funny, boy?" It knocked the wind out of me. I doubled over in the seat as they all started laughing maniacally. There's an expression in trapping called ring off, which is much worse than the phrase implies. If you're unfamiliar with the term, allow me to explain. Trappers have to check their traps frequently, because if they don't, an animal's survival instinct will kick in and they'll free themselves one way or the other. The most common form of ring off is a coyote or jaguar or anything with sharp enough teeth chewing through its own leg to free itself. That ain't pretty, but it sure beats the alternative, right? Well, at that moment, I understood exactly how those trapped animals felt. I bit down hard on the exposed piece of wooden arrow shaft as hard as I could stand and yanked it out as fast as I could. For the second time in as many hours, I experienced the single most painful thing I'd ever felt. But now the arrow was free from my leg. I had a weapon. I spit the broken arrowhead into my left hand and stabbed it into Paul's neck, cutting his laughter into a muffled gurgle. "Oh fuck!" yelled Chet as I swung myself into the seat and planted the foot of my good leg against the side of his face with as much force as I could muster. I pushed his head into the glass of the window, all the while holding onto the arrow that was still embedded in Paul's neck. The little girl started screaming, and the fat woman turned around to see what the fuss was about. I turned to her and noticed it, maybe 100 feet ahead. The man in the bear costume stepping out of the woods, crossing the road. I closed my eyes and braced for impact. She must have looked back and seen the bear because the truck lurched wildly to one side, then back to the other like she had swerved to miss, then overcorrected. Then we started rolling. The sound of the crash was like an explosion. Pieces of broken glass and blood rained down all around me as my head hit the roof. Then the seat, then the door, and finally the world stopped spinning, and I was on my back with blood stinging my eyes. A warm hand reached under me and dragged me out of the wreckage and twisted the mass of bodies and debris through the cold, wet grass and through a ditch and dropped me into the road. I wiped my eyes and looked up at the giant black buttons of the man in the bear costume. He waved at me, gave me an excited double thumbs up before walking back to the truck and tipping the fly of the bear suit and pissing all over the wreckage and did a little jig off in the woods. That was the last I saw him. What the fuck was happening? I checked the truck. The driver, Chet, and Paul were all dead. The girl was nowhere to be found. I know if she had survived, it's unlikely that I'd have any luck finding her. The weapons were gone too, probably flung out in the crash. And even though I would have felt a lot safer packing, it wasn't worth the time that it would take to track them down. I made a quick bandage out of my shirt sleeve and wrapped it around my leg tight enough to slow the bleeding. I found a fallen branch long and strong enough to serve as a walking stick, and I started up the road in the direction of the gas station. I must have been a hell of a sight when I got back there. I was torn up and bleeding from several wounds. None of them seemed to create a sense of care in the clerk at the register. Ben didn't even have the decency to look up from his damn book. I walked over to him and knocked on the counter, finally drawing his attention. I don't know what it takes to impress this guy, but the sight of me near death sure as hell didn't register with him. "Look, I need your phone." Got the small cardboard sign that was sitting on the counter in a sloppy black Sharpie. Someone had written the message, "If you would like to use the store phone, it's 25 cents per minute. Please pay in advance." No exceptions. I reached for my wallet only to remember that it wasn't on me. Chet had taken it and left it somewhere out in the woods. "Look, this is a life or death situation, okay? There's been an accident. I need to call Spun the cardboard sign to the other side where someone had written, "No exceptions means no exceptions, not even life or death situations. Thank you for understanding, sign management." Now under normal situations, I would have resorted to a more physical solution, but at that moment, I started to feel lightheaded and dizzy. The next thing I knew, I was swinging in a hammock with my nails painted. "Where am I?" I repeated the question to Kyle. "Oh, you're in the gas station dry supply closet." "Why?" "Because customers were complaining that they didn't want to keep stepping over you every time that they wanted to buy something. But don't worry, I already called the deputy that babysits us. She's on her way here to arrest you, or whatever she does. And in the meantime, Ben says you can borrow one of his old crutches." Kyle held out a bottle of water, and I took it down the whole thing in one gulp, then forced myself up from the hammock. "I need to get out of here. There was an accident. People are dead." "Oh, cool," he said. "But you probably shouldn't go anywhere until Reyes shows up." I ignored him. I left the closet on my own 2 feet. The pain in my leg was bad but bearable. I'd rather power through than borrow someone's spare crutches. When I stepped into the store, the combination of natural and fluorescent lights stung my eyes and gave me the realization that I had absolutely no idea what time it was. "Is that him?" I looked at where the voice was coming from to see a woman in a deputy uniform staring right at me. She was tall and attractive, dark-skinned with hair, pulled back into a ponytail, and the look on her face that said, "Don't even think about fucking with me." She had been leaning against the counter next to the cashier, the one with all the books. He looked over at me and whispered something to her that I couldn't make out, which caused her to stand up straight and put her right thumb in her belt next to her gun holster. I've seen that tick before. She was trigger happy and ready to put me down if she needed to. Mr. Rousseau, she asked. I stood perfectly still and put my hands in front of me in the least intimidating way I could, remembering that I still had fresh red nail polish on my fingernails. Officer, that's deputy. She took a second, probably trying to figure out what kind of lunatic she was dealing with. In an effort to get in front of the whole thing, I tried to explain the situation. There's been an accident. I wanted to give a statement, but I've been attacked and I require medical assistance. She cocked her head slightly to one side and said, You look fine to me. Fuck, I do. I was in the truck when it flipped. What truck? Are you fucking with me right now? Fuck, too much. Now her fingers were on the gun ready to pull. I needed to reel it in a little. After a long, deliberate, loud breath, I said, Sorry, officer. I'm a little shaken up because I was in an accident. The vehicle I was in went off the road, and it flipped. You were in an accident, yes. Was anybody hurt? Was anybody hurt? That was unexpected. How long had I been unconscious? There was no possible way they had found the wreck and the bodies by now, which meant she was either screwing with me or testing me. If it was the latter, then why was she trying to trip me up, get me to contradict my own story? That's when it hit me. This was an interrogation. There were bodies, victims now, and someone was going to hang for it. I had to choose my next words very carefully. Yeah, 3 people died in the wreck. I came straight here to call the police, but the blood loss knocked me out before I could. I'll take you right to where it all happened. She took a step toward me, just one, putting herself between me and the cashier. And that's interesting, I thought. If I hadn't been paying attention, I might have missed it. But her body language was telegraphing a clear message. The cashier was an unknown, a potential threat, and her priority in this situation was protecting the guy behind the counter. What was even more interesting was what she didn't do. All right, Mr. Rousseau, we'll take my car and you can show me exactly where this all went down. Sounds good? It was only then that I noticed her soft Brooklyn accent, and one thing was for sure. She wasn't local. I'd have to look her up once I got back to my phone or someplace with the internet. Yeah, that sounds okay. She gestured toward the door and let me lead the way, her hand never leaving the gun until we were both outside. She didn't call it in. Now I just informed her that there were dead bodies. She didn't radio dispatch, backup, EMTs, anybody. There was one obvious reason why that would be the case. She must have already known about the wreck. I saw a cruiser in the spot furthest from the doors, parked backwards in the spot for a fast getaway. I stepped around the passenger side and looked back at her, half expecting to see her pull the gun and take me down right there. But now that we were outside, she seemed instantly calmer. Well, she asked, what are you waiting for? The door's unlocked. She opened the driver's side and took her spot behind the wheel. She isn't going to make me ride in the back seat. That's good, I think. I took my spot in the passenger side and instantly put on my seatbelt. But before I could even click it into place, Reyes had the car pulled onto the road. Which way? Pointing back in the direction I'd come. Downhill away from town. She peeled out and gunned the vehicle. I watched the side of the road for any sign of the bear or the little girl. But at the speed she was driving, I doubt that I'd be able to pick out anything if it wasn't right next to the street. We passed the dirt road that led to the family's hunting ground. I made a mental note to come back later and find out where Chet had left my wallet and keys. Should be right up here around the bend. I replayed the event in my mind. Straight for a mile, you see a dirt road on the left. Paul punched me in the gut. Their perverse laugh. The arrow, stabs, screams, the bear. All right, slow down. Should be right. Reyes slowed the car and hit the reds and blues. We were right on top of where the truck had gone off the road, and there was nothing. Where? She asked. Stop the car. I hopped out before she'd even come to a complete stop on the shoulder of the road. I ignored the stinging in my leg as best I could. This wasn't possible. I couldn't have been unconscious that long. They had already moved the truck. I ran into the grass and stood in the exact spot where I'd been pulled from the mangled wreck earlier that day, but there was nothing there. No sign of any wreckage, no blood, no debris, no ruts in the dirt, not a single blade of grass out of place. Reyes yelled out to me from her spot next to the cruiser. Now, I don't think it's out here. Maybe we should head up the roadways. This all looks the same to me. No, I'm certain it was right here. Well, it's not right here anymore, so how about we get you back into town and you can give a statement. I took a deep breath about an all too familiar aroma when glaringly out of place on the side of the road near a thick forest. Bleach. I scanned the grass for something, anything that would prove that I hadn't imagined it all. I walked up the road for a better look. From there, I scanned both directions. No skid marks, no nothing. This wasn't a pull the wreck out of the woods operation. This was a hardcore cleanup crew. Somebody had put a hell of a lot of effort into covering it up. But why? This street looks like it's been cleaned recently. Yeah, Reyes scoffed. I crossed the opposite side of the road. I knelt down. Pretty sure there's not a wreck over there either. Nail polish. Whoever did this had resources that I could barely even fathom. This would have taken money, manpower, precision. But even the most thorough cleanup crews would make mistakes when time is a factor. I reached into the grass, picked up a tiny shard of broken safety glass. An old silver pickup truck pulled up behind the deputy cruiser, and again I reached for the empty spot on my right side like a phantom limb. I kept expecting to find my handgun, only to remember that I was as vulnerable as when that family was arguing over who got to kill me. The man stepped out of the truck, came around to face us with a big friendly smile. He was late 50s with a dirty white beard, a camo jacket, a tucked-in white shirt that showed off a potbelly spilling over the edge of his jeans. "Morning," he said to me, basically ignoring Reyes. It's still morning. I hadn't actually seen a clock since I woke up. There's no way all this could have been cleaned up in just a few hours. "Hey, sit back," he laughed and said. "You look like shit. What happened?" I caught myself staring. He finally acknowledged Reyes with the simplest flash of eye contact before looking back at me and asking, "You all lose something?" Before I could answer, his cell phone started ringing. He put up a finger and dug it into his pocket. Yeah. His look turned into one of slight confusion before he lowered it, took a look around, down at the phone, then at Reyes and me, and he said, "Is one of you Alex Rousseau?" Deputy Reyes shook her head and laughed softly. "Don't look at me." I'm Alex. It's for you." I put the glass shard in my pocket and walked over to the man extending his phone. The whole situation was too much for my brain to digest. I genuinely had no idea what was going on, who to trust, or even if I was real anymore. That's when I first noticed that my tongue was feeling extra fat. A warm sensation was pouring over me. I could have just been an effect of the blood loss, but somehow this felt different. I decided to ignore the feeling for now and reached out for the phone. "This is Alex. Finally. Where the hell have you been all day?" Of all the possible voices I expected to hear on the other side of that line, this was not one of them. "Silas? What the hell? Were you expecting Santa Claus? How did you find me?" "I know things, Detective. Time to take a little bit of faith." "All right, I know the investigation got a little derailed this morning. Somebody's screwing with you, which is a good sign. They're trying to throw you off the scent before you ask questions, and they aren't used to people in this town asking questions. You kick their hornet's nest, and they're pissed off." I leaned away from Reyes and whispered this duck's part into the phone. "Silas, I was attacked. People are dead." "Really?" We didn't sound all that impressed. "Well, we're definitely going to have to talk about that later. For now, though, I found something in Sophia's file that we need to discuss. You got a gun, right?" Yeah. Somewhere. Ditch it. Drop it in the bottom of the ocean if you have to. I guarantee right now they've tied the ballistics in one or two of the open murder cases in town. Well, tell me one thing. What the hell is going on? Lose the copper. I don't know who to trust yet. And meet me at the bowling alley tonight, 8 p.m. Come alone, pay attention because you'll probably need to shake a tail. And Detective, yeah, take a shower with that. He disconnected. I looked at Reyes, who was leaning against the trunk of her car, arms crossed and watching me. "Who was that?" she asked. I handed the phone back to the man and shrugged at the deputy. "It looks like I made a huge mistake." "Yeah," she said incredulously. "Yeah," I answered. She gave me a ride back to the gas station while I spun a yarn about having a serious case of sleepwalking. I assured her that I had dropped the whole thing and must have gone off into the woods in my unconscious state, got myself scrapped up pretty bad. Then I must have wandered back into town confused, and a little worse for the wear. Either she bought my story or she had her own reasons to accept that. There was no reason to press it further. It didn't strike me as an idiot, so I concluded it must have been the latter. She brought me to my car, gave me a straightforward warning before she took off. I don't know what answers you think you're gonna find, but I wouldn't stick around much longer if I were you. We got the guy who killed Sophia. Take it from me, Closure. It's overrated. The first thing I did after she took off was check my car to see if I might have left some spare change somewhere. I figured I could probably dig up enough coins out of the floorboards to get me a bite to eat before hot wiring the vehicle. I was only a little surprised to see my phone, wallet, and keys sitting on the passenger seat waiting for me. My head was spinning, and I desperately needed something in my stomach, even if it was only gas station food. I did a quick run up and down the aisles, collecting whatever foodstuffs didn't look like they'd make me throw up. A bag of trail mix, some chips, a stick of jerky, and a Gatorade, and I brought them to the counter. The cashier, Ben, was typing something up on a laptop. I knocked the counter to get his attention. He looked up from what he was doing with a smile and said, "Huh, found your wallet, huh?" I dropped the stuff in front of him and answered, "Go figure." He rang it up and I paid. Then he went back to his computer. I didn't feel like waiting any longer, so I opened the chips right there, and then had a small heart attack when hundreds of tiny spiders poured out of the opening in the bag. They were tiny black ones crawling over one another in every direction. I dropped it on the ground and started stomping them all under my boot. "What the holy fuck?" I yelled to the cashier. He looked back at me and raised his eyebrows and asked, "What? Did you not see that?" There was. Right then I lost all ability to speak. There was something in the store with us, something impossible. Another spider was crawling up the wall behind the cash register, only this one wasn't tiny. This one was at least the size of a Rottweiler, shiny black legs as thick as walking sticks, and a pulsing black abdomen. I could see the reflection of the fluorescent light on its bulging wet black eyes, making out clear as day the thick needle-like hairs covering its body. It crawled all the way up the wall, then turned upside down on the ceiling and started toward me. I grabbed the spot on my side where my gun should have been and fell backward into a display of pork rinds, landing on my ass. My voice finally came back to me and I screamed, "What the fuck is that thing?" Ben clearly hadn't seen it yet. "What?" It was crawling slowly but steadily on the ceiling overhead. I waited quietly for it to move past me, never looking away, and only after it had crawled all the way to the other side of the store did I whisper, "Did you see that?" Ben followed my eyes up to the ceiling and then looked back at me. "What is it? Is it a giant spider?" "Yes." "What the fuck?" "No." The spider stayed at a constant speed and crawled back down the wall on the other side of the store near the coolers, but I lost sight of it behind the rows of groceries. I jumped to my feet and took a few steps to the side, trying to find out where the thing had gone, but it wasn't there anymore. I looked back at Ben, who was not reacting to the situation the way that I would have expected, really at all. "What do you mean, no?" I whispered. He sighed deeply and yelled out, "Chester, come here for a second." "Who are you talking to?" He stretched casually and closed his laptop and looked me in the eyes and said, "It's the pain meds they gave me. I had to stop taking them because they were making me see spiders." "What?" "I know, right? Weirdest side effect ever. But apparently it's a thing. Brand-specific hallucinations. Spiders everywhere when I ate, when I slept. I decided the pain wasn't as bad as spiders in my cereal." "Wait, you drugged me?" "No, I didn't." The door from the storage closet opened, and the clerk from earlier, the one that had painted my nails, came out drinking a beer. "You rang?" Chester answered. "Would you give this guy my old pain meds?" "Oh, most definitely," he answered. I ground up like 4, put him in his water bottle. My heartbeat was finally starting to come back down to normal. The adrenaline spike slowly being replaced by pure, undulating rage. I tried to hold it together and ask as calmly as possible, "Why would you do that?" He smiled and shrugged and said, "He was trying to help." I rubbed my eyes and took a deep breath. If he had been a little closer, I probably would have slugged him. Thankfully, I managed to keep my cool. This is so fucked. "Hey man, you alright?" That's the cashier. "What part of this looks alright to you?" I responded. "Yeah, I figured as much." "Hey, you're Sophia's uncle, right?" "Yeah, that's right." "Did you know her?" A little. "Yeah, she was. She was a decent worker. She always showed up on time, never stole anything. I was bummed out when she disappeared." That's when I hate to ask the dean. You know what happened to her? Maybe it was drugs, but I was having trouble getting a read on this guy. Was he for real? I'm planning on finding that out. I'll take it. You don't buy the story about her joining a cult? I caught the quickest micro-expression when I said cult. He looked at the other worker for just a moment, then back at me. No, I don't think she joined the cult. There was something else going on here. I asked him directly. What exactly do you think happened? I don't know. The other worker piped in with, maybe a demon got her. I swear. I looked at him and said, what? Like in Twin Peaks, dude. Spoilers. That show has been out for 20 years. Whether you're gonna watch it or you're not. This was pointless. The two were using each other for deflection, and if I was gonna find out what either of them knew, I'd need to separate them. And the question is how? Right then, the cashier leaned back and grabbed his crutches off the wall and said, Chester, take these for me. Go to lunch. Okie, said Kyle or Chester, or whatever the hell his name actually was. He struck me as the kind of guy who would find somebody else's name tag and wear it just because. Hey, I said after the cashier just stood up. How about I take you to lunch? He looked at me for an awkward couple of seconds and asked, why would you do that? I want to ask you some questions about Sophia. I really didn't know her that well. About this town. I'll pay for your lunch. What do you say? He mulled over the offer for a few more silent seconds and nodded, said, okay. I checked my phone during the drive just to see what time it was. 12:05 p.m. Then I tossed it out the window. Even if they hadn't bugged it, there's no way in hell I could ever trust it again. We went to the small diner in town called Marion's where we both ordered the same thing, and that was the cheeseburger and fries. I took black coffee. He drank a root beer. I let him eat before I got to the questions. It didn't take me long to devour my entire meal. Thankfully, there were no spiders. Whatever Chester had put in my drink had worn off completely, and the pain in my leg was back in full force. But it was hard to complain while sitting across from this guy. At least I still had all of my limbs. From what I could see, he was a below-the-knee amputee. The way he worked his crutches made it clear that he was a recent development. I decided to keep my complaints to myself. After he finished his burger, I tried to ease into the questions and learned as much as he would let me know. This guy was private, and all I could get out of him were the basics. His name was Ben. He was much younger than me, worked at the gas station pretty much since high school, and he liked to mind his own business. Finally got around to asking about his injury, not expecting much of an answer, but surprisingly, he opened up like it was no big deal. I got a complex fracture a while ago, broke my leg in 2 places. Not so surprisingly, this town doesn't have the best medical facilities. There were some, complications. Yes, I caught a strain of antibiotic-resistant bacteria, and long story short, he imitated a chainsaw noise and gestured like he was cutting off his own leg. Then he took a sip of root beer. What do you know about this cult? I watched his face for any kind of tell, but this time there was none. He was keeping a lid on it. Not much. A dozen or so attractive millennials joined up with a charismatic personality. He recruited them all from using the internet, probably enlightenment and orgies. That didn't end well, and I heard Derek Voss was part of that cult. Ben visibly shuddered at the mention of Voss. Interesting. No, he answered, but it certainly wraps the whole story up nice and neat, doesn't it? You think Derek's innocent? Ben laughed and shook his head. No, he's very much the opposite of innocent. I'm just saying that he isn't exactly a team player. Outside the window, I saw the cruiser swinging into the parking lot. Fuck, running out of time. Look, I said finally. Some weird stuff happened to me today, and I was out in these woods, things I can't exactly explain. And I'd like nothing more than to fall asleep for a few weeks and recharge, but I can't right now. I think that something's wrong with this town. I think Sophia got caught up in it, and I think that maybe, just maybe, you know what's going on. Why would you think that? The deputy that's about to come busting in here. She seems awfully protective of you. The door opened and Reyes scanned the place, spotting us immediately. Ben still had his back to her. He said, "You're not wrong, okay? Weird things happen out here, but you're looking in the wrong places. Sophia wasn't part of the cultists. They died way before she went missing. How do you know the cultists are dead? I thought that they were only missing." "That's enough questions for now, nail polish," said Reyes as she put her hand on Ben's shoulder. "You good, Crutches?" she asked him. Peachy. Had there been any doubt, that took it away. There was something going on with Ben and Reyes. Maybe she was just protecting him. Maybe they were working together. Maybe they were hooking up. I don't know. Damn near impossible to get a look inside his head. But the thing I took away from that interaction was this. I believed him. He knew more about the cult than he was letting on, and Sophia wasn't part of it. So that put me close to square one. I had a meeting with Silas in 7 hours of time to burn. The sobering fact that I had killed a man that morning in self-defense was burning in the back of my mind, and I knew that when the time came, I would have to deal with that. But this was not that time. This was the time to play through the pain. Tyler looked pretty shocked to see me. I didn't feel like explaining everything, so I just asked him to put on 2 pots of boiling water and find me some rubbing alcohol, floss, and a sewing kit. He's a good kid, and I hate to keep traumatizing him, but I couldn't go to the hospital just in case. Once the pots were boiling, I dropped the sewing needle into one and my car keys into the other. I knew better than most people how easy it was to bug anything these days. Even my wallet was going to stay in the console of my car until I could get back home and order new credit cards. Going to be nothing but cash from here on out. My nephew didn't question it for a second when I told him that I was going to be driving Sophia's Honda for the next time I was in town. I couldn't afford the very likely possibility that my car had been bugged. He didn't ask too many questions. I didn't volunteer too many answers. The farthest we got was, "Why are your nails red?" I have no idea. I strung some floss to the needle and bent it into a hook shape. This is going to hurt if I do it right. I hurt even worse if I did it wrong. At that moment, I wondered if it might actually be worth the spiders to keep from feeling the pain I was about to feel. But I ripped off the duct tape cast layer by layer, all the way down to the base, then peeled back the final layer to see the grisly X-shaped wound on my leg. Just when I think nothing can surprise me anymore, you prove me wrong. Son of a bitch. Somehow someone had beaten me to the punch. The wound was very neatly stitched up and was almost professionally done. The work was so clean it wouldn't leave but minimal scarring. Next to it, under a dried layer of blood, I could make out shaky handwriting where somebody had drawn on my leg with a black marker. Kyle was here. I set the needle on the table and asked Tyler if there were any old antibiotics in the house. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I'm gonna need all of them. It's amazing the difference a shower and clean clothes can make. I popped a handful of painkillers, the over-the-counter type, and took apart one of Mark's old speakers to get to the magnet. I'm not saying I think that Chester stitched a tracker or listening device inside of my leg because that would be crazy. I'm just saying I ran a few passes of the extra strong magnet over the stitches just to be safe. Next, I went to Sophia's room and stood for a silent moment taking it in, trying to find a balance between respecting her privacy and tearing the place apart for clues. There's still plenty of time before my meeting, but right then I was kicking myself for all the time I'd wasted by getting shit-faced. There are still answers out there to be found. I did a quick mental recap to see where I stood. Facts. The town has a weird secret. Someone powerful enough to make a flip truck and 3 bodies disappear in a span of a few hours, screwing with me. Someone knew how to imitate my brother, luring me into the bizarre trap in the woods. But why? The sheriff's department was only pretending to look for Sophia's disappearance. The cult was just a cover story. Was Sophia even involved in any of this? No. Swimming through questions without any answers when I heard Tyler say, "Hey, Uncle Alex." I snapped out of my daze and turned to see Tyler standing in the doorway. "Yeah, kiddo. You have a visitor." He was waiting for me in the living room when I walked in. First, I didn't recognize him. A short man with bad posture and thick glasses. He looked nervous when he saw me and muttered a simple, "Hey, detective." It took me a few seconds before I recognized him as the janitor from the school. "But, hey Silas, I thought we weren't meeting until later." He shook his head and said in an exasperated voice, "Oh no, I'm not. Please do not do that." "You do what?" "My name is Walter Hayes." I looked at Tyler and said, "You mind giving us a minute?" Tyler nodded and left toward his bedroom. I took a chair and invited Walter to do the same. After he had sat and taken a moment to calm down, I asked him a question. "What's up, Walter? Why are you at my brother's kid's house? Should I be concerned?" Walter took off his glasses and wiped his eyes, forcing back tears. I didn't know exactly how to react, but I assumed time would tell, so I waited until he was ready to answer. After a few moments, he managed to get it together enough to say, "I really shouldn't be here. If he finds out, I will come to talk to you." "Who finds out?" "Silas? Who else?" "For heaven's sake, look, Walter. Is there a reason you're here? Because I'm actually still trying to figure out what happened to my niece, and distractions like this aren't helping. I can't trust him." "Who? Silas? He acts like he's working for the common good. He really is, and he's just a manipulator. He just cares about himself and these favors he's collecting. Not what you'd expect. He hurts people. He can't be stopped." Take a deep breath, and I rub my temples. "Look, Walter, I'm not interested in role-playing or whatever the hell this is. Silas is a puppet, a toy, an inanimate object. If you've got some kind of anxiety or whatever and can only communicate through the doll, that's fine. You do you. But I've actually got shit to do. So, unless you want to tell me whatever it was that Silas found in Sophia's case, then please kindly get the fuck out of this house." Walter stood up, muttering something about being sorry for wasting my time, and left without another word. Another dead end. The only thing left to do is just start over. I took apart Sophia's room piece by piece and spent a couple of hours on her laptop. There was nothing out of the ordinary to be found in either case. Her phone was still plugged in next to her bed, but it was locked with a passcode. I made a few guesses using birthdays, but nothing worked. This was too smart for that anyway. I pocketed her cell with the intention of mailing it to my guy back in New Orleans, the one who could break into anything. The money was right, and I already decided to make this his priority number one. She didn't keep a diary or a day planner or anything that could have given me an idea where to start. Her sock drawer had a stack of cash in the corner, $350 in 10s and 20s in a Ziploc bag of pot. The poster near her bed had her most recent work schedule. Everything on her laptop was password protected using a master password manager program. She was smart, but that's a level of caution that I would categorize as paranoia. I'd only ever seen that kind of behavior with one other person, and that was me. I deal with some pretty sensitive stuff by profession. Her Facebook settings wouldn't let me see any of her posts, but Tyler was able to view her friends list from his account. I cross-referenced names with the school database. In under an hour, I had my checklist for the day planned out. It was going to be difficult running these people down without access to a phone. Never mind the fact that I was a grown man trying to convince a bunch of teenagers to sit down for a Q&A. Frankie was a tall, homely girl and, best I could tell, Sophia's best friend. I found her at the local pizza place where she worked and convinced her to give me a few moments of her time. She mostly corroborated what I already knew. Sophia was saving up money, planning to move out of town, and didn't have any secrets worth sharing. She wasn't seeing anybody. But what? Well, but she had this glow about her like I knew there was somebody. They went out a few times, not like a date or anything, but she didn't really want to talk about it. And then a couple weeks ago, it went away like they broke up, but not like they were ever really official or anything, you know? Guy, girl, do you have a name? Any idea where they were from? No. See, she didn't. She didn't think it was serious enough to talk about it, I guess. They met online, I think. Caught her ex-boyfriend Brian as he was getting off shift from the local garage. He was in a bit of a hurry to get to the deer stand, but agreed to answer a few quick questions. I asked about the mystery person in Sophia's life, but Brian informed me that he absolutely didn't give any fuck about what she was up to since the breakup. He was an asshole. It didn't give me any impression that he was lying. I found Hammond, her English teacher, the one that she had friended on Facebook, at his home on the other side of town. He was a little too happy to cooperate, and if it wasn't for the rock-solid alibi on the night of disappearance, taking his kids to visit their dying grandmother the next day over, I might have been tempted to play things differently, but it quickly became clear that he also had nothing to hide. He showed me the letter of recommendation that he had written for Sophia's batch of college applications. We spent a few minutes drinking coffee and talking. He agreed that the cult story was bullshit, but he had heard some rumors around school that she was seeing somebody new. Of course, a middle-aged, overweight English teacher wasn't exactly the key holder for information when it came to students' personal lives. It wasn't a total waste, though. He pointed me to my next lead. Morgan Hardy. According to Hammond, everybody knew that Morgan had a thing for Sophia. He was an awkward kid a year under her. He still asked her out on more than one occasion and was turned down on more than one occasion. He wasn't on her list of friends, but Hammond knew where I could find him. There weren't any cars in the driveway at Morgan's house. I rang his doorbell and knocked, then waited about 5 minutes before circling around the backyard and breaking in through an open window. I didn't have time to play it legally. And besides, this is hardly the worst thing that I've done all day, is it? Hard to figure out which bedroom was his. There was an oversized Fight Club poster, thumbtacked to his closed door like an edgy teenager beacon. I pushed it open and immediately realized I wasn't in Kansas anymore. There was a mirror on the wall covered with pictures of Sophia. Some looked like they were taken off social media. Others looked like they were snapped from a voyeur's point of view. The pictures continued all over the walls, thumbtacked in random intervals more or less at eye level. The room was a mess. Clothes and books and dishes stuck wherever they would fit, which made my search all the more difficult. I checked the obvious places and hit gold right off the bat. Under his mattress, next to a one-hitter, and baggie of weed, was a girl's yellow t-shirt. A match for the one Sophia wore the last time she was seen. I could hear Morgan's car stereo blaring the god-awful excuse for music as he pulled into the driveway, giving me plenty of time to sneak out the way I came in. That was the last thing in the world I wanted to do. Instead, I closed the bedroom door and waited for him in his closet. The door cracked just enough for me to see out. I needed to see him before he saw me. I needed to see his reaction to know for sure. It didn't take him long to get inside. He shut the bedroom door behind him and made a beeline straight for his computer desk, but then stopped halfway and muttered, "What the fuck?" He was taller than I expected, with at least an inch on me. Long, greasy black hair and the beginning of a patchy beard. Where he stood, he had his back to me, and by the time he turned around, I was there with my gun pointed right at him, ready for a kill shot. He fell to the ground and covered his face, screaming, "Oh, please, fuck, man. Please don't hurt me." "Shut up," I yelled at him. "What do you want?" "Oh, God, dude. Just take whatever you want. Please don't hurt me." That was the last thing he got out before he started sobbing. "Phone. Give me your phone." "What?" he blubbered. "Now." He dug his cell phone out of his pocket and held it out to me. "Put it on the bed," I yelled. He nodded and tossed the phone onto his dirty, unmade mattress. I kept the gun locked onto his forehead as I walked over to grab it. "Why did you put up all these pics?" "Shut up," I screamed, running over to the spot where he collapsed into a pathetic heap and smacking him across the face with my weapon. It worked. He shut right the hell up. But just to make sure, I pressed the tip of the gun against his face and put the fear of God into it. "If you say one more word, just one more single word to me, I'll paint these walls red. Nod, if you understand." He nodded and closed his eyes and fell onto his side in the fetal position, crying. I felt awful doing this to the poor kid, but it was the only way to convince whoever set this whole thing up that I was buying their little fabrication. He almost ruined it by asking me why I put up all these pictures of Sophia. Yeah, I'm not the smartest person in the world, but I would be a complete fuck to see an orgy of evidence like this and believe it. When I first came into town, I made a point to look up and memorize the sheriff's personal cell phone number for just such a situation as this. I picked Morgan's phone up off the bed and dialed. Wade answered, and I'm sure he was confused as hell when I explained that I had found Sophia's killer and told him where he could find Morgan. The look on the kid's face when he first walked into the room proved that he had no idea where all these pictures had come from. The whole thing was so nice and neat, the perfect horrible ending to the story, complete with a villain, motive, and a resolution that would sate the pain-in-the-ass detective that was asking too many questions. He told me to stay put, and I lied and promised him I would. 5 minutes later, I was in the Honda driving as fast as I could without raising any suspicion and trying to decide where the hell I was actually going. The story was starting to take shape in the worst possible way. Sophia had to be tied to the town's secret somehow. Whatever entity had set me up this morning and made the truck disappear was now adapting their strategy, offering me a way out. All I had to do was take it. I'd actually decided that there was nothing that was going to make me stop until either I figured out what happened to Sophia or I was 6 feet under. I tried to think while I drove aimlessly around the shit of the town, but I couldn't come up with anything actually worth calling a plan. After a few minutes on the back roads, I came up to an old mom-and-pop hardware store and remembered what Walter had told me earlier about Vice. Silas them framing me up for some open cases in town. After what I had seen, I had no idea his warning was genuine, so I decided to cover my ass and pulled into the empty parking lot to go shopping. 30 minutes later, I had a Boy Scout basket of supplies for nearly any situation. Duct tape, pipe cleaner, rope, pliers, hammer, gloves, flashlight, JB Weld, and some other various odds and ends. When it comes to the unknown, there's no such thing as over-preparation. It was already getting dark by the time I left the store, and I made the mistake of feeling optimistic. It didn't last too long. I saw the figure sitting in the passenger side front seat of Sophia's Honda right away. There's no mistaking his figure. All in camo paint, green smeared across his face, stared forward with a lifeless gaze. A million thoughts tried to crash their way through my mind at once. By some miracle, I managed to grab onto the only one that mattered. Be calm. Be rational. Make this through. Facts. Use the facts. The man sitting in the car waiting for me looked exactly like, what was his name? Chet. He died earlier today. I checked. How long was I inside? Half an hour. And they found me. How did they sneak his body in my car without me noticing? And why? Why? Of course, I knew why. They couldn't take any chances. Even if Morgan took the fall for Sophia's disappearance, I was still at a loose end, which means that this is a setup, which means the police will be here any second. Think, think, think. No options? Go. I could run, flee the scene, call it in later that the car was stolen, but now it'd be covered in my DNA. We found the dead body. You'd get tied back to me. What kind of story could I tell in my defense? You literally killed him, so the truth is out. No, forget that. Next option, get in the car, gun it anywhere, leave the fuck town if I need to. Go. I can drop the body in the parking lot. No. The old man working the cash register at the front store would tie me to this place. Okay, take the body with me. If they pull you over, how do you explain this? Cops aren't here yet, so that leaves me with one option. I dropped the things raised to the trunk of the car, popped it open, and then opened the car door and checked to make sure he was just as dead as the last time I saw him. The only thing different now was the bullet hole in his forehead. Whoever put him in the seat had made a point to splatter blood all over the dash and carpet, but I didn't have the luxury of time. This is going to need to be fast and messy. I yanked him out of the seat and dragged him over my shoulder around the back, shoved him into the trunk and slammed it shut the same second that the deputy's cruiser pulled into the parking lot. I took a few deep breaths, tried to steady my nerves, and then when that wasn't working, I lit a cigarette and went back to where I dropped my bags. Evening, Mr. Russo. I tried not to look guilty as fuck when I turned around to face the deputy rookie that I had just met yesterday. Ah, Ellis, right? They said I picked up my purchase and started for the car. He followed right behind me. Sure is a small town, huh, deputy? Yeah, sure is, he said. I opened the back door and put my bags into the seat, keeping casual and cool. I leaned against the car, slowly continuing to smoke the coffin nail, then offered one to Ellis, which he shook his head and said, "No, that's all right. I tried to quit for a few years." I put the pack away and said, "You're a better man than me." After a second, I could see that Ellis was getting nervous, trying to look over my shoulder in the car. "Is something wrong, Ellis?" I asked point blank. "No." "Oh, we're good." His poker face was just as bad today. "Well," I said, "any developments with Voss? I know you're not supposed to say anything, but off the record, does he look like he's any closer to cracking?" About it. I finished my smoke, put the cherry out in the heel of my boot, and then put the butt back into the cigarette pack as Ellis watched. "Look, I'm flattered by the attention, but something tells me you're not here for my world-class conversation skills. Something on your mind?" Ellis finally relaxed and let out a laugh. "Oh, you got me. Somebody called the station and said there was a man outside the hardware shop trying to sell drugs out of that, trunk of a Honda." I returned his laugh. "No shit, you say? What did he look like?" Ellis went on to describe me to a T, down to the black jacket, scrapes on my face. Ellis and I shared another laugh. "Well, I guess I'd better get going," I said before anybody gets the wrong idea. "Huh? Yeah, but real quick, why don't you let me take a look inside your trunk, just so I can put it on my report." "Huh?" I shook my head and said, "Sorry, Ellis. You'll have to put in your report that I refuse to open it without a warrant. It's the principle of the thing." Ellis nodded a couple times and said, "Oh, well, I guess you better get going then." "Huh. I felt a deep sense of relief that lasted all of half a second before the radio on Ellis's belt crackled alive with the sound of a loud and urgent voice. All units, be on the lookout for a Honda Accord plate number and Sophia's car plate number. Be advised, the driver is Alex Rousseau. He is lightly armed. I tried to laugh again, but Ellis reached for his gun, so I put a right hook across his cheek hard enough to drop him and split my knuckle open. It wasn't enough to knock him out, though, but his head hit the concrete and he started groaning. I went straight for his gun, wrestled it free from his belt, and pitched it onto the roof of the store. Then, while he was still regaining his bearings, I took out his cuffs, put one around his left wrist before he snapped back into action and jumped on top of me, throwing wild punches and screaming. He was a terrible fighter and relied entirely on adrenaline. I guarded my face until he had tired himself out, then grabbed him by the wrist and gave him a solid kick to the side of his knee. He dropped again, and I put him onto his stomach, twisted his arm behind his back enough to connect the handcuffs. I jumped to my feet, turned to see where the sound had come from. The old man with white hair, cashier from inside the hardware store. He was standing there with a shotgun in his hands aimed at the air. No, that was a warning shot, he said with a slight quiver in his voice. The next one's for you if you don't let go right now. As he said that, he pointed the gun at me. That's a Hatfield break-action shotgun, I thought. Yeah, so what? Trying to sound intimidating, but failing. I'm not an idiot, old man. Thing's a single shot. You just fired your entire payload to that warning. He paled slightly but refused to lower the weapon, so I gave him a little incentive, pulling my own piece and aiming it right back. This one, however, has plenty of warning shots left in it. He tossed the shotgun down and held up his hands as he made his way to his knees. Good, I said as I circled around the front of Sophia's car. The idiot's gunshot would have attracted every bored law enforcement agent in the whole damn town. I needed to get somewhere else fast. I don't know what may have changed my mind about going to meet with Silas. I pretty much decided if the mentally unstable man who could only talk through a puppet was my only hope, then I was pretty much fucked anyway. But here I was sitting outside the bowling alley about to go inside and see what, if anything, he had to offer. I showed up early and did a few circles around the building to see if anyone else was there. No signs of any cars or activity. From the looks of it, the place had been shut down for at least a decade. I would be surprised if they even had power inside. All I could think was that this place was a nice place to get murdered. I took the pipe cleaner while I waited and used it to scrape up the inside of my gun barrel. The trick I'd picked up from some of the more seedy contacts that I had back in the city. They had found a way to tie my gun to the body, currently rotting in the trunk of Sophia's car. This would make ballistic fingerprinting impossible. Well, I thought to myself, I'm gonna have to figure out how to ditch this body, one step at a time. That was a problem for later. Right now, I had to figure out who was pulling all the strings. Nobody had shown up by 8 o'clock. At 8:05, I decided to break into the bowling alley. That's one more felony on a night like this anyway. The back door was open when I tried it, so I slipped inside with my flashlight in one hand and my other firmly gripping my gun at the waist. The whole place smelled like decaying carpet. The air was thick with dust, and I followed the hallway into the main lobby when I heard the familiar voice of the puppet speaking out from somewhere in the darkness. Well, detective. You sure have been busy today, haven't you? You know, if this whole private eye thing doesn't work out, I think you have a great career in terrorism. Walter, I said, where are you? A figure emerged from the other side of the room, and once again it was not what I was expecting. I could see the familiar wooden puppet staring right at me as it came closer and closer, but the person carrying him was not the same man that was in my family's living room earlier that day. Silas was being held and operated by a grossly overweight young woman with tan skin and pigtails. She stared at Silas. Well, he said in the same voice he had always used. Who the hell is Walter? You're expecting a friend because I distinctly remember telling you to come alone. I turned my flashlight at the girl and said, Who's this? Who are you? She covered her eyes with one hand and used the other to work the doll, saying, Don't mind her, this is Tristessa. I had to find a new host after the janitor went on his little episode. A new host? Here, you're going to want to take this. His head spun to the side, facing the girl Tristessa and giving her a nod. That must have been her cue to pull a cell phone out of her pocket and offer it to me, which I accepted. I know you're smart enough to have figured out by now that your old phone is bugged to hell. Keep this one on so I can reach you when I need to. It was uncanny, Her lips absolutely were not moving. The doll, I concluded, must be voiced remotely somehow, and the girl was somehow moving his lips along with the words perfectly. This was insane. All right, what exactly are you, Silas? I'd love to know who I'm really dealing with. Silas let out a gleeful cackle and said, well, we really know who we're really talking to, don't you agree? Look, I bet you have a lot of questions, but I only have time to share the important stuff. You have to figure out the rest on your own. If you're not comfortable with this arrangement, you can beat feet right now, because the only answer I'm interested in giving you is about Sophia, as per our original deal. I shook my head and said, whatever, look, let's just stick to the plan. What is it you found? It's not what I found, detective. Silas turned his head to Tristessa and nodded again, signaling her to hand me a thick manila folder labeled S. Rousseau. I took it and started thumbing through. Silas, or whoever was really controlling Silas, had compiled an amazingly extensive list. Her background, childhood, family, report cards, school essays, her entire life cataloged in these pages. It was impressive work. I stopped on a page that said passwords followed by a list. How'd you get her passwords? It's pretty easy, really. You just need to know the answers to some very basic security questions. Mother's maiden name, childhood best friend, favorite color, first pet. What's the point in having a secure password when Password Keeper is so easy to work around? I scanned the list until I found a 6-digit code labeled cell. Suddenly, I felt the urge to change all of my passwords and move off the grid permanently. All right, I said. You say it's not about what you found. Got to elaborate. It continued. In 1604, a star exploded, creating the Kepler supernova. It was reported and recorded far and wide, all over the entire planet. A brand new star in the night sky. That was a big deal. Religions claimed that it was proof of their gods. Musicians wrote songs about it, folks lost their freaking minds. And enough that we're still talking about it 400 years later. People spent their lives trying to find a new object out in that void. But what's funny to me is that in the last decade, dozens of stars have disappeared. That's just as remarkable a phenomenon, isn't it? The star's escape is still irrevocably changed, but nobody tells stories when something old goes away, only when something new shows up. Now, I wonder what that says about mankind. So, you're saying the key here isn't finding something that shouldn't be there, but the key is finding something that should be there but isn't? Bingo. Now you sound like a detective. Alright, what's that? Holding up the folder. You want to tell me what should be in here? I looked at the girl Tristessa for any kind of emotion, but I couldn't get a read on her. I sure as hell wasn't going to look for any expressions on a puppet. But what about her? She has almost no footprint. She's a rock that falls into a pond and makes no ripples. Where is she? Why isn't she raising hell and trying to find her missing daughter? I put the folder under my arm and fished out my smokes, lighting one up before answering. You seem to know a lot. Do you know what Capgrass's delusion is? As a matter of fact, I don't, but please, enlighten me. The Capgrass delusion is a mental condition where you think somebody you know, somebody you love, has been replaced. Sophia's mother had it bad. She would tell me shit like, I know it looks just like her. It acts and talks and smells just like her, but the thing isn't my Sophia now. Nothing anyone could do would convince her otherwise. Just something wrong with the way that her neurons fired. Wow, that's messed up. Yeah. He didn't say anything for a while after that, and I took the time to finish my smoke. When I was finally done, I asked, is that it? Protect you? I don't think you realize the gravity of what you just told me. Oh, really? Yes. Well, this is the key to the whole thing. This is why they chose Sophia. They've done an amazing job of hiding her mother to the point that even I can't find her name anywhere. Wait, I said. Back up 1 second. What do you mean by this is why they chose Sophia? Well, you know that I don't. Somewhere far behind me, in the dark, came the sound of metal scraping. The door had been pushed open. Oh shit, Silas said in a harsh tone. You smell that? They sent one of those big things here. How did they find us, detective? I know you weren't stupid enough to be bugged, were you? I turned off my flashlight, pulled my gun, and pointed it in the direction where the noise came from. Fuck, you're there? I whispered. How do I know that you didn't bring somebody? There was an eerie pitch black in there, but I could smell it. A gag-inducing something abysmal like rotting meat, putrefied fuck. It came closer to us with the sounds of heavy footsteps. I could hear it breathing loudly, a guttural animal growl. There are 3 exits behind us. My best shot at getting out of here alive is to split up and go for it. Once I was already on the same page. I made a mental note of the closest way out before we had even started talking, and I was already running by the time I heard Silas's voice scream now. The thing, whatever it was, began running. I threw Sophia's folder and clicked on the flashlight as I bolted toward the side doors. I couldn't tell which direction the girl had gone, but the thing was right behind me, chasing me straight after and gaining. I hit the double doors full speed and I flung open, sending me falling down the 3 steps on the other side and landing on the broken concrete before spinning onto my back and pointing the gun up at the empty doorway. Whatever had been there was now vanished, and I didn't feel inclined to wait and see where it had gone. I got back to the car and peeled out of there. Part of me wanted to hit the interstate and never look back, but the stronger part of me realized how pathetic a move like that would be. There was a thing back there, some kind of hitter. It seemed like they'd changed the plan again after the frame-up job went south. Now they were trying good old-fashioned murder. I knew I wouldn't last long on the road with a bolo on the car, and I couldn't head back to Tyler's just yet because the police would be watching. I'd run out of good options a while back. But it wasn't until I drove past the bar and saw that it was now open that I realized just how desperate I was. I helped a few bounty hunters track down dirtbags on a few occasions, and it never ceased to amaze me how stupid people can be when they're on the run. If they'd only kept their heads down, laid low, they wouldn't have been caught. If it were me, it was the way I'd started, plenty of thoughts back then. But if you told me a week ago what I was about to do, I'd have thought you were crazy. I would have never been that stupid. I pulled into the bar's parking lot, parked right next to the thing that had caught my attention from the road in the first place. The sheriff's department cruiser parked backwards in the spot. I checked the plates to make sure, and I was right. This was the same cruiser I'd been inside earlier that day. I walked inside and scanned the room. A small, poorly lit place with a ripped-up pool table, broken jukebox, deer heads on every wall, and country music playing overhead, while a couple barflies sat at the stools, watching something on the television in silence. The bartender was a frumpy old gal who looked like she didn't know how to smile. She was leaning against the bar with her arms crossed, wearing a blue jean jacket with the sleeves cut off. And in the far corner, at a small table by herself, Reyes was looking at something on her cell phone. I went straight to the bar and made my order. I'll take one of whatever the woman in the corner is drinking. The bartender looked over at her and gave me a disapproving face and said, "Yeah, anything for you? I'll take Jack and Coke. Call the Jack. I'm the DD for tonight." She rolled her eyes and made up the order. 1 soda and 1 dark beer. Then she said, "You know what? Ain't none of my business, but you and her don't jibe. I know it may not be PC or whatever, but race mixing is wrong, and that's just my 2 cents." In the midst of all the crazy fuck that had gone on that day, I had almost forgotten how much I hated this fucked up shitty small town. But a little fresh dose of old-fashioned racism to remind me. She put the drinks in front of me. I dropped some cash on the bar next to her and said, "You're right, it ain't none of your business." I placed a beer in front of her and took a seat waiting anxiously to find out if I'd made another mistake. Reyes looked up from her phone and gave me an icy stare, and I returned the look with a smile. This is probably the biggest and stupidest gamble I'd ever made since showing up in the fuck. But my gut told me that she wasn't one of them, and my gut had a pretty decent batting average. So here we were. She started laughing instantly, betraying how drunk she was. "Okay, so far so good. Thanks, nail polish, but I'm an adult. I can get my own roofies. I just wanted to say thanks for driving me around earlier." "Well, aren't you a gentleman?" "No, of course not. I swear." She laughed again and put her phone away. This was the moment of truth. Was she going to arrest me, or... She finished the half-empty beer in front of her and put the glass next to a couple of empties, then grabbed the one I'd given her, took a healthy swig. I took a sip of my drink and waited for her to speak. "Any luck today, detective?" "Oh yeah, lots. All of it bad. I suppose you expect your luck to change now, huh?" "Well, I can't get much worse, can I?" I looked back at the bar and caught the woman there glaring at us with disgust. "Well, you can't say I didn't warn you. Thanks for the drink. But maybe you should get out of this town before somebody with an inclination to arrest you figures out that you're at the watering hole. Somebody like?" Deputy? Definitely not someone like me, as you can plainly see. She gestured at the empty glass on the table. I am off the clock. And while I am off the clock, you can just call me Amelia. Now look, I know this is going to sound pretty ballsy, but mind if I ask you a few questions? She laughed out loud. It was a genuine, deep, drunken laugh, and made me realize that under other circumstances, I would probably really enjoy having a few drinks and pissing the night away with Amelia Reyes. Sure, why not? But I get to ask you some questions too. Well, it seems fair. So is there a Mrs. Nail Polish? Well, there were a couple of times, actually. But there's just something about being a deadbeat husband that didn't really sit right with them. And here I assumed it was your brutal honesty that put the ladies off. Actually, that was one of the more charming attributes. She laughed again, and I relaxed just a little. So what brings a city girl like you to a BFV town like this? Not completely sure. Sometimes I suspect that I died and this is hell. That is a reasonable theory. You don't need to circle around the question with me, Rousseau. I know what you want to ask. What's going on here? Well, I can't help you because I'm still trying to figure that one out myself. I showed up a month ago, and every night I go to sleep thinking the next couldn't possibly be weirder. And every day I'm proven wrong. You can call me Alex. I'm not going to call you that, Manny Petty. But if you let me smoke, I'll tell you whatever I know. Not like it's going to help you anyway. I fished out 2 cigarettes and lit hers for her between her lips. After her first drag, she coughed and laughed and put it out. She clearly wasn't a smoker. I know this is probably hard to believe, but I didn't sleepwalk off into the forest this morning. I got a phone call from somebody claiming to be my brother. The only thing is that he'd been dead for 4 years. Then, I heard something off in the woods. It's actually hard to explain, but when I was out there, the air started to heat up like I was boiling alive. She was listening to all this attentively so far. I hadn't lost her. I considered finishing the story, but knew that the truth was too much for her right now. Even if she bought it, no good could come from her knowing about the dead rednecks in the missing truck. You know what? I believe you. Because when I first started, it was about a week straight where the office was flooded with calls from locals saying that they were being contacted by their dead loved ones. And we figured it was just a bunch of kids playing pranks, but it didn't take long to figure out that, no, alright, something really happened on a huge scale. Grandma Gertrude called to tell little Timmy she didn't know where she was, but they got her, put her brain in a jar or some fuck. It's really fucked up people out there. One day I get the order to drop the whole thing, and I'm warned not to talk about it. I put up a little resistance, and they saddled me with gas station duty, and the rest is history. She took a big swig, polished off half the beer before continuing. You know what a heat burst is? No, but I think I can gather from the name that it's going to be an official explanation for what happened out there in the woods. If you stick around here too long, you'll notice a pattern. No matter what happens, no matter how insane, there will always be an official explanation. Nothing supernatural ever happens. A heat burst is a rare weather phenomenon that occurs around these parts. See, sometimes temperature will spike up to 100, 120, maybe more, for no good reason. You want to know why I know that that's wrong? They were talking about it on the radio last week. Last week? That's a pretty weird coincidence, don't you think? But what else could it be? You think somebody knew I'd be listening to the radio a week ago? I wanted to make sure that I'd have this story loaded up to tell you tonight just in case you were sitting here thinking, oh, I wonder what something supernatural is going on. My smoke was spent, but I put it in the ashtray and tried to think what to say. But then I felt something in my pocket vibrate. I pulled out the phone that Silas gave me and read the text message. Triss is dead. Then got her. Going to find the new host. Stay safe. I made a mental note to pour one out for the poor girl later on. She really was dead. Then, that was a damn shame. I wanted nothing more than to find the person responsible and kick his teeth in. But just like the pain in my leg and the shock of dodging death by inches more than once, I had to put this thought into a compartment somewhere deep in my mind and let it stay there until after. After what? No, I didn't even know. Look, Rousseau, just as hot for malicious compliance as the next girl, but I can't exactly aid and abet a fugitive. I'm going to the little girl's room, and you're going to be gone by the time I get back. And then maybe after I finish this drink, I'll call Wade. I'll tell him. I'll tell him you stopped by. I think that'll give you enough time to go back on the road and head toward that home of the best lawyer that you know. Yeah, I can do that. But here's the thing. It's always a thing, isn't it? No, you aren't gonna like this, but I'm gonna need a huge favor. I was right. She didn't like it. In the center of town, there's an old cemetery connected to the Baptist church. Behind it, there's a service trail leading off into the woods, which connects to a dilapidated caretaker's cottage that's been out of commission since the 50s. When I was in school, it was a popular spot for kids to sneak around and make out or get high. I had a hard time imagining teens slipping back there these days, now that the forest had swallowed up any semblance of civilization. The path was overgrown and narrow, with low tree branches reaching out like claws of forest giants scratching the cars on both sides as I drove past. I pulled Reyes' cruiser back there deep enough that nobody would spot it from the main road, killed the lights and engine, then I got to work. I used the passcode gleaned from Sophia's file to get inside of her phone. Started with the emails and texts. Not too much to see, but it was a long conversation chain with somebody named Toulouse. They had first started chatting a couple months ago. I had a good time yesterday, looking forward to our next hangout sesh. Wow, despérate? Lol, kiss my ass. I tried to pay you a compliment. The hell is a compliment? Is that some kind of a sandwich? God, you're so weird. Want to come over and play Smash Brothers tonight? Can't. Got a thing. It's super mysterious yet important. Sounds interesting. Can I come? Gotta help a guy get rid of some bodies. When you're done, come play Smash Brothers and bring beer. I'll spare you the gritty details, but there's a few times when I had to put the phone down and roll my eyes. That's how kids flirt these days. Toulouse seemed mostly harmless but immature, even by teenager standards. I honestly couldn't tell what Sophia saw in him or her, but there's no accounting for taste. And Toulouse made her laugh out loud enough times that she must have enjoyed his company. There's nothing overtly sexual in their messages. There's a strange overtone of two horny kids trying to figure themselves out. I felt like such a creep and reminded myself this is what I did for a living. Stalking couples, waiting for cheaters to get busy, then stealing some photos while they were going at it. The only difference here is that I knew the person whose life I was digging into. Or even still, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that this feels wrong. Sophia and Toulouse's texts weren't as exceptional as I'd hoped. A whole lot of see you tomorrows gave me the impression that Toulouse was from work. A couple, I had fun last night, told me that they had gone out for some non-dates. A ton of emojis back and forth reminded me of just how out of touch I was with this generation. And then the whole thing ended abruptly. A few messages from Sophia. Hey, what are you doing? Are you there? I'm bored, want to hang out? Hello, I guess you're not talking to me anymore, huh? Lose my number. What the hell did I do? Sophia was a friend of mine, douchebag. I should have listened to everybody when they said that there's something wrong with your brain. You're an asshole. Sorry, my bad. Autocorrect, but I meant to say Sophia was a friend of mine. You fuck waffle McFuckface. That's how it ended. The date of the last message put the conversation about a week before her disappearance. I saved Toulouse's number on the burner I got from Silas and made a plan to track the line down once I had a moment's reprieve. The next step was checking her phone for pictures. I opened the gallery, scrolled down a ways, and started flicking through the slideshow in chronological order. Sophia was a normal teenage girl. She took what I would consider an average amount of selfies, one for every day or so. I studied them looking for any sort of clue or indicator that something was wrong or about to go wrong, but she was always happy, always wearing the same old brown jacket and that same typical teenage girl's smile. I had to smile when I first saw it, the jacket. I recognized it as the one Mark used to wear all the time. It was a little too big on her, but she made it work. Starting about a month back, there were more frequent pictures of her. 4, 5, and maybe more each day. Not selfies though. Somebody else was taking pictures of her with her phone. Well, she looked happy and laughed. The last picture on her phone was taken an entire week and a half before she went missing, 2 days before her breakup text with Toulouse. And that last picture was the only one I needed to see. Shit. The last photo showed her and Toulouse cheek to cheek smiling in a shared selfie, and I recognized the guy that she was with instantly. I'd met him the day before. He said he didn't really know her all that well. Only back then I knew him as Kyle, and I was quickly running out of reasons not to beat the fuck out of this guy. I lit a smoke to calm my nerves and then remembered that I wasn't in my own car. and Reyes might not be too merciful when she got her car back smelling like tobacco. I rolled down my window. That's when I smelled it. That sour, putrid stench from the bowling alley. I flicked on the headlights, illuminating the forest path in front of me. But as far as I could see, it was empty. Then I heard it stomping through the overgrown trail far behind me, walking toward the cruiser from the cemetery, and instantly realized why Reyes always parked her car facing the road. I couldn't see what it was, but I could smell it from a mile away. The thing, whatever it was, kept walking closer and closer. The outline of its shape slowly took form in the darkness. An unnatural juggernaut, enormous, wide, dark, and dragging something behind it that scraped at the road with each step. From this distance, there was no way for me to make out exactly what I was dealing with. It was protected by shadows and whatever manner of monster. One thing was glaringly obvious. I didn't want to be out here alone with it. I turned on the engine, then reached for the gear shift and heard the sound of that thing's feet slamming onto the ground as it sprinted down the path toward me with impossible speed. By the time I had the car in gear, it was there. The car rocked as the back window was shattered into pieces. The roof bulged, and suddenly the front window erupted into a spiderweb of broken safety glass. I dropped my lit cigarette on my lap and tried to figure out what the hell was going on. In the center of the smashed glass, a giant piece of metal wriggled and pulled itself free and then disappeared into the sky. It came right back down into the windshield again with a loud impact that completely covered the entire field of vision in broken glass. The reality of the situation clicked into place and I screamed, "Oh, fuck!" The thing was standing on the roof of the car, swinging a giant mallet into the windshield, and by the looks of it, it didn't take long until there was nothing left between me and the hammerhead. Drive. I couldn't see anything in front of me, and even if I could, I didn't have anywhere to go. The trail would dead end in the forest, and I would be fucked. Reverse didn't feel like a much better option. The back window was busted out, but there was no light to guide me. I'd pretty much be flying blind. There wasn't enough room to turn around, and I sure as hell wasn't going to leave the rapidly deteriorating safety of the vehicle. The piece of metal that had penetrated the laminated glass in front of my face started to bulge, like the thing was getting ready to pull it back out for another swing, and I made a split-second decision to kick the car into reverse and put the pedal to the floor. We lurched backward and started flying down the trail, but somehow the thing on the roof didn't fall off. An enormous hand the size of a baseball glove reached down and wrapped its fingers through my open window. Giant gray, inhuman digits gripped the roof just inches from my face, and I could see another hand on the opposite side as it smashed through the tempered glass and passenger side window. This titanic fuck was laying flat on top of the car, with an arm span wide enough to reach both side windows at the same time. I kept my foot pressed hard on the gas while I yanked at my Beretta, pressed it against the roof and fired off 3 shots. I would have fired off a 4th, but the car bounced over a tombstone and we went into a quick spin. I yanked the wheel back, gaining control without even dropping speed. I'd cleared the forest road and hit the cemetery, and we were going over graves, colliding with markers, mowing over the smaller ones and ricocheting with the bigger ones. At one point, I ran over a back bumper. Before I knew it, we were through the ditch and back on the main road. There were streetlights here, and I could actually see the path in front of me. I swung the wheel again, fishtailing into a near-perfect 90-degree turn that pointed me in a straight line down the road. We climbed in speed, and in no time I was redlining the RPMs. But this thing held on firmly to the top of the car. The road was about to run out. A sharp dead man's curve to the left. And despite my performance up to this point, I wasn't so sure I'd be able to hook another turn at these speeds in reverse gear. If I stayed the course, I was going to crash into another dense portion of forest. So I made one more split-second decision. I picked up my gun, put it against the roof again, and started shooting. At the same moment, I slammed the brakes, sending us into a long skid, tires screeching against the road loud enough to wake the dead. The thing finally flew off the top of the car and landed somewhere between the trees across the ditch with a loud crash. I immediately pointed the gun back there and waited to see if it was going to get up. The only sounds were those of the unhealthy rattle of the cruiser engine and my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I still hadn't gotten a good look at it. Now, I couldn't even tell where the thing was. "What are you doing? Get out of here." I turned to my seat to face forward and realized that I still couldn't see out of the front window. The shattered laminated glass held it in place, and it was impossible to look through. I pointed my gun at it and caught myself. "Are you doing this? That won't work. This isn't a fuck movie, okay? So what are my options?" I had to get that windshield out or this car was useless. I put the cruiser in park, opened my door, took a breath, and stepped out into the open road, bracing myself for another attack. The thing wasn't too far away. I knew that much from the horrendous smell that continued its assault on my senses. My gun wasn't about to leave my hand until I was at least 10 miles down the road. When a few seconds had passed, I finally turned half my attention away from the forest and looked at the deputy's cruiser. The vehicle looked like I felt a beat to hell and back, running on fumes and prayers. The sides were scraped up and covered in dirt, and the frame was dented into the point that any reasonable insurer would call it a total loss twice over. Somehow the engine was still running, and the car could still go. And right now, that was all I needed from it. If I managed to survive all this, Reyes was gonna kill me. The mammoth mallet, still sticking out of the windshield, was a metal grip sledgehammer. I climbed onto the hood of the car and grabbed the thick handle with my free hand and pulled until it started to come free of the glass. This wasn't going to be easy. The tool was a custom job. A steel pole thick enough that I could barely grip it with one hand welded to the block of square metal, a weapon for someone or something way stronger than me. Before too long, I realized that this heavy bastard was a two-handed job and begrudgingly holstered my gun for just a moment while I pulled with all of my strength to yank that hammer out of the glass and drag it off the car into the road. Without a doubt, the weapon weighed more than I did. On the bright side, the hole that the sledgehammer left in the windshield was big enough that I could see through it. I didn't waste any more time before putting some distance between myself and the thing in the woods. I left the cruiser parked behind the daycare center a few blocks from Sophia and Tyler's house, then made my way through the backyards, praying that there wouldn't be any unchained pit bulls along the way. For once, luck was on my side, and I got to my brother's backyard without any hitches. I was annoyed to find the back door was unlocked. It was clear that Tyler was way too trusting to live in this town on his own, and this just reinforced that I made the right call and what I was about to do. "Hey, kiddo," I yelled in the kitchen, suddenly realizing for the first time that I had fucked up my ears. I snapped my right finger next to my head to confirm. I was definitely deaf in that ear. He came out of his bedroom and took one long look at me before saying, "You look like you've been in a fight." I turned my head slightly to point my good ear at him and responded, "Yeah, well, you should see the other guy. It's weird that I could make it this far without realizing that it fucked up my ears. Adrenaline really is a wonder drug. We need to get you out of town," I said right now. "What? Why?" "We don't have time to discuss it. I'll explain in the car. Get packed. Only what you need and can't live without for the next 48 hours, understand? Leave your phone. Leave any electronics. You have 30 seconds to pack now. Go. Move. Uncle Alex, I don't think I can. 28 seconds. Did I stutter?" He ran back into his room, and I pulled out Silas's burner and called Reyes. She picked up after the first ring and said, "Yeah, okay. I need a favor as soon as you can. Don't say I never did anything for you." She hung up, and I crossed into the living room over to the blinds and peeked out. The deputies sitting outside in unmarked sedans couldn't have been more obvious if they tried. I could see Brooks reclining in his front seat and playing a game on his cell. This was all I was up against. It would be an embarrassment if I got caught, but the real threat was still out there, and I'd have to give these guys the slip first. I watched as Brooks got the call over his radio, sat up and answered before he pulled out of his spot and drove away, followed shortly by the other two cars. Reyes would have just called in the report. Shots fired at the high school. Alex Rousseau had lost his mind and started trading lead. She was pinned down and needed backup. This distraction would give us just enough time to get out of there. I yelled toward Tyler's room. 10 seconds, kid. Don't forget your jacket." And that was the moment. The moment it all slipped into place for me. They say your subconscious keeps working on problems when they're in the back of your mind, even when you don't realize what you're actually looking for. It's not what's there, what shouldn't be. I read the report on Sophia more times than I could recall that night. She disappeared as a cold. Damn near every picture of her on that phone had one thing in common. She was wearing Mark's old brown jacket. Tyler came out of his room with his backpack slung over his shoulder and said, "Okay, I'm ready. The night your sister went missing, you said she was wearing a yellow t-shirt." The question caught him by surprise. "Yeah, so? Was she wearing her jacket?" He shook his head. "No, I don't think so." "You don't think so, or are you sure?" "No, I'm sure. I'm pretty positive she wasn't wearing Dad's jacket." His lip quivered, and I got a sense that maybe he was hiding something. "Tyler, look at me. Is there something from that night you aren't telling me?" "No." He was lying. It was written all over his face. He stared at the floor and said, "You just go now." I walked past him to Sophia's room. We were spending precious seconds here, but this was important. I knew I was onto something, just not sure what it meant yet. It's what should be there, what isn't. I had already gone through every single thing in her room, but I needed to see if maybe I had somehow missed it. Mark's old jacket had struck a nerve when I saw the picture. I realized at the moment I saw her wearing it. I would have that same reaction if I'd seen it in here earlier, but I hadn't. Tyler came into the room while I was digging through the clothes, hung up in her closet. "What is it?" he asked. "Does your sister have any laundry anywhere?" "No. She did a load the day before she went missing." "What about her jacket? Have you seen it anywhere? Do you know where it ended up?" "No. Maybe she left it in her car." I knew for a fact it wasn't in the car, and it wasn't here in her room, and she wasn't wearing it when she disappeared. That thing was clearly more than just a piece of clothing to her. It looked stupid, but she wore it to work every day anyway, so it had to have some sentimental value to her. So where the hell was it? "Tyler, this is important. Are you sure you don't know where the jacket is?" "I swear, I have no idea why." "Don't worry about it, we need to go now." We took the back roads, headed away from the school. Tyler was kind enough to not make a big deal out of how junky my car had gotten, ignoring the fast food containers and empty liquor bottles on the floor. I kept one eye on the rearview mirror, and waited until we were a few miles from his place before I started digging into the suspicious look he had given me earlier when I asked if there was more to the story. "Tyler, I need to ask you some more questions, okay?" "Fine." That night, Sophia went missing. I know it's hard, but I need you to go back there again and walk me through the whole thing. What was the first thing you remember that day? "I don't know." "Okay, we'll start with that night. You were watching television. She came out of her room, didn't say a word, walked right out that door. Is that correct?" "Yeah, that's what happened." "All right, what were you watching?" I don't know. I don't remember. But you do remember exactly what she was wearing, yeah? That's a little weird. Your memory sure was being selective that night, huh? I hated this, but it had to be done. You can't treat him like family. He's a witness, and he's hiding something. So not up and grilling. Look, I told you everything that was important. That was important. What aren't you telling me, kid? He was silent, so I slammed on the brakes and yelled, "Hey, tell me what you're keeping secret. I just spent the last 2 days getting the fuck kicked out of me by every fuck weird thing in this town. And the last thing I need is for my own blood to start lying to me too." "I'm not lying," he shouted back with tears in his eyes. "It just wasn't important." "Okay, fuck. I'll decide what's important. You just tell me the truth." Tears were running down his face as he said, "You gotta promise." "Okay, about what?" "I don't even know. Just some stupid stuff. I thought she'd been acting weird, like there was something wrong with her, and then, the last thing I said to her." He lost it at that point, sobbing into his hands loud and ugly. It really broke my heart. But I knew we were getting somewhere. "Look, I love your dad, okay? I know he loved me too. My only sibling. We used to get into fights all the time. Play fights. Something about growing up together gives you the ammo to really hit someone where it hurts. We could tear each other apart, but at the end of the day, I knew we were family. Nothing could change that. Your sister loved you, and an entire lifetime of being your big sis isn't going to get wiped away over one stupid fight. You don't understand." "What's up?" The last thing I said to her was, "Listen, Mom was right." "What did you mean by that?" I told her I didn't really believe she was my sister, and then she left, and that's the last time that anyone saw her. I think I made her. "No, shut up. You didn't. Don't you dare say that. You don't even think that. Your sister was smarter than me. She didn't do anything rash. You didn't make her do anything. Somebody took her, and when I find out who, I'm gonna make them pay." "You think she's still alive?" I didn't answer. I just started driving again and watched the road. What in the ever-loving fuck is this? "Oh, Brian," I yelled while I stood in her doorway with Tyler at my side. "Look, we didn't have anywhere else to go. Literally anywhere else in the fuck world. Alex, not my house." "Hey," she called me Alex. I let her scream and yell and make a big deal about it. And when she was done, I pointed out the fact this wasn't for me. It's for my 15-year-old nephew. And at that point, she couldn't really say no. She had sobered up a lot in the past couple of hours since the bar, where I had convinced her to call in the bogus shooting at the school. After that, I gave her a ride home in Sophia's car. Then I stole her keys and went back to the bar and stole her cruiser. But she didn't know about that part, and I was fine with letting her figure it out on her own later after I was dead or out of town. Once Tyler was safe inside Ray's house, I turned to leave. Aren't you coming inside too? I got someone I need to talk to first. That's too bad, she said. Do me a favor, try not to die. My next stop was the shitty gas station on the edge of town. I pulled into the parking lot to find Toulouse with a water hose and smoking a cigarette, spraying down the concrete. I parked, got out, went up to him, and then snatched him by the neck and put him against the wall. He calmly took the cigarette out of his mouth, smiled at me, and said, "Hey detective, what's up?" I held Sophia's phone next to his face. The picture on the screen was the selfie he had taken with her. The last picture to be taken before she disappeared. You want to tell me something? Not particularly, but if it'll keep you from kicking my ass, I'll tell you whatever you want. You will? I lied. Okay, here's the thing. Soph and I were close, but you're like her dad pretty much, and I don't do well with parents. Look, you got 3 seconds to stop with the bullshit before I make you eat this phone, okay? Fine, you got me. I lied to you because I didn't want you really looking for her, or if you were one of them. Cut out with the vague pronouns. Who are them? I have no idea. The ones that took Soph. I put the phone in my pocket, pulled out my Beretta, and put it to his head just in case there was any confusion about whether or not I meant business. But Kyle just chuckled and said sarcastically, "Oh no, not a gun against my head. Look, detective, believe it or not, this ain't my first rodeo. Just tell me what you know." Well, you wouldn't have believed it yesterday, but maybe now you're ready. The truth is that somebody took Soph, but it wasn't 2 weeks ago. It was more like a month ago. I figured it out right away. The thing that came into work the next day, well, that wasn't her. Sure, it looked like her, it acted like her, but I wasn't going to be fooled, no. Now I know you're not going to believe this, but I have a little experience with clones, and she wasn't a very good one. I tried to figure out what I thought of this because honestly I couldn't decide. Toulouse took my hesitation as an opportunity to put his cigarette back into his mouth and take a drag. I let go of his neck, then put my piece away and asked, "Why would somebody want to clone Sophia?" Well, isn't it obvious? She was the test run. If she could infiltrate Sophia's life without raising suspicion, then, well, they would know that their recipe works. But it didn't, so she had to go before anyone with credibility realized what had happened. That was a couple weeks ago. It's entirely possible that they're still switching people out. Maybe they fixed the kinks in Sophia, and now, they don't even know who's real and who's been replaced. What's the point in switching people out with clones? Well, duh, it's an invasion, man. He finished his smoke and flicked it off into the grass. When I asked the night Sophia went missing, the real night she went missing, assuming this is true. Did you see her? Yeah, we were together. You remember what she was wearing. What can you tell me what she was wearing the night she actually disappeared? Kyle thought for a second and then said, "Hold on a sec." He dragged out a cell phone, flicked through a few photos and held it out to me, showing me a video he recorded of Sophia and him taking turns tossing 2-liter bottles of soda to each other while the other tried to cut them in half with a sword. In that video, she wore jeans, a green long sleeve, and Mark's brown jacket. When I was finished, Toulouse smiled proudly to himself and put the phone back in his pocket. That was the last night before, as you say. She was taken and replaced. Yeah. I had just gotten the rad sword and came up here to try it out. We ended up breaking it like 2 days later, but it was totally worth it. This was textbook crazy, but what he said made some kind of sense. There was no denying the fact. After that night in Toulouse video, Sophia started acting differently. Her best friend confirmed it. Her brother confirmed it. Even her phone confirmed it. She'd stopped taking selfies for 2 weeks. It was like she was a different person, and then the final straw. Her own brother told her that he knew she wasn't the real Sophia, and then what? She gets out of there before anyone else has a chance to suspect. Oh, dude, what's that smell? That's Toulouse. I snapped out of it and realized what he was referring to and pulled my gun. That thing, the juggernaut, it was here. And from the smell, I knew it was somewhere close by. Get inside and lock the doors, I said. Okie dokie, he answered before bounding into the gas station building. I pointed the gun scanning the edge of the parking lot where the light meets the darkness. Then I heard it walking through the forest on the opposite side. I kept the gun aimed in the direction of the noise, the strange inhuman gurgling breath and the loud dragging of something heavy through the brush. I walked toward the noise. This is going to be a showdown, and if this thing killed me, I didn't want it taking out Toulouse just because he was there. Then it stepped out of the forest, and for the first time I saw it, and my blood ran cold. To be concluded, the thing, the juggernaut, almost looked human in the same way. A child's crayon drawing might almost look like a horse. The pieces were there, but the proportions were way off. It towered an easy 7 feet, even with the clear curvature of the spine that gave it a sideways hunch. The body was inhumanly wide like an upright grizzly. The hands, a dark shade of ashy gray, were hairy and composed of fingers like sausages and nails blackened from blood ruptures. As it dragged the sledgehammer behind the pavement, it moved with an arthritic gait as if it were still learning to walk on 2 legs of different sizes like a chimera from the ancient stories. This creature, stalking ever closer, was made up of mismatched parts. The head didn't come close to anything remotely human, but its visage is burned into the corner of my memory in a place where no amount of therapy will ever allow me to forget. The face, if you can call it that, was coated in black scales and consisted of an elongated snout that formed the top half of a jaw. The bottom was equally long, connected at a hinge like that of an alligator, with ivory hooks growing wildly in every direction from the maw. If the monster had any eyes, I couldn't see them. The lipless orifice hung open, exposing a wet tongue tangled in jagged rows. The teeth were overgrown like a cancer, and there was no way the mouth could ever close without shredding the gums to pieces. I didn't know how it ate. I wasn't even keen on finding out. The noise came from within, a wheezing gurgle steady with each shallow breath. I couldn't figure out why, but somebody had gone through a lot of effort to dress it. On the outside, an extra long black duster beneath the body was more or less contained within a long-sleeved blue jumpsuit, and on its feet were a new pair of enormous black tactical boots. There was a sort of fog about the creature, and as it came closer, I realized that the humming cloud around its face was actually a thick swarm of flies. Festering boils on its neck wriggled with maggots, and I became dizzy just trying to fathom what I was beholding. This must have been what they thought of when they first invented the word abomination. I kept my Beretta steady, waiting for the thing to charge. With the way it ran back to the bowling alley and in the cemetery, I likely wouldn't have but a split second, if that, to take it down. The gun was pointed at the widest point on its center, the chest, when I quickly noticed a cluster of bullet holes already in the jumpsuit and stained black. Looks like I hit it already. Whatever this thing was, my pathetic 9mm wasn't going to do more than annoy it. But at this point, running simply wasn't in the cards. Yet again, I found myself with the ever-familiar feeling of being a sitting duck. Think fast. You're running out of time. Options. Run. Hide. Not too late for that. Shoot it. The thing took 4 shots to the chest before you launched him off the car. He's not going down from bullets. Unless, headshot. It could work. Go for the weapon, shoot his hands. Also valid options. But even without that hammer charge from that thing would be like getting run over by a truck. I need to slow him down. Slow him down. That's the play. I can keep a hammer's distance, but if this thing starts moving like he did earlier, I pointed the gun at its knee and fired 6 shots in rapid succession. The cloud of flies exploded off the monster after the first impact, and the creature stopped, but it didn't go down. It stood still with that expressionless reptilian face. I waited. After a tiny eternity, the thing shifted its weight to its good leg and lifted the wounded one, moving it clumsily forward and then landed. I held my breath and watched as it trotted the injured limb, then dragged the metallic weapon forward and moved its other leg. It had just taken another step, and all those shots that succeeded in doing were jack and shit. The cloud of flies had returned to the area around the monster, and I prepared myself to go out swinging when he started shooting. There's a reason God decided not to let me die right then and there. I don't know what it could have been. I'm not a good person. I've barely done anything in my time on this earth to make anybody miss me when I'm gone. But whatever the reason, this was not going to be the moment I had to face my maker. The partial deafness from the gunshot coupled with the situational blinders kept me from noticing the black vans until they had sped past me and screeched to a stop. I didn't see where the smoke grenades had come from. The parking lot was swallowed in a thick gray in a matter of seconds, The last thing my eyes were able to pick up was the juggernaut lifting the weapon over its head when the shot started. I hit the ground. By my count, I was dealing with at least half a dozen fully automatic weapons. I held my breath and started to crawl away from the fray. The next thing I remember was waking up on the floor of a moving vehicle. It was splitting pain in my side, reminding me of all the fuck I put my body through that day. I was on my back when I came and sat straight up. The van rocked back and forth as we drove. There were no windows back here, only bench seats against the walls, and 5 heavily armed men in camo fatigues and tactical gear. In front of me was a 6th man, only he didn't have a weapon or helmet or any kind of gear. He was just dressed in a tan t-shirt and jeans. When he saw I was awake, he smiled and said, "He's up. Good. Welcome back." Where am I? I instinctively reached for the spot on my side and found nothing but an empty holster. One of the armed men put a firm hand on my shoulder, his way of saying, "Take it easy and no sudden moves." "Don't worry, you're safe now," said the man in jeans. "That's not what I asked." I sat back. "Who are you people?" "We've been watching you for a while, detective. You're lucky that we showed up when we did. This is it. I'm finally getting to see the man behind the curtain." "Where's Sophia?" I demanded. "Well, fuck. You really have no idea what's going on, do you?" "I know enough. I know you're part of some shady organization with reach and pull. I know you're working on something big, and you're willing to kill people to keep a lid on it. And I know my niece was involved somehow." I was showing my hand, but at this point, I didn't even care. They had me dead to rights, and even if I played dumb, there was no way they were going to let me off without a warning. I also know you're responsible for what's been going on in this town. The disappearances, the phone calls from the dead, the weather. I don't know how, but I know you. "Let me stop you right there," he interrupted. "You're embarrassing yourself because not one part of that was correct. Yeah, there's something going on here, but we're not it. We didn't take Sophia. We've been trying for years to find out who or what is actually responsible for all of this." "Well, fuck. You're saying that the fuck small town just happened to have 2 secret paramilitary organizations?" No, definitely more than 2. The van made a sharp right turn. I started tracking seconds. I couldn't be sure how long I was out or even how they knocked me out to begin with, but if I made it out of this van alive, I might be able to retrace my steps. "Let me ask you something, detective. How much time have you spent at the gas station? I mean concurrently, because it looks like you actually slept there. That place messes with your head, you know. Most people can't stand it for more than a couple of hours at a time." I ignored his question and asked my own. "So if you're not the one that took Sophia and framed me, then who the hell are you?" "Well, you can consider us an interested third party." "Yeah," I replied, echoing Derek's words from yesterday. "There sure are a lot of those in town." The man pulled a gun from beneath his seat and pointed it. Before I could move, the men on either side of me clamped down their grips on my shoulders, holding me in place. I looked at the gun and recognized it as my own Beretta. "You remind me of him." "No, I'm not in the army." The man nodded, then stared at the ground like he was trying to decide what to say next. The van made another right turn. I restarted my count. You know what's weird? You'd be so careful. Constantly watching your rear view, switching up cars, keeping an ear to the ground, and still you couldn't find the tracking device they put in your gun. "No, don't worry. We took it out. They have no idea where we are now. They, the ones that actually took your niece." I wasn't buying this story for a second. After everything they had tried to throw me off the trail, this was just another elaborate setup. But why? Why not just let that thing kill me and be done with it? Were they testing me to see what I knew? How much I had figured out? But what it's worth, we've been trying to find her, but these guys are careful. They cover their tracks, avoid every camera, and leave no footprints. Then you come along and they get sloppy. They get frustrated and they send a knight after a pawn. No offense. "Oh, fuck you," he continued. "We've finally captured one of their tall guys, and all we had to do was piggyback off their tracking device and follow you until it decided to show. Oh, this is a big deal for us." Van turned right. They're driving in circles. At this point, I knew that there were 2 possibilities. Either this guy was telling the truth or he was lying. I couldn't decide which was worse, but regardless, one thing was clear. I needed to get out of this van if I wanted to live. Once they were done questioning me, I was just a loose end. "Okay, I said, trying to buy time. "You're the good guys. You want to take out that secret organization. You must know more about them than me, right? You know about Planet X. Scientists have known for years there's another planet out there because they can see the effects. Jesus, does every person in this town talk in sermons? They don't know what it looks like or even where it is, but they know it's there. This organization we've been tracking is huge, but all we get to see are the gravitational effects." Gravitational effects? Is that what you call an 18-year-old girl vanishing without a trace? He kept the gun pointed at me and reached his free hand into his pocket to pull out a cell phone. As he typed on it in one hand, he spoke. "They sent out one of the tall guys to grab her after she left the gas station. We tried to catch up to them, we really did. And to be frank, we thought that she was dead until the next day when she showed up for work like nothing had ever happened. Took us a while to realize the girl that came back wasn't really Sophia Rousseau. So you took her, right? Kidnapped the double agent for questioning. That's where the story is headed, isn't it?" He pressed a button on his phone and held it out to me while a video played. I instantly recognized the aerial view of Sophia and Tyler's neighborhood at night. The source must have been a drone. It was steady and clear. This is the night she officially went missing. The camera was wide, but I could see the house in focus. I watched as the front door opened and Sophia walked calmly to the edge of the driveway in jeans and a yellow t-shirt. She looked down at the road, something out of frame, and I saw it. The sheriff's cruiser pulled to a stop and she got in the passenger seat, and then they drove away. What in the ever-loving fuck is going on in this town? Are you familiar with the theory of pocket realities? The steady pop, 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 pop from somewhere else in the distance arrested all of our attention. I instantly recognized it as automatic weapon fire, but maybe a mile or so out. I could see the moment the same realization registered in the man's face. He jumped out of his seat and grabbed the radio from somewhere in front of the van and yelled into it. "Victor, come in. We hear gunfire. Is the package secure?" There was no response on the other end of the radio, but the gunfire continued and then it didn't. We all held our breaths and waited until the man yelled at the driver. "Turn around, we need to help them." I wasn't going to get a better distraction than this. I jumped out of my seat, wrapped my arm around the man's neck, and spun him around and toward the other man as a human shield. Before I knew it, I had my Beretta again, and it was pressed against his head. "You're making a mistake. We weren't going to hurt you. I'll take my chances." I grabbed the handle of the van door, yanked it open, and dove out into the wet grass. I tried my best to tuck and roll, but I still ripped open my stitches and bruised both elbows before sliding down the hill toward the forest. I could hear the van screeching to a stop while I pulled myself up and ran into the thick covered trees. Spent hours out there in the dark, doing my damnedest to keep moving no matter what. I couldn't know if they were following me or not, but I wasn't going to take any chances. Eventually, I hit a creek bed and followed it upstream until I reached an old bridge. Then I collapsed under it and slept until morning. After those few precious hours of rest, I started following the road back toward town. I put my thumb out to the first passerby, hoping that I might get lucky. And amazingly, it pulled over. The car was a new model shiny red Firebird, and the driver was an old woman that I knew from my childhood, Ethel. She didn't recognize me. She was already old when I was a kid, and at this point, I wonder if she even knew what day it was. Old Ethel offered me a swig of her medicine while she drove me back into town. I politely declined. She asked me where I was headed, and I gave her the address. Wade didn't get home until around noon, which gave me plenty of time to raid his pantry, clean up my wounds, and of course, search his house for clues. I came up empty in the last category, but I already assumed that that was going to happen. If he was one of them, he wouldn't be sloppy enough to leave evidence in his underwear drawer. Not that it was really much of an if anymore. I saw him in that video. He was the one driving the car that picked up Sophia on the night she went missing. I should have seen it earlier. Of course, the sheriff would have to know what's going on. An operation this size couldn't fly under law enforcement radar forever. I wasn't expecting him to come home until much later, but I was ready just in case. I surprised him in his kitchen, let the barrel do most of the talking. "Hey there, Sheriff. Fancy meeting you here." He went pale, but he didn't reach for his gun or put up a fight. I was hoping he wouldn't. I prepared just in case. Fortunately, things were working out. I took his gun and walked him into the den. There were no windows in here, no weapons, and the seats were arranged far enough apart that I could sit across from him without having to worry about him making a move. Once his ass was down on the couch, I poured him a glass of his most expensive scotch and set it down on the coffee table in front of him. Professional courtesy. I took my seat across the room and broke the silence. I have to assume you know why I'm here. Because you're a lunatic. Maybe try harder. We found the body in the trunk of Sophia's car. I don't know why you're doing this. Pull my other leg. It plays jingle bells. What followed was another heavy silence. I could see he wanted to say something, but couldn't bring himself to do it. That was fine by me. As long as I was on this side of the gun, I didn't mind waiting. Finally, he broke down and grabbed the drink, put the whole glass back in one go, and then he said, "Well, how much do you know?" "That's not gonna work, Wade. You tell me what you know." "I had nothing to do with Sophia's abduction." "Fuck. You picked her up the night she disappeared." "What?" "No, I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about Sophia. The girl I picked up that night wasn't even." He caught himself. He took a long, sad breath before continuing. "I had very specific instructions for what I was supposed to do if this ever happened." "Instructions from who?" "Tell me who you work for, and this will all be over soon." He gave me a chilling look, one that I'll never forget. He said, "Thanks for the drink, detective. I should have been smarter. I'll never forgive myself for being so careless for not giving him a thorough pat-down. In the midst of all my planning, it never occurred to me that he might have a second piece." The gun in his ankle holster was a PS, one single shot, a pocket shotgun. Before I could scream no, he put the gun in his mouth and ate the bullet, painting the walls of the living room. Jesus fuck Christ. My brain kicked into overdrive. Why would he do that? What do I do now? What's the play? I have no answers but an overwhelming urge to get away from here as soon as possible. The cell phone in my pocket began to ring. Silas was calling. Do I answer? Does he know what happened? Can he help? I let it ring. I weighed my options. What options? There's no options. You leave this house, make sure there's no DNA, no prints. Get the fuck out dodging, or you'll go down as a cop killer. Yeah, my choices are looking pretty limited. I answered the phone finally. I've been starting to think that they got to you. Silas, listen to me. I'm in deep shit. Is this line secure, detective? This might be the only line in the whole town that isn't being monitored, but I can guarantee you that this is just the two of us. Look, I need to tell you two things, okay? The sheriff is dead. I didn't kill him. There was a lull in the conversation so long that I had to wonder if I'd been disconnected, and then Silas came back online with it. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. Should I assume that you're with the late sheriff right now? You can assume. You need to get out of there yesterday because the chatter on the radio is all about the shots fired at the sheriff's house, and that call came in 10 minutes ago. Fuck. I made a break for the front door, but stopped at the window when I saw the flashing lights outside. I turned and ran to the back door, pushing it open, and took off toward the fence. But before I could make it 2 steps, I was surrounded. Every deputy who was working that day, actually, all but one. And there were more guns pointed at me than I could count. I dropped to my knees, threw up my hands, and closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. They tackled me hard. Someone pushed his knee against my neck while they twisted my arms behind my back and put on the metal bracelets. A team of them dragged me out front and tossed me into the back of a squad car, and they left me there to cook for an hour. The whole time, the only thing I could think was, why am I still alive? When they finally sorted out the crime scene, I was taken to the sheriff's station. I did my best to cooperate. That didn't stop them from slamming me into a few walls or taking turns sucker punching me in the back and kidneys. To them, I was a monster. I was lower than garbage, and they were taking me to be with the only other person as bad as me. The holding room was small, dark, and windowless, only big enough for 2 cells, and those cells were just simple metal cages. They threw me into the other one closer to the door and locked the cage behind me. Then they left us alone in there, shutting the door to the holding room and bolting the lock in place. I looked at the man standing on the other side of the metal bars, the man trapped in the other cage. He smiled and laughed at me from his spot against the wall and said, "You look like shit, Rousseau." "Yeah, well, I've been better," I said. Derek Voss stood up and walked over to the bars, leaning against them as he said, "I think you should know something. This is only going to get worse." I reflexively took a step back. He got the jump on me once before, and I sure as fuck wasn't going to stand close enough for him to grab me through the bars. Well, I'm not sure it can get much worse. I've been in the cell for a week now. Trust me, it gets worse. He smiled and scratched the scar on his neck. I suppose you don't feel like taking this opportunity to tell me what the fuck is going on, do you? I'll tell you what's gonna happen. They're gonna spin a yarn about you, just like they did about me. They'll sell some shit, the news will polish the shit, the people will eat the shit, and eventually you'll start believing it too. They're all gonna lie to you. Not me. I'll never lie to you. You want to know why? Yeah, why? Because I know the truth is so much worse. He laughed a long, self-satisfied laugh and turned to go back to his cot. Because he got comfortable, he added, "You and I are gonna have a lot of fun, Rousseau." I looked at the cot on my side of the cell. It wasn't much. It wasn't long enough for me to lay on without my feet and elbows hanging off the edges. It was better than the floor, and right now the idea of getting some real sleep was pretty damn inviting. I woke up to the sound of a loud clang against the bars of my cell. The man standing on the other side next to the exit was the one that I had left in handcuffs outside of the hardware store the day prior. The bruise over Ellis's jaw was already a pronounced deep purple, and I have to admit I was a little proud of it. I could see the thing that he used to wake me, a police baton in his right hand. No doubt, this was going to be his turn for a little petty revenge. "All right, let's get this over with. Howdy, deputy," I said, standing at my feet and immediately remembering that my body was still beaten and bruised. If it had been an option, I might have just stayed in that cot until the judge threw the book at me and they put a needle in my arm. "It's time for your one phone call." Ellis sat on emotion. He led me down the hall into another small room where I was pretty sure I was about to get another round of beatings. But, shockingly, the only thing in there was a small table and a corded telephone which sat with a receiver off the hook next to it. Ellis locked the door and nodded at the table. "What's going on?" I approached the table anxiously awaiting some sort of trap, but none came. Once I was certain Ellis wasn't going to crack open my skull with his baton, I reached out, grabbed the telephone receiver, and put it to my ear. "Hello," I said. A voice on the other end of the line was sad and tired but familiar. "Detective, I'm sorry it's come to this. I tried every other plan I could think of, but I'm afraid we're out of choices. We go nuclear or we lose." It was Silas. "The thing is, well, I'm sure you've already worked it out on your own. I'm not leaving this place alive. I'm sorry. Honestly, I'm surprised I made it this far. You remember our agreement? I'd help you the best I could, and in return you'd owe me a favor. Well, this is it. I'm calling in my favor, and prepare yourself because it's going to be doozy." Ellis took out his gun, and I quickly scanned the room for a weapon to defend myself with. But then he surprised me. He turned the gun around and held it out. He said with a frown, "Make it look good." I snatched the gun away. "What is this?" I asked. Silas answered, "Your deputy friend here. He owed me a favor. And now, well, you know what to do. Try not to hurt him too badly." Ellis closed his eyes, and I swung the weapon hard, cracking him across the face, spreading blood all over the floor where he landed. "Good," said Silas. I didn't know how the hell he could see me, but at this point I didn't care. "Now listen carefully, detective, because this is your turn. I know you know how to use that thing. There's only one way the story ends with anything remotely resembling a happy ending. You're going to go in that cell right now and put a bullet into Derek Voss's head. No half measures are going to work. You have to kill him." "Why? Do they need him? I'm sure by now you figured out this whole thing. The invasion. Well, Derek's the only one who knows where to find the ingredients they need to build their army. Just tell me one thing. Is Sophia alive?" "I'm sorry, Alex." I hung up the phone. That was enough. Am I really going to do this? What else could I do? Take Ellis's gun, shoot my way out of the sheriff's office? No. I was done for. The only thing I could do was make my death count for something. There's no person on this planet I could say was more deserving of a bullet behind the ear than Derek fuck Voss. Was I really going to be the one to literally pull the trigger? I took Ellis's keys. I cracked the door and looked out. There was a straight, empty hallway on one end, the way through the station full of angry men with guns on the other. The holding room. My heart pounded in my ears as I walked alone back to the room and put the key in the lock. Derek was staring right at me when the door opened like he had been waiting for me. "Well, look at you. They turned you into their little bitch, huh? Turn around." He refused to look away as he said, "Let me tell you something. You're gonna shoot me? You better not miss. Derek was expecting this. I chambered around in Ellis's gun and prepared myself to do what I had to do. Derek was part of this conspiracy, and his death was gonna fuck over the ones who took Sophia. What the fuck was that? Someone was shooting in the same building as us. I turned and looked back down the hallway. Who? Well, how about that? Derek taunted from behind me. Looks like you might need to preserve your ammo. The gunshots continued. Dozens of them now out there beyond the hallway. There was a firefight. It exploded in shots. And then nothing. The door at the other end of the hall came crashing off the hinges along with a large chunk of the wall. The beast was there, holding the sledgehammer. And this time it wasn't alone. Behind it were two more creatures just as huge and terrifying. Their bodies all matched their clothes, their height, and their wretched smell. But the heads on the other two were different. One had a somewhat human face. No hair, no ears, no nose, and no lips. Skin chalk white, head swollen up to an unnaturally large size, its eyes red and bulging. The third one's head was barely more than a skull, covered in red and pink oozing boils. One eye socket was vacant, and the other held a single, bloodshot eye. His mouth was just as red and skeletal as a smile. At their feet lay bodies of several deputies. I pointed the gun and fired. I kept pulling the trigger, but I'm a fuck. Ellis only gave me one bullet. I slammed the door to the holding room and shut, and scanned the area for weapons. But of course, there was nothing. Without even thinking, I got inside the empty cage, and closed the door behind me and locked it. It didn't take long for them to break the second door down. The creatures stepped into the room, their heads nearly touching the ceiling as they all piled in and walked right past me to Derek's cell. He approached them with a big smile and said, "What the hell took you so long?" They all grabbed the doors to Derek's cage and pulled. The metal bent and snapped free at the hinges, and then suddenly Derek Voss was free. The creature stepped back against the wall, allowing him the space to walk past. As he left the room, he looked back at me and said, "See you around." I stood in the corner watching the monsters as they followed him out the door. They weren't here for me, and now they had what they wanted. They were done and gone. I waited there in the cell, staring at the door until I couldn't take it anymore, and ran to the toilet in the corner to throw my guts up. I had failed hard, and now it was only a matter of time before somebody found this bloodbath and pinned the whole thing on me. I still have the keys. I could make a run for it, grab Tyler, make a break for New Orleans, find a good attorney, or even slip off the grid for a while. There's no chance for justice anymore. I lost the war, and now I needed to make a strategic retreat. I spit the last of the bile into the toilet and pulled the handle. Images of carnage and monsters still fresh in my mind while I tried to work out the plan. The next part was going to be rough, but I needed to get through it. Climb past the bodies, find one with car keys, take another car. "Hey, detective." I turned around to see that psychopath waiting there alone on the other side of the bars. "What? Why did he come back?" My words caught in my throat, but he didn't seem to mind guiding the conversation. "Looks like you ate something that must not have agreed with you, huh? Hey, well, before I go, I wanted to ask you something." He guided his hands between the bars when I saw what he was holding. I felt the cold shiver run down my spine. "In case you were interested, my offer is still on the table. What do you say? Do you want to know where to find her?" That fuck. I'd come back with a pair of pliers. I crossed the tiny cell to where he stood, reached out and took them from him. He smiled a wicked smile, and I looked at the tool in my hands. Don't let him see you flinch. I ran my tongue across my teeth, trying to decide which one I would miss the least. I settled on one of my upper bicuspids, put the pliers to my mouth. I can still feel the sensation of the metal touching my tooth, the way it shot up my nerve into a spot below my sinuses as I pulled and wiggled it, trying to yank it free while Derek choked on his own laughter. But when I finally had it detached from my jaw, the blood was pouring steadily. I spat a mouthful onto the floor and placed my tooth in Derek's outstretched palm. Then I ripped a piece of cloth from my sleeve and bit down on it to stop the bleeding while Derek inspected it like a diamond appraiser. Once he was satisfied, he told me where I'd find Sophia's body. I walked into the gas station looking and feeling like shit. A quick scan of the place told me that there weren't any customers in there. Behind the counter, Ben sat typing on his laptop. Toulouse leaned on the counter next to him, reading a magazine. When they saw me, I heard Ben say, "Check it out. The detective's still alive." Toulouse nodded and said, "Yeah, look at him go." Good for him. He turned his attention back to the magazine. My stomach turned, and I went straight for the bathroom where I started to dry heave into the sink. If there had been anything left in my stomach, I might have lost it there. I might even do this. I looked at my reflection in the mirror and noticed that the man dressed as a cowboy was standing in the corner behind me. I spun around and screamed at him, "What the fuck? What the fuck even are you, man?" He was thankfully wearing all of his clothes, this time including a red bandana on his neck and a cowboy hat. With a wry smile, he held out a ball-peen hammer and said in a calm voice, "Make good decisions." I couldn't explain why, but that weird sentence hit me with a sense of calm and renewed focus. I took the hammer, thanked him, and left the bathroom. The wall behind the notice board. That's where you'll find her. Ben and Toulouse didn't seem nearly surprised enough by what I was doing, smashing a huge hole into the wall of the gas station with a hammer. I kept swinging, breaking the hole open wider and wider, and I didn't stop until the wall was gone, exposing the dry, shriveled corpse of a young woman inside. From the looks of her, she had been dead for a long time. Her skin turned gray, her face was unrecognizable, but her clothes were still clean and new. A pair of blue jeans and a yellow t-shirt. A pair of blue jeans and a yellow t-shirt. Reyes was the first one on the scene. She wrote the official report, which I got a look at a couple weeks later. An unknown man came into the gas station, broke a hole in the wall, and revealed the corpse of a young missing girl. Her body was drained of all blood post-mortem, which is probably responsible for the accelerated mummification process. DNA samples and dental records proved conclusively this was the body of Sophia Rousseau. But I knew the truth. That wasn't my niece. Derek was always very clever in the way that he worded his offer. "I'll tell you where you could find the body of a certain girl." He had been referring to the double the whole time. There was a funeral, but neither Tyler nor I bothered going. I moved some money around and got the kid out of town. I don't say where he is, but believe me when I say that he's in a safe place now. As for my legal troubles, well, they actually went away on their own. One final departing gift from the ones in charge. Maybe because it's too hard to arrest somebody for killing the sheriff and the sheriff isn't dead. Yeah, I got a message not too long ago from Reyes. Wade showed up to work the next day and everybody's decided to pretend he never gave himself amateur brain surgery. In fact, there's no record of anyone dying in that nice little peaceful town. The whole time I was there, I had almost convinced myself that the entire thing was a stress-fueled delusion. But yesterday, I got a package in the mail in my office with no return address. The only thing inside was Mark's old brown jacket. Then last night, I got a phone call. "Hey, Alex." "Yeah, this is Alex. Do you know who this is?" "Sophia?" "Yeah." "They told me that I could talk to you for a second." "Where are you?" "I don't know. Some kind of hospital, I think." "What is this? What's going on?" "I don't know. There's a man here who wants to talk to you." "No, Sophia." "Hey, detective." "Derek, what do you want?" "Me? Oh, I don't want anything. I just thought that I'd let you know that, despite all my objections, you're taking very good care of Sophia, please." "Okay. Is that what you want to hear? You want to hear me beg? Please, please don't hurt her. Just let her go. It's too late for that. Even if she went home right now, no way anyone would ever believe that she was the real one. Even you right now have your doubts, don't you? The line between what's real and what isn't starts to blur so much that there might not as well be one anymore. And that's what they want. They want you doubting your own eyes. They want you to wonder who's real, who's been replaced, because that's part of the attack. You can't trust the person next to you. That's when they know they've already won. It's a brave new world, detective, and if I ever see you again, I'll skin you alive. I've tried tracking the number, but even my computer guys told me that it's a high-tech dead end. It's been months now since I started looking for my lost niece. I've used this time to prepare. Next time that I go back to that town, I'll be ready. I won't get caught off guard. When I find her, there's going to be hell to pay. Derek isn't a complicated guy. I understood his message well. Sure, it sounded like a warning. What it wasn't. It was an invitation. The horrifying thing behind the black door. The Rule's 7 Doors is a game involving light meditation and imagining oneself being projected into another place in your mind. We decided that we would project into a clearing in a heavily wooded pine forest, similar to the forest that we met in the real world to play together. You could choose any place you like, but I recommend using the same place to enter and exit from every time to help with continuity. At least 2 people need to play. You should never try to play by yourself, as the second person is there to pull you out, so to speak, and you may get stuck if you try by yourself. There was also the fear that you might eventually not be able to discern what is real anymore if you continue to go in by yourself, as the presence of your friends would be the signal to your brain that you are back in the real world, and not in another projection. The person who's traveling lies down, and the person who's guiding places their hands over the traveler's eyes. If there are others present, they should make a circle around the guide and traveler. This is apparently for protection. Everyone who isn't a traveler begins chanting 7 doors. When the traveler seems appropriately relaxed, the chanting stops, and the guide will begin asking leading questions, such as, what do you see? What do you hear? Do you smell anything? Wherever the traveler first arrives, that's the place that they have to return to before the guide pulls them out. The guide counts down from 5 and, after reaching 1, demands, open your eyes. At this point, the traveler is officially out and can open their eyes in the real world. No one else can talk besides the guide during a session to avoid confusing the traveler when they try to return. Taking someone out early against their will or before they've reached their entry-exit point can have unintended consequences. I'm not sure how we started or who had the idea first, but when I was in middle school, I had a group of friends who would go into the woods together past the drag strip at Pacific Raceways and play a game we called 7 Doors. This game involved one girl laying her head on the lap of another. The second girl would cup her hands over the eyes of the first girl to block as much light as possible from shining through her eyelids. We would all circle around them, seated on the forest floor, and chant softly, 7 doors, 7 doors, 7 doors. The girl whose hands were cupped over the first girl's eyes would ask her questions after we chanted for a few minutes. What do you see? Where are you? Do you smell or hear anything? All leading sensory questions that would paint a picture of a location in the mind's eye. The girl laying on the ground would begin telling us what she saw, describing what she was doing, even where she was walking. Usually, every session like this started in a forest similar to the one we played in, except that the girl who was traveling would be alone within the woods where 7 doors, each one a different color, existed. There was red, blue, green, yellow, orange, purple, and white. They were scattered, and usually, the goal of each session was to try to find a door, open it, catalog what was inside it, and get back safely to the entry point or the clearing of the woods that all of us had originally arrived in. When it was our turn to travel, we only had 45-minute lunches, so we would usually only have time for one person to go under per day. Originally, it was just fun. We would giggle and chant and listen with rapt excitement and attention at the visual story. The girl who was traveling that day would spin for us, finding all manner of animals and plants in the forest. We respected the hunt for the doors. No one was eager to slip a discovery into their story until it felt right or made sense. Thus, it took us 2 weeks to find 3 of the doors and explore a little bit of what was beyond each. The blue door was found first, and it led to a deep valley lake with short white houses cut into the cliffsides around the lakeshore. We hadn't delved deep enough yet to know if the small cliffside villages were occupied or not, and by whom. The red door led to a huge city built from gold's metallic, terracotta-like material, with towering buildings that connected and reconnected through complex sky bridges. Again, we had yet to encounter any sort of dwellers or people here. Only a few strange birds that followed our progress through the city. Any time one of us ventured into the red door, the green door led underground into a dank, glowing grotto, filled with soft, phosphorescent fungus that wove across the ceiling like a webwork of fine jeweled thread. There was a single fire pit with a crackling fire lit at the water's edge and a small tent suitable for 1 or 2 people at the most. Further on in the darkness, we were slowly moving beyond the point where it was a game in the beginning. Perhaps we had tapped into the effectiveness of soft repetitive noise and some sensory deprivation by blocking the light from the eyes and achieved some very mild meditative states. It may have helped with our intuition, our ability to get lost in our world that we created together, like a creative exercise done to stimulate those more abstract portions of the brain that we were so plugged into as younger kids and lose access to as we got older. Maybe we were just at that right age. Not quite children anymore. Not quite grown women, but in between. A gray state of being. Transitional creatures each with a foot in 2 different worlds. Maybe this is what made us susceptible. Who knows? I remember going under on a Wednesday. When my turn came around again, my friend, I'll abbreviate her name to Jamie, had her fingers cupped loosely against my cheeks. She had been taking guitar lessons, and I remember how calloused her finger pads were against my 12-year-old skin. It made it harder for me to concentrate for a while, to sink into that soft, fuzzy, half-awake state that made it easier to make up stories. A flash of irritation shot through me, but I quenched it, squeezed my eyes shut, and tried to concentrate. The anticipation in the circle around us had changed in the last week. No giggles or smiles. We used to make faces at each other across the circle, try to get one another to crack the chanting with a laugh. But the last few days, everyone had intently stared at whomever was on the forest floor, focused and resolved. There was a mystery here, and we were going to figure it all out. Finally, the chanting stopped, and Jamie asked me, "What do you see?" The clearing was around me, as it always had been before. I looked down and could see myself wearing the flared dickies and blue striped cap sleeve shirt I'd put on in the morning. I circled around the clearing, getting my bearings. Our friend S had found the green door the day before, and she had turned twice before heading off into the forest. I was really curious about the grotto, so I hoped I could find the green door again and spend a little bit more time exploring. I turned steadily, making a second complete circle, before walking out of the clearing into the woods. It was midday. Sun shafts broke through high canopies of thickly layered pine trees. Dead needles and rocks crunched under my shoes as I walked, threading in between tree trunks and larger ferns. I described the landscape around me in colorful detail until I ever stopped short when Jamie asked, "Do you hear anything?" Besides my own footsteps, I hadn't actually thought about sounds yet. I paused, finally tuning into the forest around me. There was a stillness, a heaviness to the forest that seemed to dampen all noise, as if coming from underneath a blanket. I waited, but besides me, there was no sound. Not even one of the creatures my previous friends had identified in earlier explorations. My mind was totally blank. "I don't hear anything," I whispered, and somehow, saying it out loud filled me with a sudden blood-chilling dread, ice in my veins. I slowly turned in a circle where I was standing, peering sharply into the woods around me. This was strange. Something was off. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary, but this weird, suffocating stillness seemed much different from the soft, breezy forest we had come to know. I don't know why I was stupid enough to do this, but I called out, "Hello." A pause, then in the distance, a sound. Leaves rustling, perhaps the snap of a branch, so singularly loud in the stillness that it might as well have been a gunshot. My heart cracked, and fire surged throughout my limbs. I whipped around and began running back to the entry point, the clearing where we all entered and exited from. What was I thinking? I should have realized something was wrong right when I arrived, but nothing had ever happened before, so why should it now? My breathing came fast and hard as I dodged tree trunks and leftover exposed roots. Jamie later told me that I had called out hello, and then started almost hyperventilating. She had been tempted to wake me up right then and there, but we had a rule about waiting until the person had returned back to the entry point before coming back. Something about exiting the same way we had entered, in order to keep everything orderly. I was mostly looking down at the path as I ran to ensure that I didn't trip on a root or a large rock. So when I looked up briefly and saw a dark, hulking shape ahead of me in the woods, my heart nearly stopped, right then and there. I veered suddenly, dodging behind a pine tree, clutching the rough bark in my hands as I pressed myself against the trunk. I stuffed my hand in my mouth, stifling my gasping breaths, ears craning desperately for any sound. What was that? Were my eyes playing tricks on me? What in the actual hell was going on? And I waited, hearing nothing but the thick silence and my own blood pounding in my ears. After a few moments, I cautiously peered around the edge of the trunk. It was closer to me now. I hadn't heard anything, but there, in the direction of the dark hulking thing I had seen earlier, I could make out the distinct rectangular shape of a door. "What is it? What do you see?" Jamie's voice squeaked a little higher than normal. "There's a door ahead of me," I whispered. I stared at it, fingers white-knuckled and stinging with sharp pain as the rough bark of the tree dug into them. A door. A pause. Then Jamie spoke, her voice calmer, colored with curiosity. "What color is it? Is it green?" He swallowed hard. "It's black." It stood alone in the woods about 50 yards ahead of me, a dark, solid stain on which the light of the sun seemed not to touch. I couldn't see much else from my distance outside of a faint embossed pattern covering the center of the door. There was a long pause, then another voice from the circle of our friends around us. I thought there were only 7 doors, Ella. Shh. Well, she's changing the game. We haven't even found all the doors we decided to have yet, and she's making more doors. I couldn't be sure, but it was starting to look like somehow the door was getting closer to me through the woods. I'm running around it, I said, and began moving through the trees, circling around the door to the left. It didn't seem to move while I was looking at it, yet every now and then I realized that even though I was moving around and away from it, it somehow was closing the distance between us. When I realized the time it took for me to circle around it, it managed to halve the distance between us. I couldn't take it anymore. I broke my gaze, turned, and ran full sprint. I was nearly at the clearing. Just make it to the clearing and get out of here. It's a door. It's not like it's going to chase me. The trees broke up ahead of me, opening up into the clearing and my way out. I gasped in shaky relief and slowed for a moment, peeking over my shoulder to see if the door was still following me. There was nothing behind me but trees and forest, and I almost laughed. Guys, I think I lost. I turned and screamed as I nearly ran right into it. It was 3 feet in front of me, and I barely avoided slamming right into it, throwing myself off to the side into the brush. You guys, I cried. Jamie, get me out. Get me out. Are you in the clearing? Her voice was sharp. I scrambled to my feet and threw myself around the door, taking off into a hard run the moment my toes passed the edge of the forest into the grass. Yes, get me out now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and open your eyes. Sunlight nearly blinded me as Jamie's hand lifted from my face, and I scrambled up frantically, brushing dead needles off that had collected on my backside. I was panting. Jamie's face looked pinched as she watched me. No one else said anything for a long time before Ella finally spoke up. I can't believe you didn't open it. Are you me? She said, half teasing, half amazed. A creepy black door. The remembered sight of it chilled me, and I shivered unconsciously. No thanks, I said quietly. I didn't even want to think about that door, let alone touch it. The bell rang, signaling 5 minutes until the end of our lunchtime. We'll try again tomorrow, Jamie said quietly, and without another word, 10 girls got up and trudged back towards Matson Middle School. A strange sobriety had fallen over everyone. I almost didn't go to school the next day. Looking back, I should have stayed home and faked being sick. Well, we met out in the woods the next day for our lunchtime adventure. Everyone was a little quieter than usual, but most of the girls had regained their good humor. I, however, had not. I had slept poorly the night before, waking multiple times throughout the night drenched in sweat despite the Pacific Northwest's dreary, forever 50-degree weather. I had no recollection of my dreams, but it was hard to peel myself out of bed this morning. Needless to say, I almost didn't go to school, because I knew they were going to try again, and maybe even actively look for the black door. We were a curious bunch, and no one had seen it or experienced it besides me. I was silent the entire way out into the forest, even when Ella shoved up next to me as we walked, digging an elbow playfully into my rib. Did the black door follow you home? She mocked. Ella, the day you take something seriously is the day I die of shock. Brooke had come up behind us and swatted at Ella's backside. Ella shrieked and leapt forward, skipping ahead of us a few steps and laughing. Should we call it 8 doors now, since Casey found a new door? This came from Aaron, walking a little off to our left. No, I said quietly. I don't even know what the hell I saw, but let's keep it at 7. Somehow, acknowledging the black door's existence seemed like it would make things worse. Or maybe I just wanted to pretend it never happened at all. Aaron fell into step beside me. Did you see anything on it, besides that it was black? I shook my head. Honestly, I wasn't looking super close, though. I think there were designs in the center, but of what, I don't know. When we got to our spot in the woods, Jamie and the other girls were already there. We formed our circle, with a girl named Leah taking the honored position of the traveler this time. Jamie did most of the questioning when it wasn't her turn to travel, so she knelt on the carpet of dead pine needles first, before Leah lay down and situated her head on Jamie's lap. You ready? Jamie asked. Leah nodded and shut her eyes. Jamie cupped her hands and placed them over Leah's face. She took a deep breath, shut her own eyes for a moment, and then nodded briefly. The circle of girls began chanting, 7 doors, 7 doors, 7 doors. After a few minutes, Leah's breathing had become slow and heavy, as if she were sleeping. You could see her belly rising and falling beneath her baggy Soundgarden shirt. Her hands fell open and slack at her sides. Her feet splayed out gently. She looked deflated against the forest floor, as if she were a discarded doll with all the stuffing ripped out. Jamie's voice cut through our chanting, and all our voices fell silent. "What do you see?" Leah let out a slow breath. Her voice sounded tiny as she said, "I'm in the woods, in the clearing." A pause, and then, "I don't see any doors. I'm going to start walking west." "Well, do you hear anything?" And a pause. "There's a breeze. It's really slight. I can hear the leaves rustling, but nothing else." "Do you see the black door?" This came from Aaron. And Jamie looked sharply across the circle to where Aaron was sitting. It was against the rules for anyone besides the question asker to say anything or ask questions, to prevent any confusion when trying to pull someone back out of the imaginary woods. Leah's face furrowed slightly beneath Jamie's hands, and Jamie quickly repeated Aaron's question to get everything back on track. "Do you see the black door?" Leah seemed to wait for a moment before answering, and my heart began to pound. "No, I don't see anything like a black door anywhere around me." Leah continued to wander the woods for a while. She spotted a previously identified creature, a white stag, in the distance. It looked like a normal 4-pointed stag when we first saw it weeks ago, only it had a third horn spiraling straight from the center of its head in between the 2 arching antlers. It always ran away if we walked directly towards it, but occasionally it liked to shadow us, following off to the side as we made our way through the woods. Leah didn't even bother walking towards the stag when she saw it, but changed direction and continued walking. She noted that it began following her off to the side, as it had done to many of us in previous journeys. After a few minutes of this, Leah came to the edge of a previously undiscovered ravine. A small, narrow trickle of water cut through the forest floor below her, and after a moment she announced that she was climbing down to the water. "Is the stag still there?" A pause as Leah looked around. "No," she said. "I don't see him anymore." The ravine was dark and narrow, shallow enough to jump down, although once Leah was next to the river, she noticed that it was much darker than up on the forest floor. She began following the water south, describing roots and trailing moss sticking out of the sides of the ravine as she walked, overhanging branches and fallen tree trunks crossing over either side above her. After a few minutes, she said in a little whisper, "I've stopped walking. I think it's getting darker." It was silent for a moment. Even the woods around those of us in the circle seemed to have become still. The cries and noises of the lunchtime chaos back on Matson Middle School's grounds seemed to be getting farther and farther away. "You mean the sun is blocked out from where you're standing?" asked Jamie. "No," replied Leah. Like the sun is going down or something, like it's getting late in the afternoon." This hadn't happened before. Every time we journeyed, the sun was always at midday, bright and cheerful. Our gazes met nervously around the circle. "Do you want to continue or head back?" asked Jamie. A long pause. We all held our breath. "Then, I'll continue for a little while," said Leah, "but I'm going to start heading back towards the clearing." Ella snorted quietly. She muttered under her breath. The girl next to her punched her lightly in the thigh. Leah described walking a little further down the ravine, looking for a good place to climb back up. She said she found some knobby roots hanging out of the mud wall that looked like it would work well for handholds, when suddenly her breath caught. "What is it?" asked Jamie sharply. "I think I see a door." Alarm pierced through me, but moments later, Leah said, "It looks like yellow wood, like a bunch of bleached, yellowing tree roots knotted together and woven into a door on the side of the ravine wall, across the river from me." Before Jamie could respond, Leah added, "I'm going to try to swim across the river and get to it." "I thought she was coming back," I whispered to Aaron next to me. Jamie gave me a warning glare. We were supposed to be silent, but I wondered if Leah had heard Ella's comment, because she went from being carefully cautious to suddenly diving into strange waters alone in an astral forest, ready to open a new door we'd never found before. Leah described herself walking into the river water. The current wasn't terribly strong, and she waded out to the center, carefully stepping on submerged boulders scattered along the base of the river. She got out to almost her chest when suddenly her relaxed, deflated body stiffened in a spasm, and she let out a choking gasp. "What is it?" Jamie asked quickly. "It's in the river." Leah's voice was a squeak. "Holy, there's a black door in the river. It's right underneath. I almost stepped on it. Oh my God." Her fingers were clenching and unclenching against the forest floor. "Oh, I'm coming back, right now. It's right there." "How the hell? Come back," Jamie said sharply. "Hurry. Just get to the clearing." Leah described herself turning and splashing inelegantly back to the shore, launching herself out of the water and climbing the roots up to the side of the ravine. Her breath began coming in short, sharp gasps, feet twitching and hands scrabbling slightly against the ground. She said that she had gotten to the top of the ravine, had crawled away from the river on hands and knees, and had turned around once to see that the black door was now at the edge of the ravine where she had just climbed up, towering against the backdrop of trees and sky, completely shadowing her from the Sunday. No, she began muttering to herself. "I'm running, it's right behind me. Guys, what the hell?" She began panting again, her chest heaving against the ground. I felt a cold sweat against the back of my neck watching her. A few of us grabbed each other's hands, gripping for dear life, white-knuckled in our circle. After a few moments, Jamie asked, "Is it still behind you?" A short gasp from Leah. "Yes," she said. "Every time I look back." It's a few more gasping breaths. "It's maybe 10 feet from me." She waited as she panted against the forest floor, her body wriggling and writhing in distress. Then she let out a sharp cry. "Leah!" Jamie's voice was alarmed. "What is it?" "It's starting to appear next to me, off to the side. Just not there 1 minute, but there again the next. Oh, you guys." Then she suddenly inhaled deeply. "I see the clearing. Hurry," Jamie muttered. "Just let me know once you're there." Leah described looking over her shoulder and off into the woods on either side a few times as she neared the clearing. She said she lost sight of the black door. She checked the woods one more time as her feet crossed the threshold before saying, "Jamie, I'm here. Get me." Her voice cut off in a horridly loud scream, loud enough that every girl in the circle jumped. "It's in the middle of the clearing, Jamie. Jamie, it's opening." 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. "Open your eyes." Jamie ripped her hands back off of Leah's face. Leah's eyes snapped open, and she sat bolt upright, one hand clutching at her throat. "Oh, Jesus," she said, gasping. "Holy." We all closed in around her, asking a million questions. What did the door look like? Why was it following her? How was it opening? Quickly or slowly? Did she get a glimpse of anything behind it? Once Leah caught her breath and calmed down a little. She said that it had begun slowly swinging outward as she stepped into the clearing, so she didn't get a good look at what might have been behind the door. She noticed a pattern on the door, though, especially the few times that it had gotten close to her, and with a shaky hand, she took a stick and drew a long horizontal line with 3 shorter lines behind it, 2 that were right next to each other and the third one centered and a little below it. Around the line, she drew a circle. "That's all I can remember clearly," she said. "There were more, but these were the biggest designs." She drew a shaky breath. "I know we're here to explore and learn, but you guys, I didn't want to get near that thing." She shivered visibly. "There's something wrong with it." The bell rang across the forest, and we all stood up, brushed dead needles from our clothes, and began the slow walk back to Matson Middle School. Leah was unusually pale, and she kept rubbing her eyes. "Are you okay?" I asked. "Honestly, not really," she said, pinching the bridge of her nose as we walked. "I have a splitting headache. I kind of thought you were making up that whole black door yesterday, to make your session interesting." Her tone was slightly apologetic. "I'm going tomorrow." Ella's voice cut across the air as she fell into step next to us. "I don't know why you didn't just open it and see what was inside." "Yeah, you don't know, Ella," Leah retorted sharply. "The door felt, I don't know, it felt menacing, like it was threatening me." "I felt the same," I offered, "like it was stalking me or something. It seems like it was a lot more aggressive with you." Leah didn't answer, but the pinched look on her face spoke volumes. "All the doors move, Leah," Ella said. No door is ever in the same exact place twice. Maybe this one just moves a lot more than the others. We won't know anything about it until we open it, and not knowing just makes us more afraid. She squared her shoulders as we trudged back into the main building. I'm looking for it tomorrow, and if I see it, I'm opening it up. I want to know for sure what's behind this black door. I slept badly again that night. I kept hearing a faint knocking sound in my sleep, but whenever I woke up, it would stop, and I could only hear the soft sounds of my parents and brothers sleeping in the rooms around me. At 3 a.m., I even got up, walked down to the landing, and checked the front door, but no one was there. My mom woke me up at 6:45 a.m. My alarm had been blaring for the past 5 minutes, and I hadn't even heard it. She said she had to shake me a few times to get me up. I felt like my head was stuffed with sandpaper. At the time, I didn't know what a hangover felt like, but looking back, I definitely peeled out of bed as if I'd participated in an all-night rager. It was dumping rain that day when we met at lunch. At one corner of the cafeteria tables, everybody immediately started talking about how we'd squeeze our next session in. The woods were completely out. It was raining hard enough that the ground would be a muddy swampland for the next few days. It was Friday, and if Ella did not take her turn today, it would mean waiting until Monday to find out what was behind the black door if the weather cooperated. Frankly, I was kind of in favor of stopping the game altogether, but when I said as much, I got quite a bit of backlash. Casey, we know it's scary, but we don't know anything about it. Maybe Ella is right, and we're just scared of something because it's, unknown. Erin softened her words with the peace offering of ho-hos from her plate, which I reluctantly accepted. I don't know, you guys. It's just that we don't know what's behind it. We don't know what's behind at least 4 of the doors, and even the doors we've opened are still a little bit of a mystery. It just feels so invasive. Like it's doing everything it can to get us to open it, almost leaving us no choice but to open it. It's not a door that we previously knew was going to be in the forest, and it showed up inside our clearing. I thought the clearing was supposed to be like a safe zone where we'd pop in and out. I stuffed the piping hot French fry in my mouth. When the world crashes into your head, let the starchy warmth of spiced middle school cafeteria fries be your comfort. I brought that up to Jamie last night on the phone, Leah said quietly. She said technically we never decided to set the clearing as a safe zone or whatever. Some of us just assumed it would be safe, because nothing's ever followed us into it before. Ella sat down next to me, slapping her lunch tray on the linoleum cafeteria table. I just called my mom from the payphone in the hall, she announced. If you guys want, she's cool with having everyone over for a sleepover tonight. Ella rubbed her hands together, silent, picture villainesque. She's working a night shift, so we won't even have to keep the screaming down. She winked at Leah, who coolly flipped her off. A few had to check in with their parents, including me, Sophia. I called her S in a previous post because I needed time to check that she was okay with me posting her name. Said that she had plans already and couldn't make it. Jamie joined us halfway through lunch, apparently caught in a long lecture by one of her teachers, and said she would definitely be at Ella's house later. Are you sure you want to do this in your house? Brooke asked. I mean, we've always done it in the woods. She seemed about to say something else, but changed her mind at the last minute. She began stabbing at the steamed vegetables on her plate, listlessly. Ella shrugged. Not my first choice, but I don't want to wait 3 days to find out what's behind that door. I'm worried if we wait too long, it won't be there when we get back. She smiled wickedly. Besides, if something follows me back to my house, maybe it'll eat my sister first. Ella lived with her mom and older sister on the south side of Kent. Not the wealthiest neighborhoods, but still clean, respectable, and only a little rundown. Her mom was a nurse who had been pulling late-night, early morning shifts for the past 2 years, so she was on her way out once we were all situated. Sleeping bags thrown over the tiny living room, with 3 ordered pizzas and a massive box of Diet Cokes on the counter. After repeatedly telling us to call her if we needed her for anything, she left. The moment her little Toyota pulled out of the gravel drive and disappeared down the road, everyone turned in silent unison and looked at Jamie. She scowled. Can I finish my pizza first, you? I was nervous, but strangely less afraid than I had been for the past few days. Somehow, in the slumber party setting, it actually felt more like a game again. My friends were all laughing and shoving each other, as we all moved the furniture around to accommodate a circle of 7 girls in the middle of the room, with Jamie and Ella getting situated in the middle. Sophia's gonna be so pissed that she missed this, somebody said. Okay, everybody, chill for 5 seconds. Should we light some candles? Yeah. Very light as a feather, stiff as a board, Jamie. I got up and helped Aaron pull a few emergency tapers from the kitchen, setting them up around the outside of the circle seating. Then we shut off the lights, and a rapt stillness fell over everyone as Ella settled her head in Jamie's lap and shut her eyes. We began chanting, 7 doors, 7 doors, 7 doors. Ella sank quickly, her entire body melting like pudding against the carpeted living room floor. It was warm still, the light soft and hazy, and in the past few weeks we had all gotten extremely good at chanting together, at the same tone and volume, creating a rippling wave of soft noise that fell into the background and grabbed your focus all at once. Ella was out almost immediately, but Jamie waited for a bit, before signaling us to silence and asking softly, "What do you see?" It was strange to hear Ella's normally brash, mischievous voice so tiny, so childlike and far away. "I'm in the clearing, Jamie. It's really weird. In the grass." She paused for what seemed like forever. "What about the grass, Ella?" "Grass is brown. Dead, dry, straw brown. Like what happens to our lawn at the end of the summer." Ella described herself touching the ground around her feet and then walking the edge of the clearing. She said that some of the leaves on the bushes right at the edge of the forest looked black, as if they had been burned. "I'm going to walk south," she said. Ella made her way slowly, describing in elaborate detail everything she saw that might be noteworthy. Her intense personality was offset by a deep obsession with detail and a keen, perceptive eye, and I had to admit that her journeys were some of my favorites, as she painted such a vivid picture for the rest of us. The first 10 minutes of Ella's journey were relatively uneventful. Here and there, she would see tiny patches of black underbrush, similar to the shade of some of the plants at the edge of our clearing. Other parts of the woods were just as lush as ever, and she said she could hear birds, though she couldn't see any. She caught sight of what we had decided to call the green monkey a few weeks prior, a little primate-like creature with a long tail and peacock green fur that shone iridescent in the light of the sun like the wing of a raven or a crow. She called to it a few times, but it seemed content to peer down at her, head cocked from one side to the other, as she whistled and coaxed. Eventually, Ella grew tired of this little game and kept walking. The monkey didn't follow. She claimed that the woods were beginning to get darker the longer she walked through them, similar to Leah's experience of time passing as she explored the forest in her previous session. We were so wrapped in her descriptions that when she abruptly said, "I think I see a building," there were more than a few soft gasps from the circle. We'd found buildings through some of the doors, but we never found any sort of non-organic structure in our woods before. Ella described what looked to be a large farmhouse or barn settled in a part of the woods that was less densely populated by the foliage than the rest. There seemed to be smaller trees arranged in neat rows to the east of the building, planted in a bare, open plot of earth edged by the pine trees we were used to in the forest. The dark wooden structure loomed 3 stories high, with windows looking out at each level, and a high-pointed roof with rotting shingles covered in trail and green moss. There was one door at the ground level, and it was entirely black. "By black, you mean?" Jamie looked uncertain, her question trailing off. "It's totally solid black. Looks like there's writing or carvings on the front of it." Ella's voice quickened with excitement and nerves. It may be the same door Leah and Casey saw. Everyone was silent for a moment. I could tell that Jamie was searching for something to ask when Ella said, "I'm walking towards it." Brooke grabbed my left hand and squeezed it. I couldn't believe Ella was doing this. "I'm walking slowly. I'm about 30 feet away now, 20. There was a pause. "The forest is really quiet again. I don't hear the birds anymore." A longer pause, followed by, "Okay, I'm going to keep walking. I'm about 10 feet away now. I'm almost up to it. Now, I'm almost up to it." Ella's voice cut off in a small little choking noise. "What?" demanded Jamie. "What? What is it?" Ella let out a slow, unsteady breath. I'd known her for years, and as by all her bluster and bravado, I could tell that she was shaken by whatever she was looking at. "There's a bunch of symbols and carvings in the door. I see the pattern that Leah described. Lots of smaller shapes, lines intersecting, making stars and weird holes. Sort of like those illusion tunnels we drew with a protractor in art class. And, Jesus, okay, so..." Ella took a deeper breath. "So, there's also a bunch of names." "What names?" Jamie was staring down so intently at Ella's face. I don't think she even remembered the rest of us were there. It's our name. Pause. Our names are all over the door. I'll never be able to fully describe the sudden hot and cold dread that sang from my head to my feet at that moment. I felt like someone poured live ants down the inside of my back. Brooke was nearly breaking my hand with her grip, and I just let her. My painful, squished knuckles were the only part of my body that wasn't crawling. Ella described the location of each name. Hers was right above the circle. My name was to the left of it. Leah's to the right. Jamie's below. The other girls' names flared at different points in between, creating a star of letters around the central symbol. I'll draw what symbols I can remember when I get back, Ella said quietly. She took a shaky breath, but I'm going to open it. Ella, don't. Aaron squeaked. Jamie didn't even reprimand her, but it was pointless anyway. Her attention was solely on Ella's face, as were all of ours. Ella described grabbing the black round doorknob and turning it slowly. She said it felt warm against her palm, as if she were taking a person's hand. The door was silent as it opened, barely a whisper, as Ella stepped back to pull it wide. Past the threshold, she could see what looked like the inside of a barn. Straw littered a dirt floor, and it was horribly dark. Beams and support poles scattered around the wide open space in front of her. What else do you see? Jamie asked, breathless. Not much, Ella responded. After a few minutes, she said resolutely, I'm going inside. Ella, stop it. Just come back. We saw what was inside, and now it's over. You did what you said you'd do. I spoke without really meaning to, but, again, Jamie didn't reprimand me. Tonight was a night for breaking rules and doing stupid, apparently. I'm inside already. It smells like, well, a barn. Like horses and dirt and hay. Ella's voice grew a little stronger as the moments passed. It's dark, but there's still some light coming in through the windows. It looks like there's some stalls and stairs leading up to the second floor. Everything is really now here. She paused, as if considering her next words carefully. Everything is gray. Even the forest outside the windows looks gray, like an old black and white movie. A pause. And Ella lifted her hand off the ground where she'd laid it in her own living room, and then, I'm looking at my arm, and even my skin is white, like blanched white. There's no color anywhere. She described herself walking towards the stairs at the back of the barn, looking around for a lantern or a flashlight or something to help her see. After a few minutes, she stopped and said uneasily, I just noticed it now, but it's been happening since I walked in here. There's a weird sound going on in the background. I don't know how else to describe it. It's like super quiet, but kind of low and choppy, with a kind of low rumbling beneath it. Her voice became distant for a moment, like, I'm hearing a helicopter in an earthquake, but on the other side of the world. Jamie wasn't even asking leading questions anymore. We all just listened, silent, rapt, as Ella described, reaching the stairs and taking a hold of the railing. As her hand touched the banister, she let out a sudden shriek. The door just slammed shut behind me. Jesus, that scared me. Ella, you need to come back right now, Jamie said forcefully. No, it's fine. It's fine. Nothing else happened. I'm just... God, that sound. It's still going. It's making my head hurt. It's like, once I notice it, I can't stop hearing it. Ella took a shaking breath and then reached for the banister again. She climbed the stairs, eyes straining up through the darkness. It looked like the stairs wrapped around and led up to a third level. But as Ella climbed, she casually glanced out the windows in the stairwell, looking over the orchard. Her breathing stopped for a moment. Jamie gave her a little shake. Ella, she let out a huge breath and began breathing a little faster. There's something coming through the orchard towards the barn, like the shadow of a person, but not a person. Tall, almost as tall as the orchard trees. A pause and then, okay, I'm getting out. Ella turned and ran back down the way she came. She said she raced for the black door at the entrance to the barn, grabbed the knob, and flung it open, only to see the same gray landscape stretching out ahead of her that she could see through the windows. The lush, colorful green forest that she had trekked through to get here was gone. Ella said as she tried shutting and reopening the black door a few times, willing the green forest back into existence. Every time, it reopened onto the colorless world. And when she glanced over her shoulder, she said the tall shadow was almost to the barn. You guys, what the do I do? Do I just walk through and try to come back the other way I came? It's not the same forest. She gasped sharply suddenly, and then almost squealed out. It's here! It's looking in the window at me! Jamie, I said in a panic. Jamie, we have to pull her out now. The rules, she said, distressed. I don't know what that's going to do. We're supposed to bring her back the right way, or else something could go wrong. Do it, Jamie, Ella said. Oh God, please do it. Get me out. The rules. Just get me out right now. Jamie sucked in a deep breath, and then, with a despairing look on her face, she said, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Open your eyes. She pulled her hands back off Ella's face as if they burned her. Ella's eyes snapped open, and she immediately sat up, hair disheveled, face pale. We all stared at one another, a sick feeling of dread falling over us. Are you okay? I finally asked. Yeah, she said quietly. She absently rubbed the side of her head. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. After we all calmed down a little, Ella drew what symbol she could remember from the door. To be honest, none of it made sense to us at all. Looking back now, some of it looked like sacred geometry that anyone might recognize, like mandalas and the Tree of Life. I know this now, but I didn't know what sacred geometry was when I was 12. Some of it was, and still is, gibberish to me. At that point, Jamie suggested that we try to watch a movie to try and relax. Ella put in The Cable Guy, and the mood lightened somewhat. Someone made popcorn, but it mostly went uneaten. 3/4 of the way into the movie, almost everyone was in their sleeping bags, and we all decided to go to bed. At that point, even though the lights were out and everyone was trying to lie still with their eyes shut, I could tell that hardly any of us were really sleeping. I kept lifting my head to peek over at Ella's sleeping bag, watching her breath rise and fall beneath the thick synthetic fabric. I couldn't shake the feeling that we had just really seriously messed up somehow. The weekend was a mess of anxiety and apprehension. I called Ella once on Saturday and on Sunday to check in on her to make sure she was okay. By the time I got her on the phone Sunday afternoon, she sounded pissed. Look, you know it's sweet that you're all worried, but everyone's been calling me all day, all weekend. I'm fine. I'll see you tomorrow. She hung up abruptly. Jamie was off hiking with her parents all day. I got a few of the others on the phone, but there were no solid theories on what we might have stumbled into. Ella wasn't talking much, and apparently it was over all the phone calls she was getting. It was 1,996, so there wasn't much information on the internet, or even much of an internet at all. Still, I got a call at 6 p.m., Sunday night from Sophia, who hadn't been at the sleepover on Friday, but had since been filled in on what happened. You got a sec? She said when I took the phone from my mom. Yeah, we just finished eating. What's up? Okay, so I've been keeping track of all the symbols that we've seen on the door. This afternoon, I slipped into a chat room on AOL called Esoterica. Usually, it's just a lot of Wiccan stuff and throwback New Age stuff from the 70s, but sometimes a few hardcore occultists float through and spew nonsense for a while before being booted by a mod. So I decided to scan in photos of that big symbol that Leah first saw in the middle of the door, and the other symbols that Ella remembered, and post them all to the room, just to see if anyone recognized anything or knew what it might be. I heard the shuffling of papers on the other end of the line. Most of the conjecture didn't seem to go anywhere, but one guy, user Enoch Lives, 7777. You said some of that stuff made sense? Yeah. Sophia sounded embarrassed. That chat room is pretty intense, like people believing that they're vampires and stuff. That was definitely not the weirdest username that I've seen. I sighed. Okay, well, what did Mr. 777 have to say? He said he recognized one of the symbols at the top of the door, the one that looked like spokes on a wheel. He said it was an old Sumerian sign called Dinger. She pronounced it like danger, but with 2 eyes, and that it meant like God or deity. He said that if archaeologists usually find it on plaques or carvings or whatever, and it comes before someone's name, then that means the person is sort of a deity or higher being. What is Sumerian? Like the oldest civilization? Don't you remember in history class? We did that whole Mesopotamia thing and we read Gilgamesh for 2 weeks. Sophia paused, adding, Jamie almost failed our final because she kept slipping her headphones in during the class readings. It was when she finally got Frog Stomp, and she could barely function unless we listened to it at least twice a day. Oh yeah, Jesus. I glanced over my shoulder to check and make sure my mom was still in the living room and slipped into the hallway, dragging the phone cord with me. How would anyone in a chat room know that? Well, apparently they geek out hard over this stuff. Okay, so one of the marks on the door means deity. Special, superpowered person. Did they say anything else? Well, once we got on the Sumerian track, he mentioned that another symbol right below it could be one called. More shuffling of papers in the background, and then Sophia's voice butchering the pronunciation. Ushbalakit. He said that some people are still arguing about the meaning of some of these words. This one sometimes means rebel or revolt, but it can also mean like, to turn something upside down or reverse it. He wasn't sure, but that the second meaning would make more sense in this case. So what? The top of the door reads, God reverse? No. It would be more like God upside down, or the upside down God, I guess. Silence hung over the line, the quiet static of a landline. Dead air hissed faintly in my eardrums as my heart pounded. Finally, I spoke up. This is just some dude in a chat room, right? Yeah. Sophia sounded uncertain. Honestly, Casey, none of us knows what the hell we're really doing here. I think it was just fun when we started, but now I just feel like, I don't know, like we're way out of our depth. Even what this guy is saying is totally wacko. What you guys described that happened on Friday night. I don't think we should play anymore. Yeah, I don't either. I unwound the phone cord from my finger. It was wound so tight that the tip of my index finger was starting to turn blue. Okay, listen, I have to go. I'll see you tomorrow. We'll talk about what you found out then with the others, okay? Sweet dreams, Sophia. Bye. I was late to Matson Middle School. My alarm once again failed to wake me, and my mom was pissed. She told me she wouldn't let me stay over at anyone's house anymore if they kept throwing off my sleep schedule. I told her that I had been sleeping badly, but she blamed the computer and too much TV and, well, whatever else she could muster up, before telling me that I had to lay off the pop from now on. I kissed her cheek and slid out of the car, without a word, heading towards my second period class. By lunchtime, I was already dragging. My stomach was queasy, so I didn't even get food, but I bought a huge 16-ounce Jolt Cola before finding the table my friends usually sat at. Ella wasn't there. She's at home sick, Brooke reported gravely. Something about her stomach. Her mom said she puked twice this morning. We all stared at each other for a moment. Guys, this is getting really fucked up. I listlessly twisted and untwisted the cap on my plastic cola bottle. Yeah, Leah said, slipping a hand on my shoulder briefly. I feel like we need to stop playing, but I also feel like we need to undo whatever the hell it is we just did first. She absent-mindedly rubbed her forehead. I haven't been feeling well either. Like, kind of sick. And I sleep like. Surprisingly, everyone else started piping in. Apparently, no one in our group had gotten a solid night of shut-eye in the past week. Well, if you'd like to sleep even worse than that, pay close attention. Sophia then related what she had told me the previous evening. She had pulled out her copies of the symbols Leah and Ella had drawn and spread them out over the table, pointing to the one she was referring to. After she was done, everyone was pensive. We have to help Ella. There's no way she just conveniently got sick after going through the black door, Brooke said, staring down at the symbols, brow furrowed. So what do we do? I mean, exactly, to fix it? Everyone looked at Jamie. She was chewing pensively on her lower lip, eyes thoughtful. When we pulled her out, she was behind a door, and she couldn't see a way back to get to the clearing. Maybe we should try to send someone in and get back to the correct entry point. Maybe doing it the right way will set everything back to normal. Everyone thought about that for a moment. And what if it doesn't? Leah asked pointedly. Well, we don't have a better plan. We can't leave things the way they are. We broke the rules, and I don't see how going back in could make it any worse at this point. But maybe we can make it better. Jamie stabbed at the cafeteria spaghetti on her plate with a fork. Does anybody else have any better ideas? Silence. Great. Then we're doing it, Sophia piped up. So who's gonna go next? Everyone took that moment to study their lunch trays closely. avoiding eye contact with anyone else around the table. For fuck's sake, I said, exasperated. I'll go in. We'll plan for tomorrow. Jamie nodded. Tomorrow. Then that night, I fell asleep over my homework twice. Each time, faintly, I swear, I could hear a low, far-off rumbling just at the edge of my hearing, with a slightly louder whop 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 layered over it. I'd wake, maybe 10 minutes after drifting off, my head splitting and my face crumbling toward my textbook. The second time when I awoke, I found I had drawn a small symbol in the corner of my spiral notebook paper. A single circle with a long horizontal line across the top and 3 smaller lines below. The same symbol Leah had seen on the black door. I felt that we were all spiraling, that Ella's current state could befall all of us if we just left things the way they were. I knew that if someone didn't do something, my own situation, and everyone else's, was only going to deteriorate. Maybe there was no way out, really. But I decided that night, as I settled in for a fitful round of sleep, that this was my last time entering whatever realm we tapped into. Then, I'd try to make it count. Are you ready? My head rested against Jamie's crossed ankles, eyes staring up at the sky beyond her head. It was a gorgeous day. Crystal blue skies and wisps of white cotton clouds danced past the tops of the trees straight above me. It was actually warm for the first time in a long time. Everyone around me in the circle seemed lit in soft fire as the afternoon sunlight broke through the pine trees and scattered like liquid gold to the forest floor beneath. I took it all in for a second and then sucked in a breath, shutting my eyes. I'm ready. 7 doors. 7 doors. 7 doors. I was nervous. I had no idea how I was ever going to relax enough to slip into an altered state I had become so familiar with at this point. But suddenly, it was happening. I sank, my vision receding into darkness, and the voices of the girls seemed to come from far away, as if I had dropped underwater. I shivered, and when I faintly heard Jamie ask, "What do you see?" I opened my eyes. I was in a huge, expansive field. The sky, the tall grass that brushed against my jeans, the few small birds in the sky, all were gray, like I had stepped back into an old black and white movie, all color leaching from everything, including, as I looked down at myself, me. And when I raised my eyes, I nearly jumped. A sharp gasp escaped my lips, and from very, very far away, I could hear Jamie's voice. "What is it?" "I'm surrounded," I whispered. "They're all around me." They stood on 4 legs, soft sable fur glimmering in the dull gray light. Wrestling antlers towered towards the sky, ending in wickedly sharp points tipped dark with some unknown glimmering liquid. They looked like elk, but larger, and in the center of each velvety forehead opened a third eye, unblinking and staring. They surrounded me in a circle, and they were staring at me. "Jamie," I whispered. "Jamie, what do I do?" "Just move very slowly and don't piss them off. Please. We've got enough to worry about right now," without adding to it. I took a few hesitant steps towards one edge of the circle. The elk seemed disinclined to move, but as I approached, almost touching one of them, it shifted to the side slowly to allow me to pass. The circle closed behind me, and I could feel the weight of their enormous bodies, antlers clicking as they tapped off one another, moving in unison. Ahead in the distance I could see the tree line of a forest, and before that tree line a huge building towered, rows of smaller trees laid out across its front lawn like a small orchard. It reminded me of those plantation houses in the South, elaborate and impressive in its physicality, but also wilting, with crumbled shingles and dark moss claiming the corners of ceilings and the base of columns. In the background, I started hearing a low, almost imperceptible noise, the low rumbling of a far-off earthquake, and a softer chopping noise layered over the top. I described it all to them as I began walking forward through the tall grass, the mansion looming up ahead of me. The low rumbling sound encroached on the edge of my hearing. It was always there, subversive and barely loud enough to pick up. But for some reason, the hairs had been standing up on my arms the moment I opened my eyes in the field. As I finished describing the scene for the others, I heard a faint sound coming from the building ahead of me. It sounded like a phrase, like someone was repeating something over and over, but at the end of the jumble of words, I could distinctly make out one syllable. "Casey?" "Guys," I whispered. "I think I hear Ella." As a voice, I took off in a light jog, booking it through the high grass that slapped against my legs as I ran. Surprisingly, the herd of elk followed. They kept a medium distance behind me, but they moved like a silent tide over the field, spreading out behind me in a wall of antlers and muscle. As I approached the house, they fell back, marking a line about 50 feet from the entrance with their bodies. They fell still, silently watching me as I approached the huge front porch. The windows were dark. I couldn't see anything beyond the faded, cracked panes of glass. No sign or indication of what lay inside waiting for me. The voice was a little stronger, yet I still struggled to make out the entire phrase. I simply heard a jumble of words followed by "Casey," repeated over and over in discordant song melody. Now that I was closer, I was even more certain that it sounded like Ella. "There's nothing on the porch," I whispered. "It's bare. No furniture. Nothing." As I approached the door, I balked. The front door loomed dark and heavy against the white wooden building, and I knew immediately that it was the, at once familiar and dreaded, black door. Yet something about it had changed. I swallowed and stepped forward cautiously, the porch creaking softly under my weight. The large symbol in the middle of the door was different from what Leah and Ella had described. There was still a circle, a long horizontal line, and 2 lines beneath it. But where the third and lowest line had cut across the bottom of the circle, now it was replaced with a long outline of an ovoid shape with a solid circle in the center of that shape. And as I looked, something dark stained the white wood wall next to the door. Maybe I was seeing things or recognizing a pattern where there wasn't any, but it looked like there was a handprint against the doorframe. A dark central palm with long, ragged-looking fingers stretching out, reaching in towards the doorknob. My eyes took it in, and that keening, rumbling noise at the edge of my hearing seemed to intensify, filling my eardrums. I found my right hand lifting slowly, reaching out towards that handprint, my limbs shaking, my body shaking, my organs and my heart and my lungs rumbling and quivering and becoming that noise, until I heard nothing else and saw nothing else. As I reached, palm desperately wanting to press into the blackness of its hand, suddenly, pain exploded on the side of my body, and I was launched sideways, sprawling over the porch, wrists and head slapping against the wood like a rag doll. One of the members of the elk herd had climbed the porch and stood towering over me, antlers shadowed against the gray sky behind him. He stared down at me as I gasped for breath on the ground, ice in my lungs, my head bursting with pain, and my ribs bruised. Jamie's voice seemed to whisper from far away. "What happened?" Nothing. I just need to get out of here. Fast." The elk snorted at me, and I perceived the contemptuous note in its heavy breath before it backed off the porch and stood in the grass in front of the mansion, watching me passively. I scrambled to my feet and approached the door, keeping my eyes off the grotesque handprint and reaching for the doorknob. I noticed with trepidation the names of all my friends carved into the wood, and at the top of the circle, where Ella had claimed her name had been, I now saw the name Casey. I opened the door. The mansion expanded around me, massive. The ceiling was high as a cathedral, with arching points and angled apexes. Nothing at all what it might have looked like from the outside. Everything was pale white, but there was an insidious darkness that hung heavy, coalescing in every nook and cranny and setting, as if waiting for me to do something. Because of the unique architecture, there were corners everywhere, not just in the walls, but on the ceiling as it sloped and dipped, arched and folded, and met itself again in high peaks pointed up towards the sky and beyond. The massive space was decorated with strange furniture, unidentifiable to me, and yet again there seemed to be extra edges to things, as if I were looking at one of those magic eye pictures where illusions pop out of flat spaces. I had a headache immediately, as my eyes tried to make sense of it all and couldn't. There were 2 staircases lining the walls, leading up to a second-floor balcony and dark hallways beyond. Ahead of me, at the far end of the large entryway, seemed to be a huge looming structure. A structure that I felt an immediate aversion to. A sick, gut-deep revulsion shook through me every time my eyes tried to focus on it. It seemed like a tangled mess of angles and shapes that moved with slow, undulating purpose out of the corner of my eye. Yet, when I grew close to looking at it, it went still. An indecipherable statue in an indecipherable room. At its base, hunched over in a curled ball, was someone that looked like Ella. Jamie, I see Ella. Jesus, she's still here. I kept my eyes on her form, refusing to look at the large structure she was huddled in front of any longer. I'm moving towards her. Maybe if I can get her out of here, this whole thing will be over. A garbled whisper hissed in my ear. It sounded like Jamie, but it was as if she were talking over a malfunctioning walkie-talkie, and I could only make out every other word. Careful, I heard through the static. Ella, I whispered sharply as I got closer. Ella, it's Casey. She was muttering to herself. Unintelligible words, interspersed with what sounded like my name. I inched closer towards her, fingers reaching out to grasp her shoulder. If I could just get her out of here. Just get back to the clearing. Have Jamie pull us out. My fingers touched her shoulder, just as her muttering words finally unjumbled and became clear. Curiosity killed Casey. She uncurled, then turned to look back at me. It was Ella's face, but her eyes were fathomless. Completely black. Not empty, but filled with a vastness and an unending void so deep that it terrified me. It felt like looking at a moonless night sky, but instead of standing grounded on my backyard patio, I had stepped out beyond the sky, beyond the stars and planets, as if everything recognizable and warm was behind me, and I was right on the edge, where only the blackness remained. I stared at it, and it stared right back. I snatched my hand back as if I'd been burned, and she slowly stood up to face me. She kept repeating the same phrase. Curiosity killed Casey. And as she straightened onto her feet, she cocked her head to the side as if listening to something far off. But then she kept going, her head bending further and further to the side until I was sure her neck would snap. And it still kept going, turning around in a horrifying slow-motion circle, those eyes still staring at me, until her head had turned all the way around, and her chin pointed upwards towards the ceiling, while her long hair dangled down in front of her body, her mouth open wide, the sentient vastness of the abyss, beyond the cavern of her mouth, and she screamed. Multiple voices cried in an agony and rage that rocked me to my core. I ran. I've never felt such blinding terror before or since. There was no reason, no plan, no strategy to where I was going. I simply threw myself forward into any available empty space that would take me, feet pounding against white wooden floorboards as I sprinted towards the front of the building. The black door slammed shut as I reached it, and I let out a strangled, helpless cry, trying the knob once before letting go as the door refused to budge. I turned and ran for the stairs, Ella's twisted, shuddering shape making its way towards me in a stuttering half-step. Up the stairs, 2 steps at a time, legs and lungs burning. My eyes watered, and my vision blurred. I heard a horrible crunch as I reached the top of the stairs, and I turned to look behind me. Ella's form had reached the bottom step, and she had fallen forward, catching herself on her arms, limbs lengthening in horrible proportions as she began crawling up each step with unearthly speed, her horribly turned head wobbling back and forth in grotesque fashion. Her mouth was still wide open, still screaming wordlessly at my retreating form, and I turned and sprinted down the dark hallway. The ceiling was high, shadows stretching above me into nothingness. I threw myself around the corner at the end of the hall, only to find another stretch of hallway in front of me, with Ella close behind. I ran further into the darkness, Ella's enraged screams echoing around me. The rumbling background sound had grown more intense, pulsating through me and vibrating my bones as I bounced off of walls and skidded around corners, gasping for breath. No matter how many bursts of speed I put on, how many times I thought I'd lose her, she was soon on my trail again, crawling like some unearthly animal, long legs and arms stretching, snapping forward. I glanced behind me, terrorizing anew. As I saw her skid around the corner I just cleared, and as my head turned, from the corner of my eye, I saw a glimpse of color, a flash of deep red in the darkness. To my right, down a side hallway, was the red door. I should have questioned it, but there was no time. I hurtled towards it. Ella grabbed at my heels and reached out for the doorknob, turning it in an instant and shoving it open. Light poured through the door, illuminating the hallway, and as I turned to slam the door shut, I caught a glimpse of Ella. She was crawling on the ceiling, hands and feet gripping the darkening wood, as her face, now right side up because of the angle, hung down, almost level with my own. Her mouth split into a wicked grin. Curiosity killed the... I slammed the door shut, leaning against it. The door shook violently, rattling against my back. I squeezed my eyes shut and pressed harder against it. Lips clamped together to stifle my own cries, and I heard her thumping against the door. Go away. Go away. Go away. After a few moments, the door finally fell still. All sound from the other side stopped. I stood, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, in the golden gilded courtyard we always entered when we stepped through the red door in the past. Impossibly tall buildings rose high above me, glittering in the light of a deep crimson sunset. The air was cooling, but the sparkling bricks and walls around me radiated the ambient heat of a long, hot day coming to an end. "Jamie," I said hoarsely. "Jamie, can you hear me?" "Yes." God, finally. "Are you okay? What's happening? You've been babbling nonsense and hyperventilating for the past 5 minutes. I was about to send someone to call 911. Jamie. Ella's. She's." A rush of hot wind tussled my hair, caressing my face. A shadow passed over the courtyard, and I quailed, looking up as a dark shape suddenly dropped down from the air onto the cobbled pavement in front of me. An owl, huge, almost as tall as me, scrabbled its talons against the gilt stonework. It cocked its head at me once, twice, and then seemed to shiver, shake out its feathers, twitching uncomfortably. And then a woman's head unfurled, standing tall, much taller than me. The feathers of the owl settled and draped over her body like a fine gown. She folded a pair of wings against her back. Her eyes were impossibly large, nearly filled with luminescent red irises, shot with gold, huge, unchanging black pupils, swallowing the middle. Casey, what is it? What do you see?" Her crimson lips curled into a smile. Her voice was otherworldly, intense, so uncanny that it raised the hairs on the back of my neck the moment she spoke. "I've been waiting for you, Casey." Jamie's voice whispered. "Casey, what do you see?" "Give me a second," I whispered back. The woman paced in front of me. She seemed to have a hard time sitting completely still while her eyes remained rapt and focused on me. Her head shifted this way and that at every noise, tilting almost imperceptibly against the breeze. Her wings shifted and ruffled constantly, giving the impression of tireless energy and intense power held at bay. "You were younger than I expected," she said after a moment. "Not yet a woman, but the smell of your blood is much older." "Ah, Jesus Christ." The smell of my blood, my knees nearly liquefied. Her presence was crushing, as if I was standing in front of every leader of every major country on Earth and were required to give a speech on a topic I hadn't studied for. I was still pressed hard against the red door and refused to move forward into her wingspan. I apologize. I don't know what that means." She seemed to find that funny. "You are truly a youngling, and yet you and the others wander through these expanses with such relative ease. We have watched you ever since you stepped through that door." Her gaze snapped to the red door behind my back, and then back down to my face, obvious interest unveiled on her features. "You have something that would be very valuable to many here." And I didn't know what to say to that. I opened my mouth to ask what she meant, but she suddenly cocked her head sharply to the side, pupils contracting to tiny pinpoints of black in a sea of red and gold. "It encroaches. Whatever you've done to disturb it, it now presses its influence between the expanses." Her gaze flicked back to me. "You're here to clean up your mess." "Yes, I am. Yeah, that's the goal." I felt absurdly like I had forgotten something extremely important when talking to her, as if she were in on an inside joke that she expected me to join her in, and yet I didn't know what it was. "It's coming closer." She shook her head, feathers ruffling around her face for a moment, and her wings expanded. "It may know that you're here. I tire of holding this form, but I'll give you this, that its doors in itself are intrinsically connected. It is a being of gateways, of passages, of in-betweens and not spaces. What you do to its gateway, you do to itself." She shuddered. Before I could get a word out, she shivered and hunched forward, and in an undulating ripple of feathers, the woman was gone, and the owl blinked at me, wickedly hooked beak, flashing in the internal sunset. It flapped its wings in a powerful downbeat and lifted off the ground, rising higher overhead before clearing the skyline of buildings and disappearing, taking off into the twilight. "Jamie," I said quietly when she was gone, "I think I have an idea what happened. I'll tell you, I promise, but just bear with me. I may not be able to talk much." I took off in a light run, keeping my eyes peeled for anything that would seem out of place in this red-gold world. Every few minutes a shadow would fall across me as a dark shape would fly overhead between buildings. Like every time before, when we had explored the world behind the red door, I was watching from a distance. I wondered if it was the owl woman watching, or if there were more like her far above me in the sky. And then, as I reached the wide-open marketplace, empty of stalls or beings, I heard it, a low rumbling with a choppier sound layered over the top. "It's here. Jamie." I don't have much time. I walked out to the center of the empty marketplace, turning in a slow circle, watching the nearby buildings and doors. When I say so, I need everyone in a circle, including you, to picture the green door in your minds. Try not to think of anything else, but just the green door. You got it. Okay. We can do that. What are you doing right now? I'm waiting. The noise grew, not louder, but intensified, sounding low vibrations throughout my body. The gilt cobblestone beneath my feet seemed to shiver through the bottoms of my shoes, and I kept turning, barely blinking, staring hard into the surrounding architecture. On my third turn in this manner, I saw it. The black door. "All right," I said quietly. "If I die, or if I go crazy, you guys had better come in and fix this." "No promises," Jamie said. I could sense her attempt at humor, but underneath her voice there was a slight tremble. She was scared, and that made two of us. I walked slowly towards the door. It looked the same as it had before, but larger, looming against the backdrop of a glittering golden wall, set on the far end of the marketplace. I was a tall girl, and the doorknob was almost as high as my eye level, making me feel like a child again. I turned it and purposely pulled the door open. The inside of a barn greeted me, heavily obscured in shadows, dead straw and dirt scattering into the darkness ahead of me. I took a deep breath and stepped through. The moment I crossed the threshold, I was once again in the gray world, color gone, and that distant noise thrumming through my bones. But this time, I turned and immediately shut the door behind me. "Jamie," I whispered. Now, now, now. Do it. The green door. Come on, guys." I heard Jamie say. Her voice was muffled and far away, but I heard her, and with that, I pushed the black door back open. The red world was gone, and in front of me were blanched gray woods, so similar and yet so different from the woods we had created ourselves. I stepped back outside, heading purposefully into the forest. I'd taken a few steps when I heard a deep, heavy thrumming and glanced over my shoulder back towards the barn. It stood there in front of the black door. It was tall, much taller than the threshold of the door, and roughly humanoid-shaped but dark, like a hole had opened up in the world and had taken on sentient form. The edges of its shape seemed to bend and warp the atmosphere immediately around it. As I stared, the darkness seemed to deepen. I thought I began catching glimpses of something else far behind in the blackness. There began to appear the hints of a shape or shapes with extra edges, with lines and dips and rivets and points in places that made no sense, undulating and unsettling movements, only when my eyes looked elsewhere. My stomach churned in a revolting repulsion, my eyes desperately wanting to reject what I was seeing. I felt the trickle of wetness slide down my cheek as I stared, and as I reached up to wipe my eyes, my fingers coming away stained with blood. My head was pounding, my very thoughts squeezing under its heavy weight. And as I stepped back, it seemed to take a step toward me, and then another. No. I turned and ran, hurtling into the trees. "Jamie," I cried. "Come on, guys, I need that green door." She didn't answer. The forest around me kept flickering, shifting into a cacophony of buzzing noises and that deep rumbling sound. Trees to my left or right in one moment, and then suddenly in front of me in the next, and I had to keep changing my direction a few times. I slammed into tree trunks, scrabbling in a panic against the ground as I regained my footing. I glanced behind me a few times, and always the shadow followed, seeming to never lose ground, but always gaining a little. Following steadily behind me, long limbs moving in disquieting movement with the patience and dark purpose of something that has all the time in the world. I felt myself weakening. It was different from getting tired in the physical world. I suddenly felt less, as if I were a canister of water that had cracked and was slowly spilling my contents out into the ground around me. My vision began blurring, tunneling at the edges. Nausea overtook me, and I was panting heavily. Sweat and a darker liquid sliding down the sides of my face and into my eyes. Its thrumming, deep, bone-cracking sounds sunk into my body, and I could feel it squeezing, pressing, emptying. "Jamie," I whispered weakly, and tripped over a tree root that had suddenly appeared in my path. I hit the ground hard, breath escaping my lungs in a heavy grunt, and I turned onto my back as a shadow closed in on me, reaching ever taller in the sky, its edges rippling like the surface of a puddle that had begun to spread. "Jamie." I scrambled backwards, and then my hands touched something underneath me, something that felt wholly alien compared to the pine needle-covered ground, smooth, solid wood, and the shape of a doorknob. I glanced down. The green door had appeared directly underneath my body, laying on the ground. I didn't hesitate, but gripped the knob hard and turned it, allowing the door to fall open beneath my body. I fell downwards, my brain spinning in the shift in orientation, and I landed heavily on the sandy shore of the grotto, sprawling with the green door open in the cave wall in front of me. I could see the gray sky through the door, and as I scrambled to my feet, the dark shadow bent over the door, blocking out the sky, filling the opening as it tried to reach through. I swiftly leapt forward, grabbed the edge of the door, and slammed it shut in its face. I held it closed for a moment, panting. "If you want me," I whispered, "you'll have to come in here the hard way." I turned and faced the grotto. It was exactly as we had left it. Gorgeous, luminescent algae made the water glow while threads of fungus wove a tapestry of green, blue, and purple across the rock walls. The far edge of the underground cavern opened up into a landscape and sky far above, but what I focused on now was the little camp that had always been at the edge of the water, the tent and the campfire blazing merrily away in a fire pit dug in the sand. I moved quickly. I knew it would have an easier time pressing into the expanse this time, and I swiftly knocked over the tent, stepping hard on the fabric and pulling up with all my strength. I removed one of the tent poles and snapped it in half, using my weight to bend and break the flexible wood. I quickly bound the shredded pieces together with the shredded tent canvas and repeated this a few times until I had at least 4 bundles of wood bound in cloth, and then a deep rumbling filled the air. I turned to face the far cavern wall. In the space of a blink, there was a smooth rock wall, and then the black door was there, ominous in its height, a black stain in this beautiful place. I moved fast, my heart pounding. No time to question or quail. Just do what you need to do next. I grabbed one end of the bundles and passed the other end through the campfire. It took a few tries, but soon the thick wood and bundled fabric caught fire. I looked up as I straightened and noticed that this time, it wasn't waiting for me. The door had begun slowly swinging outwards on its own. I approached it quickly, and as it swung open, there it was, standing in a far-off field of gray grass, a stark silhouette against the sky, tall and impossible. It began walking towards me. I held my breath, swung my arms back with all my strength, and tossed the flaming bundle through the door. The last thing I saw through the door was an eruption of white, colorless flame as the bundle landed in that dry sea of dead grass and immediately caught fire. My eardrums nearly burst at the explosion of sound that reverberated from that fathomless thing, and I gripped the edge of the black door and shoved it closed with all my strength. But I wasn't done yet. 2 more bundles went against the base of the door, and the third I lit on fire, just as I had done the first bundle. With my flaming prize in hand, I stalked towards the black door. Thump! It rattled and shook. The knob turned furiously back and forth. I carefully bent down and placed the flaming bundle against the others, propping it up so that the fire would have a stable base. Thunk! I lunged back. The door bowed outward, an unearthly rumbling filling the cavern for a moment. Wood screeching in protest, and then the fire caught and blazed stronger and stronger. finding purchase in the kindling I had provided, and began to steadily work its way up the surface of the black door. A horrible keening ripped through the grotto, and I slammed my hands over my ears, falling to my knees. Rock cracked and split, dust and pebbles falling to the sandy grotto floor, and I curled down into a ball, eyes squeezed shut, waiting for the worst. And then the rumbling slowly went silent. I looked up. I was alone, a girl kneeling in a grotto, watching a slowly growing fire blaze merrily away. I moved and sat at the far end, pressing myself against the cave wall next to the green door, and watched it burn all the way down, wanting to make sure. While I sat, I related to Jamie and the others what had occurred in the Red World and how I used the campfire in the grotto to hopefully destroy the black door. I waited, ready to run if my plan didn't seem to work, but as I watched, the flames seemed to burn brighter and brighter until finally the door crumbled into a heaping pile of ash and coals, leaving nothing but a smooth rock wall behind it. I stood, turned to the green door, and cautiously opened it. Lush green woods greeted me. I stepped through, closing the door behind me. I could feel my weariness digging through my mind as I trekked back through the forest, heading in the direction of our all-too-familiar clearing. On the way, I spotted some movement far off between the trees. As I glanced to my left, a beast, very similar to an elk, but larger, with dark-tipped horns, and a large staring eye in the middle of its sable forehead, caught my gaze. It inclined its head to the side for a moment before turning and disappearing into the forest. When I reached the clearing, Ella was there waiting, and I stopped, eyeing her cautiously. She looked like her normal self, wearing the pajamas she had worn Friday night. "Are you actually you?" I asked. She snorted at me. "Do you have any idea what I just went through? Don't be a dick." Well, it definitely sounded like Ella. I walked into the clearing, eyeing her warily. She was not a demonstrative person, but she smiled at me as I approached. "Not bad," she said. "Thanks for coming back." She took my hand. It would have been easy at that moment to mistrust everything I had been seeing, but a part of me needed to believe that we had fixed whatever it was that we had broken. "Jamie," I said, "bring us back." I squeezed Ella's hand and closed my eyes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Open your eyes. Ella was back in Matson Middle School the next day. She seemed pale and still a little weak, but mostly herself. She said she didn't remember much while she was sick, and was constantly in and out of consciousness with a bad fever. She didn't remember anything about the part of herself that was lost in the Shadow Man's gray world. Were coming back with me, but didn't seem overly concerned about it. I think she was just relieved that she wasn't sick anymore and was eager to put it all behind her, as we all were. We never went out into the woods again, and once high school came around, we all seemed to drift and go our separate ways. I've lost touch with most of my old friends through the years. Some I found to get on Facebook, and a few I saw at my high school reunion a few years ago. Everyone seems to be well adjusted to their adulthood, but no one has ever tried anything like 7 Doors again. And currently, no one seems to have any contact with Ella or know where she is. I've mostly stayed away from any sort of astral projection, lucid dreaming exercises, or journeying-type meditations. While I tend towards being agnostic and skeptical, I also collect various religious paraphernalia, including Blessed Street Benedictine amulets. One I keep in the house, the other in my car. Statues of saints and Vedic deities. Ganesha guards the hallway up our stairs. Sometimes I hide little bowls of salt in the corners of the house. My husband thinks it's quirky that I'm constantly questioning everything and demanding proof, but then secretly filling the house with protective charms and statues. Last year, I became pregnant with my first child. I found out that I was having increasingly vivid dreams, which is common during pregnancy, but something strange about them made me question what I was really dreaming, and what made me think back on this childhood experience. A couple of times, I would dream that I was walking through beautifully sunlit woods, relaxed and comfortable. And though he didn't show up physically as himself, I could feel the presence of my child with me, floating over my shoulder like a tiny ball of warmth. We would walk for what seemed like hours, taking in the woods in each other's company, never speaking but feeling each other deeply in a way that I can't really describe. If you've ever carried or given birth to children, you may know what I mean. But during one of these dreams, I remember sitting at the edge of a pond, looking out across the expanse of water, the presence of my son hovering softly next to me. For some reason, I looked down into the water below me, admiring the reflection of the woods in the still, smooth surface, and I saw something strange on the far end of the pond, reflecting back in the water. Puzzled, I glanced up ahead of me, across the water. A large gray barn stood on the shoreline. The barn was on fire. Alarm and sudden shock of terror shot through me, and I gasped, the wake shaking. My husband woke up, asking me if I was all right, and did his best to settle me down before falling back to sleep. I don't knowingly enter any sort of meditation that may take me elsewhere after that experience. I know better. Maybe we stopped it for a little while, made its connection to whatever plane we were exploring a little weaker. But I know for a fact that what we did won't last, and that I will not forget that I am, still, 20 years later, being watched. Maybe someday I'll find a way of severing its connection to me for good. Be safe, travelers. And for fuck's sake, if you see it, please, never, ever open a black door.